There and back again, a Goggins tale, part 1. Welcome to our new video, where we explore an intriguing what-if scenario. The Lord of the Rings certainly had its fair share of hard warriors. But what if we sent one of our own? What if David Goggins was the 12th member of the Fellowship of the Ring? We begin our journey in the village of Bree. Gandalf the Grey has left a letter of great urgency with the forgetful innkeeper of the Prancing Pony, Barlaman Butterbur, with instruction for it to be delivered to Hobbiton, while he himself departs in pursuit of the ring wraiths, in hope the letter will find its way to Frodo before it's too late. The letter warns him to depart for Rivendell immediately and to look out for a man called Aragorn on his journey, for he is a man who can be trusted and will help him. Unfortunately, Butterbur was unable to find a messenger the following day or the next day. On the third day, he forgot his duty entirely. That is, until a strange-looking newcomer to Bree entered his tavern after dark. The appearance of the strange-looking man, drenched in sweat with the top of his bald head giving off steam like a billowing kettle, caused a nervous silence to descend upon the merry inhabitants, who eyed him warily, hands inching toward their weapons. "Good evening, friend," welcomed Butterbur, masking his surprise. "How may I assist you?" "Help! I ain't no bitch," the man snapped back, his tone direct and unyielding. Taken aback by this response, Butterbur carefully navigates the conversation. "My apologies. I meant no offense. Might I inquire who you are and whence you came?" "I'm a United States Army Ranger. Name's Goggins, and I'm from America," Goggins responded. He seemed unable to stand still for long, shifting on the balls of his feet like a horse raring to go. "A ranger, you say?" repeated the barman loudly, causing a murmur to run through the packed room of onlookers. "What brings you to Bree?" "I'm heading to Hobbiton," declared Goggins. "On what business, if I may ask?" asked Butterbur, finally recalling Gandalf's letter and sensing an opportunity to fulfill his old friend's request. "I met some old dude called Gandalf on Weathertop yesterday, who asked me to check on some little bitches in Hobbiton." "Weathertop? But that's 100 miles away." Butterbur gasped, awe-stricken. "You covered that distance in a day?" "Yes, sir." "And you met Gandalf?" "Yes, sir." "Then, might we speak privately?" Butterbur suggested, leading Goggins to a secluded room away from prying ears, generally reserved for hookers. Once alone, Butterbur spoke openly. "Gandalf left a letter with me for Mr. Underhill in Hobbiton. It's urgent. Since you're headed there and seem to be on similar business, would you be so kind as to deliver it?" "No shit. Gandalf asked me to find Mr. Underhill as well. He said he'd fuck you up if you hadn't sent it, but hey, I'll deliver it now," replied Goggins, taking the letter from Butterbur. "I'm eternally grateful, Mr. Goggins, sir. In that case, I'll prepare a room for you to rest before you depart," Butterbur offered. "I ain't no bitch. We're good to go now, baby. I'll reach Hobbiton by tomorrow evening." "But it's 120 miles to Hobbiton," exclaimed Butterbur in disbelief. "Surely your steed will require rest." "Don't have one because I'm not a pussy. I don't stop when I'm tired. I stop when I'm done," retorted Goggins, who had returned to bouncing on the balls of his feet like a crackhead itching for his next fix. "Stay hard," he bellowed, spit flying from his mouth. With a sharp nod, Butterbur quickly provided directions and advice for the journey ahead. "Very well then. Safe travels." Without another word, Goggins left to begin his 120-mile cross-country run to Hobbiton. "What an odd fellow," said Butterbur aloud to himself before he rejoined the congregation. Goggins' journey to Hobbiton was quite smooth for the most part, aside from a couple minor inconveniences along the way, including an altercation with Farmer Maggot and his large dogs, but Goggins had been warned of the overly grumpy farmer and remained undeterred. "I'ma fuck you up, Maggot," he shouted without looking back at the pursuing farmer as he continued without stopping to deal with the situation. At the 100-mile mark, Goggins shit himself, but again chose not to interrupt his run, as he was still making good pace towards his destination. He arrived at Hobbiton shortly after sunset the following day. Checking the address on the envelope, which was now smudged as he had used it to wipe his ass of the excess shit many miles before. Still, he could just about discern the wizard's spidery handwriting beneath the brown marks. As dusk settled over Hobbiton, David Goggins reached the round green door of Bag End. After a brief moment to adjust the now nearly illegible envelope, he knocked firmly. "Open up, motherfucker," he said, knocking loudly. The door soon opened, revealing a puzzled Frodo Baggins, unprepared for both the sight or stench that invaded his nostrils. "Good evening," Frodo managed, his nose wrinkling slightly as he took in the towering, sweat-soaked figure. "Can I help you?" "Got a letter from Mr. Underhill." "Urgent stuff from Gandalf," Goggins replied, handing over the stained envelope, which Frodo took gingerly, doing his best attempt to avoid the worst of the caking around the edges. While Frodo read the contents, Goggins, restless as ever, started lunging across the manicured garden. Frodo glanced up just in time to see Goggins shift from lunges to sprints, his physical prowess unmistakable. A postscript in the letter caught Frodo's eye. "By some called Strider." "Well, he certainly is a Strider," Frodo mumbled to himself, watching Goggins now tackle pull-ups on a low-hanging branch of the party tree. Sam, ever protective, leaned in and whispered, "Gandalf wouldn't have sent him if he weren't trustworthy." Both hobbits now stood in silence, observing the stranger before them, who seemed to embody the energy of the Shire itself through his endless exertions. It was then Sam voiced a naive concern. "The big folks are quite peculiar, and I've never seen a black one before. Is he one of those black riders Gandalf warned us about?" Frodo chuckled softly, reassuring his friend. "No, Sam, he's not one of the black riders. I can't imagine them bringing letters from Gandalf. The letter also has a postscript, which I believe matches this messenger. This Strider is a man, lean, dark, and tall." "He's certainly dark," shrugged Sam. "All that is gold does not glitter. No, my dear Sam, I'm afraid the darkest thing about him is the smell. It stings the nose, but it is not foul as I would expect of the servants of the enemy." Reassured, Sam nodded, though he still watched Goggins with a mixture of awe and slight bewilderment. Meanwhile, Frodo folded the letter, considering the strange yet compelling presence this man brought into their peaceful world. As Goggins finally paused his physical feats to catch his breath, Frodo invited him inside. "Come, Mr. Strider. Let's discuss this letter more comfortably over a meal. You must be famished after such a journey. Let's go, motherfuckers," shouted Goggins as he stepped into the warm, inviting hobbit hole. After taking up Frodo's offer of a bath before supper, Goggins stepped out into the dining room in a spare set of wizard's robes left behind by Gandalf the last time he had visited. "This shit's comfy as hell," said Goggins, fist-bumping Frodo. "You're most welcome. So, friend of Gandalf, what do we call you?" asked Frodo. "Goggins," he responded simply. "Very well, Mr. Goggins. Gandalf's letter urged that I leave at once, and I had intended on waiting till my birthday, but I think we should leave the day after tomorrow. That should give us enough time to pack up and prepare." "Stop being a little bitch," shouted Goggins. Taken aback, Frodo thought for a minute before revising his plan. "You're right, Mr. Goggins. Fine. It is better to be cautious and leave earlier than risk being late. We'll leave tomorrow morning after breakfast. Sam, can you make the arrangements?" "Yes, sir. Mr. Frodo, sir," responded Sam. "He your bitch?" inquired Goggins. "He's my gardener," replied Frodo, politely correcting Goggins and gesturing him to the seat by the fire. "So, what did Gandalf tell you?" "Is he coming?" asked Frodo. Goggins hesitated a moment before responding. "He mentioned something about destroying your ring. Sounded hella gay, but I got no problem with that man." "Gay? Then he must have had some good news regarding my ring," said Frodo, feeling a small wave of optimism about the impending journey he was about to undertake. After all, Gandalf had been gay when speaking to Goggins. He supposed it could only have been good news that had made the wizard happy. Where is he now? Will he meet us on the way? Continued Frodo eagerly. He's gonna see another wizard guy who might be able to help. Destroy your ring, he said, replied Goggins awkwardly, not expecting the direction this conversation had taken. Would you like to see it? Asked Frodo excitedly, having taken a liking to this friend of Gandalf's. Hey bro, I'm not into that shit, bro. Like it's cool if you are, but that ain't me, responded Goggins, recoiling slightly as a wave of fear washed over him. Like the time P. Diddy had brushed past him at an award ceremony. He shivered despite the roaring fire. I sometimes find myself fingering it, continued Frodo. All hell no, shouted Goggins, feeling revulsion at the sight of the little halfling. He's trying to take my soul, thought Goggins, desperately trying to recall his Navy SEAL training. He couldn't let that happen. He had to find a way to outgay this little homosexual creature and guard against any advances. What happens when you do? He asked Frodo. It disappears when you put a finger inside. I disappear. This little motherfucker's got a magic asshole, thought Goggins. Frodo went on. It feels cold now. It's been so long since I've slipped my finger inside it. How many have used your ring? Asked Goggins bravely. Well, my uncle Bilbo, and before him, Gollum, Frodo replied. Your uncle? Spat Goggins in disgust. I think that's enough for one night, he said, standing up abruptly and making a mental note not to fall asleep around this perverted little deviant. I've had Sam prepare the spare bedroom. It's the last door on the left. The next morning, after a restful night and a hearty breakfast provided by his gracious host, the group set out through the morning mist, leaving a still slumbering Hobbiton behind. As they ventured forward, Goggins reflected on his conversation with Frodo the previous night. While he still didn't understand how destroying the Hobbit's overused ring would save the world, he decided he would continue with the mission he had committed to like a good soldier, no matter how hard it got. After all, it wasn't the strangest thing he'd ever heard of. He set a ferocious pace in the wizard's robes, feeling duty-bound to cuss out the hobbits for falling behind at regular intervals. Eventually getting sick of the lazy fuckers and opting instead to carry the two hobbits much of the way until they got to Farmer Maggot's farm, and after a brief altercation in which Goggins thoroughly assaulted the bad-tempered farmer and frightened off his dogs, they were back on their way. Arriving at Frodo's new residence at Crickhollow, where Merry and Pippin awaited them with ponies readied for the journey ahead. There they spent the night and enjoyed the mushrooms Frodo and Sam had quietly acquired while Goggins had been dealing with the farmer before, continuing on the next leg of their journey, now accompanied by Merry and Pippin. Stay hard, bellowed Goggins, startling the weary hobbits as they arrived at the Gate of Bree the following evening. As they entered the prancing pony, they were greeted by a mixture of curiosity and wariness from the locals. Butterbur, the innkeeper of the prancing pony, upon noticing the group's entrance, did a double take. His eyes widened in recognition as they landed on Goggins. Pushing through the bustling crowd, Butterbur approached them, his expression one of awe and gratitude. Mr. Goggins, he exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. Never in my years have I seen a message delivered with such incredible speed. You've outdone even the swiftest of our messengers. I heard tell of your swift passage through the land. You've done a great service, and I'm mightily impressed. Goggins nodded, accepting the praise with a modest grunt. They don't know me, son. Butterbur leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a confidential whisper. I must warn you, though, he said, glancing nervously toward the shadowed corner of the inn. There's a man here, goes by the name of Strider. He's been asking after the hobbits, and if he means good, then I'm a hobbit. The group's attention shifted subtly towards the corner Butterbur had indicated. There, a tall, cloaked figure sat alone, his face obscured by the hood of his cloak, sipping his drink quietly, but with an air of alertness. Strider, eh? Goggins mused aloud, his gaze fixed on the mysterious figure. Frodo, recalling the postscript in Gandalf's letter, felt a twinge of recognition. Gandalf mentioned him in his letter, called him a friend, Frodo informed Goggins, who looked back at him with a raised eyebrow. I think I'll go talk to him, Goggins said nonchalantly, making his way across to the lone figure in the corner. As Butterbur left them to attend to his other guests, the hobbits watched anxiously as Goggins approached the mysterious Strider, ready to draw weapons should the need arise. There and Back Again, A Goggins Tale, Part 2. The inhabitants of the Prancing Pony watched with bated breath as the strange dark man from the previous night now approached the cloaked Strider, sat at a shadowy table at the back of the room. Strider looked up as the man neared his table, a subtle, almost imperceivable shift under his cloak as he grasped his weapon in case of attack. Outwardly, he gave no reaction as Goggins reached him. Yo, what's up, homie, said Goggins, towering above the seated Strider. You got a thing for little children? Like Epstein? Strider was momentarily taken aback by the outlandish speech. His tongue is uncouth, yet it does not sound like black speech, he thought. Perhaps he is just an uncommonly large ruffian. I do not understand your meaning, traveler. Who are you? My name's Goggins. Who are you? I am by some called Strider. What is your business with the hobbits? My own motherfucking business. That's what business I have, Goggins responded, clenching his fists at the suspicious man. Then whom do you serve? Pressed Strider warily, preparing to unleash his sword if his suspicions proved true, that Goggins was a spy for the enemy that had managed to ensnare the ring-bearer. I serve the United States of America. Then you are from foreign lands? Around them, the inn remained tense. All watched the two men, expecting things to kick off at any moment. So, what business have you with the hobbits? Asked Strider once again. Goggins paused before responding. He decided to follow his gut instinct and see what direction this Strider took based on his information. I was sent by Gandalf to protect these little fuckers. Gandalf, gasped Strider, not expecting this turn of events but still not letting down his guard. I have also been tasked by Gandalf to find and protect the hobbits. Take a seat, friend. Our paths are aligned for the time being. Share with me the details of your last meeting with Gandalf. And so, Goggins took a seat at the table and filled Strider in about running into Gandalf at Weathertop and the old wizard asking Goggins to help find and protect them, and his later agreement to aid the hobbits in reaching Rivendell safely. So you are no spy, it would seem. My apologies. I had to be careful. There are spies everywhere, and you are as dark as any servant of Mordor I have seen. That's fucking racist. I meant no insult by it, friend, said Aragorn swiftly, raising a hand in apology. You spoke of your service to your country. You were a soldier then? United States Army Ranger. Survived 3 hell weeks. Strider nodded understandingly. Hell indeed. The job of a ranger is a lonely one, fraught with perils and hardship. Heavy is its toll upon the body, said Strider, lowering his hood to reveal an extremely weather-beaten face covered in scars. Damn, brother. You look like she took your house, car, and your kids. With a face like that, your life must be hell. I am Chief of the Rangers of the North. Fuck yeah, said Goggins, leaning forward and fist-bumping Strider. I respect the grind, brother. So what's the plan, Chief? Are you coming to Rivendell with us? I will join you on the journey, but the road is perilous. It could take us more than 2 weeks, depending on how fast the halflings can walk. Oh, they some lazy motherfuckers, but we can make it work, interjected Goggins. We must be wary of the enemy. He has spies everywhere and worse, upon the open road. What spies? Asked Goggins. Strider gestured with a nod over to the bar. That southerner over there is a spy. I fear he may inform the Black Riders of the Hobbit's presence here, if we raise suspicion. And sure enough, as Goggins turned to look at the man, he appeared to be stealing furtive glances over towards Frodo and the other hobbits now sitting at a small table. "I'll kill that motherfucker," scowled Goggins, starting to rise from his chair, but Strider put a hand on his arm. "It is best to avoid attracting any more attention on ourselves, or the halflings, if it can be avoided." "Yes, Chief. Understood, sir. We should rest now and prepare to begin our journey before first light tomorrow to avoid our departure being noticed." Goggins nodded. As they spoke, there was suddenly a loud commotion behind them. "They're drawing far too much attention to themselves," said an uneasy Strider, looking over at the hobbits. "Stupid motherfuckers." Strider stood swiftly. "We must intervene before things get out of hand." "I got it," said Goggins, also standing, but at that moment, there was a mighty gasp in the room. Mr. Frodo had vanished. "Go," hissed an alarmed Strider. But as Goggins moved towards the center of the commotion in the room, he noticed out of the corner of his eye the squint-eyed Southerner spy moving excitedly towards the exit. He gestured with a nod to Strider to mind the hobbits while he dealt with the compromising spy. "Come here, motherfucker," Goggins roared seconds later as he chased down the terrified spy like a cop after a black perp. He returned to the inn a short time later, finding it still in a frenzied state with the hobbits and Strider nowhere to be seen. He looked over at Butterbur, who was busy calming his disgruntled guests. Seeing Goggins, he pointed a finger upstairs. Goggins got the message. A minute later, he entered the room with Strider and the hobbits, who looked absolutely terrified of the hooded Strider. "The Southerner?" asked Strider. "Dead. Stomped his ass out," replied Goggins casually. "Help us, Mr. Goggins, sir," cried a frightened Frodo, shielding behind him an equally terrified Sam, Pippin, and Merry. "Chill the fuck out, Frodo. He's on our side. This is the real Strider." "You are a friend of Gandalf?" asked Frodo. "But if he's Strider, then who are you?" he asked, looking at Goggins in confusion. "I thought you were Strider." "I'm just the guy he asked to help you, and I delivered the letter he left here with Butterbur. We're both on your side, little man. Both sent by Gandalf to help you." "How do I know you?" began Frodo, but Goggins cut him off angrily. "What happened downstairs? You fuckers really know how to draw attention to yourselves. I accidentally put my finger in the ring. In front of all those people. You got serious problems there, little man. No wonder so many people trying to kill you. You a nasty motherfucker." "I agree. It was not a wise move, Frodo." "Gandalf told you to keep it hidden. Keep it safe," interjected Strider. "I'm sorry, Mr. Strider. My finger slipped in as I fell. It won't happen again, I promise." "You're damn right. I'ma leave your ass here if you do that shit again," barked Goggins in revulsion. "The ring has a mind of its own," nodded Strider, a look of sympathetic understanding on his now unhooded face. "Always it is trying to return to the hand of its master." "I'm missing something here," thought Goggins, thoroughly confused. Something wasn't adding up. "Which ring you talking about, dude?" he asked. "Back in your house, you told me how you was gay as hell, letting every dude, including your uncle, smash. But now you saying that ass ain't even yours. Some other guy owns that shit." Nervously, Frodo put a hand into his coat pocket and pulled out a shiny gold ring. "Oh, that's what you've been talking about," exclaimed Goggins in absolute relief, realizing his misunderstanding. "I thought all you motherfuckers were homosexual." "What is that, my good Goggins, sir?" asked Frodo innocently. "It's when a man makes love to another man." "Abomination," spat Sam in disgust. "Such a thing is unheard of in the Shire," cried Frodo, on the verge of tears from the disturbing information. "It is a work of evil contrived by the enemy. Corrupting man to such extent, he rapidly mates with other men," said Strider, unmistakable fear in his voice. "If the Dark Lord has his way, I expect this abomination will spread to all corners, unchecked, penetrating every living man. Glad we cleared that one up, said Goggins innocently after a couple minutes of awkward silence as the group imagined the horrors. Mr. Strider, I will choose to trust you based on the advice of Mr. Goggins and accept your offer to accompany us on our journey to Rivendell, said Frodo, giving Strider a small smile. What would you advise me to do? Should we wait here for Gandalf or go? I would counsel we leave before first light tomorrow to avoid our departure being known of till we are far away. It's a 2-week journey at best, and we will be lucky if we can reach the other side unscathed. You can rest here in my room to avoid unfriendly eyes keeping watch on the rooms reserved for hobbits on the ground floor. Thank you, Strider, said Frodo. After what felt like only minutes since they had laid down and closed their eyes, they were being violently shaken awake by Goggins. Even Strider woke with a start, drawing his blade and jabbing the air in fright. He had fallen asleep on an uncomfortable-looking wooden chair by the window. It's 4 a.m., bitches. Time to go. He roared like a drill sergeant. After some hushed grumbling, they all got ready. The sky was still dark as they hastily consumed a quick breakfast of bread, cheese, and some dried fruits. The innkeeper, Butterbur, had kindly arranged ponies for their journey, ensuring they were well provisioned for the road ahead. Stay hard, bellowed Goggins, rallying the weary hobbits as they mounted their ponies. Strider led the way, his keen eyes scanning the horizon, ever alert for any sign of danger. The hobbits followed closely, with Goggins bringing up the rear on foot, opting against a horse, his imposing presence keeping the hobbits moving forward. We'll leave the road as soon as we're out of sight of Bree, said Strider from the front. It's too dangerous and is likely being watched. As dawn broke over Bree, the group left the main road for the more secretive path that Strider knew well. This route, although longer and more treacherous, would keep them hidden from the prying eyes of enemy spies and the Black Riders. Come on, bitches, shouted Goggins at regular intervals from the rear, ensuring the hobbits remained alert and did not slow down. I'm not sure I like this, Mr. Goggins, whispered Sam to a Frodo, swaying on his pony due to tiredness. Unfortunately for Sam, the whisper carried to Goggins' ears, who promptly pulled Sam down violently from his pony and began beating him. Do not intervene, said Strider, holding up a hand to stop the others getting off their ponies to help Sam. His methods may be strange to you, but it is the way of the Rangers, he said in a reassuring voice. Poor discipline within the ranks must be dealt with swiftly, or we will all fall to ruin and the abomination will spread. You just a motherfucking hater, barked Goggins, walking away from the downed hobbit who winced as he pulled himself back onto his pony, looking a bloody mess. After witnessing the heavy beating Goggins had administered to Sam, there was no further grumbling amongst the hobbits, and they maintained a good pace. Days passed in a blur of travel and training, with Goggins pushing the hobbits to their limits during breaks. We don't stop when we tired. We stop when we done, he would shout, his relentless drive terrifying. Despite their initial reluctance, the hobbits found themselves growing stronger, their spirits lifted by Goggins' relentless energy and Strider's quiet assurance. Even Strider began to weary at the uncompromising pace Goggins was forcing, even though he rode upon a steed and Goggins remained on foot. This is no mere mortal. He must be one of the Mire, reborn in Middle-earth. He thought in reverence at Goggins' inhuman capabilities and wondered how capable he'd be in battle. As the days turned into nights, their journey was marked by long silences and quiet conversations. Goggins shared stories of his past, his relentless pursuit of endurance, his tours in Afghanistan and Iraq, and battles with his own demons. The hobbits, in turn, spoke of the Shire, their simple lives, and their longing to return to the safety of their homes. Strider, ever vigilant, led them through hidden valleys and along forgotten trails, his knowledge of the land invaluable but outdated and corrected regularly by Goggins' own ranger knowledge. He taught them how to move silently, to blend into their surroundings, and to stay alert for any sign of danger. Shut the fuck up. You hear that? That's a bitch-ass rabbit. Merry, he said, pointing a finger at the frightened hobbit. Go kill that motherfucker. He handed Merry a standard-issue carbon steel U.S. Navy SEAL combat knife and gave him a sharp nudge forward. Merry returned a short while later, proudly holding up his kill for all to see and looking very pleased with himself. "Confirmed kill," shouted Goggins. "Excellent work, soldier. Sam, get this cooked." Sam looked annoyed but followed the order without hesitation. That evening, as they gathered around a small fire, enjoying the now-cooked rabbit, Frodo spoke up. "Strider, do you really think we'll make it to Rivendell?" Strider looked at him, his expression serious but kind. "We will, Frodo. But the road is still long and fraught with danger. We must remain vigilant." "And what if we encounter the Black Riders?" Pippin asked, his voice trembling. "Then I got this Glock with me," interjected Goggins, pulling a strange mechanical-looking contraption from a concealed holster. "A couple slugs should put one of those fools to sleep." "Mighty is the weaponry of the mire," said Strider in admiration. "I stashed some more gear on Weathertop when I met Gandalf. An assault rifle, couple grenades, some body armor, and a shit ton of bullets." As the stars shone overhead, they drifted off to sleep, the weight of their mission heavy on their minds. Knowledge of the inevitable abomination, should they fail, strengthened their determination. Morning came swiftly, the first light of dawn breaking over the hills. They quickly packed up camp and set off once more. Eventually, the landscape began to change. The terrain grew rockier, and the air turned cooler as they reached closer to Weathertop. Strider guided them with unerring precision, his knowledge of the land evident as they navigated the increasingly treacherous path. By the time they reached Weathertop, the sun was beginning to set. Strider led them to a sheltered spot on the hillside, a natural fortification offering some protection from the elements and any prying eyes. "We have reached Weathertop far sooner than I expected. We'll rest here for the night," Strider announced, looking pleased but wary as he dismounted and helped the hobbits with their packs. "I need to look for any signs or messages Gandalf may have left. I will be back soon. Light no fire and stay close." "I'll be back soon too. I gotta go get my shit," said Goggins, also leaving. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the rugged landscape of Weathertop. The hobbits huddled together, their nerves on edge in the gathering darkness. Strider and Goggins had both departed, leaving the hobbits alone and vulnerable. Despite Strider's assurance, a deep sense of unease settled over them. "Do you think they'll be back soon?" asked Pippin anxiously. "I hope so," replied Sam, trying to sound braver than he felt. Although not particularly fond of Mr. Goggins, due primarily to the hefty beating he'd taken at his hands. He would still have felt safer in that place with him there. "We just need to stay together and stay quiet." As the night grew darker, a chill wind swept over Weathertop. The hobbits strained their ears, hoping to catch any sound of their returning companions. Instead, an eerie silence settled over the hill, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves. Suddenly, a distant sound reached their ears. A faint, otherworldly wail that sent shivers down their spines. The hobbits instinctively drew closer together, their eyes darting around in fear. "Do you hear that?" whispered Pippin, his voice barely audible. "It's those Black Riders," shrieked Merry. Before they could react, dark, menacing shapes emerged from the shadows, gliding silently towards them. The hobbits froze in terror as the ring wraiths closed in, their presence suffocating. Frodo clutched the ring in his pocket, feeling its weight like never before. "Stay back," he shouted, though his voice trembled. The ring wraiths paid no heed to his warning. One of them stepped forward, drawing a long, wicked blade. The air around him seemed to grow colder, the shadows deeper. "Give us the ring," hissed the foremost wraith, his voice chilling and venomous. Just as the ring wraith raised his blade to strike, a deafening roar echoed across Weathertop. "Stay hard, motherfuckers." Goggins burst onto the scene, a whirlwind of deadly precision. He was clad in full military gear, an assault rifle slung across his chest, grenades hanging from his belt, wearing body armor and a helmet. Without hesitation, he charged at the foremost ring wraith, tackling him to the ground and plunging a knife repeatedly into the wraith's ethereal form. The wraith let out an unearthly scream, writhing under Goggins' relentless assault. The other ring wraiths turned their attention to this unexpected threat, but Goggins was already on his feet, his rifle blazing. Bullets tore through the night, striking the ring wraiths and sending them reeling. "Eat, lead motherfuckers," roared Goggins. One by one, the ring wraiths began falling back, the sheer ferocity of Goggins' attack overwhelming them. But Goggins did not relent. He lobbed a grenade into their midst, the explosion lighting up the night and scattering the ring wraiths. They fled into the shadows, their shrieks of fear and pain echoing across Weathertop. In the midst of the chaos, Frodo found himself cornered by the clearly injured wraith Goggins had mauled. It raised its blade, ready to strike. Time seemed to slow as the blade descended, but before it could reach Frodo, Goggins leapt in front of him, taking the knife in his shoulder, but managing to save the little hobbit. "I'm hit," shouted Goggins, roaring in pain and fury. He grabbed the ringwraith by the throat, forcing it to drop its knife. "Not today, motherfucker," he growled, driving his knife into the wraith's abdomen. The ringwraith screeched and disintegrated into the night like a little bitch, leaving behind only its tattered robes. Goggins, breathing heavily and clutching his wounded shoulder, turned to Frodo and the other hobbits. "You okay, little man?" Frodo, shaken but unharmed, nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Goggins. You saved my life. You saved all our lives. It ain't nothing, brother." At that moment, Strider returned, his sword drawn and his eyes wide with concern. "What happened here?" "Where was you, motherfucker?" asked Goggins. "I was scouting up ahead when I heard fighting. I came as fast as I could," replied Strider, looking slightly embarrassed. "These little bitches tried to kill the hobbits, but they weren't shit." "You're hurt," said Strider, seeing Goggins' bloody shoulder. "That ain't nothing. I ain't no bitch." Strider stooped down and picked up the wraith's blade. "This is beyond my skill to heal. We must get you to Rivendell swiftly before you pass into the Shadow Realm. You've been stabbed by a Morgul blade, my friend. Dark magic is infused in the blades of the enemy." He straightened up and surveyed the scene. "You killed a Nazgul?" he gasped, sounding shaken. "Damn straight. Took that motherfucker's soul. But your own blade survived," continued Strider in awe, looking down at the slightly smoking blade still in Goggins' hand. "Standard issue carbon steel. This baby would cut through 100 of those bitch-ass niggers with ease. You did well, Mr. Goggins. You are the only man to have killed a Nazgul. I appreciate that, Chief, but we need to move out before those fuckers regroup." Goggins, still limping from his injury, stubbornly refused the steed offered by Strider. Determined to push through the pain, he marched alongside the hobbits, his gruff demeanor masking the toll the injury was taking on him. As the day wore on, the group traveled through dense forests and across rocky terrains, avoiding well-trodden paths to evade their pursuers. The impact of Goggins' wound grew more pronounced with each passing hour, and by nightfall, it was clear that even he needed attention. "We'll stop here for the night," announced Strider, selecting a small, secluded spot in a forest clearing. The area was surrounded by thick cover, offering some measure of concealment. "Merry Pippin, gather wood for a fire. We need to tend to Mr. Goggins' wound." "Sit down, Mr. Goggins," said Strider, gesturing to a flat rock near the fire. "Let me take a look at that shoulder." As Strider tended to his wound, Goggins began to fade in and out of consciousness. "You must resist the pull of the Nazgul's poison," urged Strider. "It feels like that hooker back on duty who tried to suck out my soul in Afghanistan." "You have experienced this before?" asked Strider, taken aback. "Don't tell me you've never had a bad bitch try take your soul." "I have not faced that trial. Nor do I believe I am ready for it." "I think I shit myself," said Goggins, feeling a warmth below and wincing in pain as he turned to check. I cannot heal you here. I have found you some athelas to slow the poison of the enemy, but only Elrond can save you now. He is the greatest of healers. We're still 4 days from Rivendell. We must hurry if we are to save you from passing from your wound. He cleaned the wound with water, then applied crushed herbs he carried in a small leather pouch. This will help with the pain and keep the infection at bay. That shit smells hella good, said Goggins, smelling the wholesome aroma of the athelas. Goggins watched in silence as Strider worked, his jaw clenched against the discomfort. The hobbits, having finished their task, gathered around the fire, their faces illuminated by its soft glow. "Is Mr. Goggins going to be all right?" asked Frodo in concern. "He'll be fine," assured Strider, wrapping a clean bandage around the wound. "But we must get him to Rivendell quickly." As the company pressed onward towards Rivendell, Goggins' wound continued to take its toll. He fought through the pain with his usual grit and determination, refusing to let it slow him down. Strider led the way, ever vigilant, while the hobbits struggled to keep pace. By the time they reached the borders of Rivendell, the hobbits were exhausted and Goggins was delirious. The familiar sense of dread loomed over them as they neared the ford of Bruinen. Just as they were about to cross the ford, the eerie screeches of the Black Riders echoed through the air. The Ringwraith, relentless in their pursuit, had caught up to them. Strider drew his sword. "They're here," shouted Strider, his voice tense. "Stay close, and whatever happens, keep moving towards Rivendell." The hobbits huddled together in fear, their eyes darting to Goggins for help. Despite his injury, Goggins readied his assault rifle. "Stay hard, little bitches," he growled. "We ain't done yet." The Ringwraiths appeared from the shadows, their dark forms riding menacingly on their black horses. Their presence seemed to drain the warmth from the surroundings, casting fear over the group. Goggins moved forward on his steed, his rifle at the ready. "Spooky-ass bitches, come get some," he yelled, opening fire. The burst of gunfire shattered the night, bullets ripping through the air and striking the horses. The steeds screamed in pain, collapsing under the assault. The Wraith were thrown from their mounts, their ghostly forms writhing on the ground. Though the bullets did not kill the Ringwraiths, they caused them immense pain, their ethereal bodies convulsing with each hit. Goggins continued to fire, sheer will and focus clear upon his face as he emptied his magazine into the dark figures. "Run across the ford," shouted Strider, pushing the hobbits forward. "Now!" As Goggins finished firing his last rounds at the approaching Black Riders, he saw a powerful wave rising from the Bruinen River, forming a mighty flood which came crashing down upon the Ringwraiths. As the adrenaline ebbed away, his vision blurred. Goggins' grip on his assault rifle slackened, and he slumped forward, slipping from his horse. He fell to the ground, unconscious, his body finally succumbing to the cumulative toll of his injuries and exertion. There and back again. A Goggins Tale. Part 3, in the Valley of Rivendell. Goggins awoke in a soft bed to the warm glow of sunlight filtering through the ornate windows of the room. The air was fresh, and the soothing sound of distant waterfalls filled his ears. He blinked, trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. As his vision cleared, he saw Gandalf sitting beside his bed, a look of relief upon his face. "Good morning, David," Gandalf greeted him warmly, his eyes twinkling. "It's good to see you awake finally." Goggins tried to sit up, wincing slightly as a dull ache brought back memories of his recent mission. "What the fuck? Where am I?" he asked, his voice raspy. "You are in Rivendell, in the House of Elrond," Gandalf replied calmly. "You've been through quite an ordeal, my friend. But rest assured, you are safe now." Goggins looked around, taking in his surroundings. The room was beautifully adorned, with intricate tapestries and elegant furniture. It was a stark contrast to the harsh environments he was accustomed to. Gandalf leaned forward, his expression growing serious. "I must thank you, David. You saved the hobbits and took a Morgul blade meant for Frodo. Elrond himself tended to your wound. The poison of the Nazgul is not easily healed, but thanks to Elrond's skill and your remarkable resilience, you have been given a second chance. Who's that? He a doctor? Elrond is Lord of Rivendell and the greatest healer in Middle-earth. It is no small feat to recover from such a wound, and without his help, you would soon have passed into the Shadow Realm. Goggins flexed his shoulder, surprised at the lack of pain. My stabbing arm feels good as new, he remarked, admiration for Elrond's healing abilities evident in his tone. We could have used a guy like that in Afghanistan and Iraq, said Goggins, recalling his injured brothers on duty with him on his tours. Man, I got some knee problems he can help with too. Later, responded Gandalf. First, we must ready you for the great feast that is to be held in your honor. In my honor? Asked Goggins, taken aback. Yes, David. Your deeds already set you amongst the greats. While you were resting, I probed you deeply. You motherfucker. What do you mean you probed me? Cut in Goggins, eyes wide in disgust. Your mind, David. I looked at your memories, corrected Gandalf. Bro, that's fucked up. You can't invade another man's privacy like that. That's some NSA shit right there. Fear not, for I took great care to avoid any personal memories, but you'll pardon my mentioning your beating a farmer maggot was entirely unnecessary, replied Gandalf disapprovingly. Nonetheless, your actions in saving the hobbits, running 120 miles on foot without break between Bree and the Shire, are triumphs which shall be recorded in the books of lore, as will your great victory over the Witch King with nothing but a knife. You fought 9 ring wraiths and managed to kill one. I shudder to think what would have happened had you not been there. The hobbits would likely have been killed and the ring lost to the enemy. No, my good David, it is likely you saved the world. Those little motherfuckers were screaming louder than the ring wraiths, like little bitches when on Weathertop, and that homeless guy Strider conveniently disappeared when the fighting started. They are absurd little creatures, chuckled Gandalf with a warm smile. And that homeless guy is Aragorn, son of Arathorn, the rightful heir to the throne of Gondor. No shit, but what is this ring everyone wants? Asked Goggins. The ring was created by the Dark Lord Sauron, and it contains much of his power. It grants the wearer incredible powers, but it will corrupt the bearer to darkness given enough time. It is dangerous. Very dangerous. What powers? Asked Goggins, intrigued. Powers are granted according to the wearer. The more powerful and capable the wearer, the more power he would wield through the ring. A being such as yourself would be capable of wielding much more of its power than a little halfling. It would enhance the capability you already possess and more. You mean like steroids? Before Gandalf could answer, a loud bell rang out. It is time for the great feast. Let's go, said Gandalf. Goggins lifted his soft bed covers and looked down. He was entirely naked. What the fuck? He growled. Gandalf again chuckled. So impressed were the elf maidens by your proportions, they decided not to dress you. One indeed of their number has expressed interest in marriage, if you are willing, but I digress. Don't tell me they ain't ever seen a big black. Gandalf cut him off, pointing to intricately stitched elven robes hung by the window. They look gay as hell, scowled Goggins in disgust. You have been gifted elven robes of high honor. Your own garments wear torn and soiled. They will be purified and repaired. Interestingly, the elves took particular interest in your armor and are studying its properties to improve their own. Thus far, your armor has proven sturdier and more resilient than mithril. That's proprietary technology, shouted an outraged Goggins. Y'all are a bunch of intrusive motherfuckers. As for your weapon, continued Gandalf, ignoring Goggins' indignation, your metal bow is of cunning design. You mean my Glock and assault rifle? Indeed, an elf has already been killed during their study. Don't forget gun safety, responded Goggins, shaking his head at the incompetence of the elves. Indeed, after that mishap, Lord Elrond ordered a cessation of all further study. They have asked that you demonstrate your weapons so they may learn and replicate. 1,000 elves, thus armed, could perhaps even storm Mordor. Elves with guns, laughed Goggins. Sure, but they gonna need training to use those weapons. I'ma put those motherfuckers through Hell Week. I agree, but we can discuss the details later. It's time for the feast. A short time later, Goggins, in his elaborate elven robes, followed Gandalf into an enormous pavilion, at the center of which sat an enormous long table stacked high with vegan food. At the table were already seated many elves, a couple dwarves, men, and the hobbits, who waved and smiled at him. Mr. Goggins, called an important-looking elf, sitting at the head of the table. Please, your place is here. It is the place of honor, he said, gesturing to the seat at his right hand. Gandalf sat next to Goggins on his left and introduced them. This is Elrond, Lord of Rivendell. Pleased to meet you, brother, said Goggins, politely holding out his hand. There was a short moment of confusion, after which Elrond realized this was a form of greeting and clasped hands awkwardly with Goggins. Man, your hands are soft as hell. I ain't never met a woman with softer hands. Thank you, Mr. Goggins, smiled Elrond, interpreting his words as a compliment. As the feast continued, Goggins found himself deep in conversation with Gandalf and Elrond. The grandeur of Rivendell, combined with the lively chatter of the other guests, created a surreal backdrop for their discussion. Tell me, Mr. Goggins, Elrond began, his keen eyes studying Goggins with interest. How did you manage to kill a wraith with nothing but your knife? Such a feat is unheard of. Goggins leaned back to think, noticing as he did all eyes at the table focused intently upon him. My Navy SEAL training. Those spooky bitches didn't know what hit them. I've been through 3 Hell Weeks, broken every bone in my legs and still continued the fight. And when I seen those fuckers, I thought, fuck, yeah, I'm ready. So I tackled that motherfucker to the ground and went to work. He screamed like a little bitch. Elrond nodded thoughtfully. Your methods are impressive. Your resilience and skills are unlike anything we've seen. I would like you to demonstrate your weapons for us, so that we may learn and perhaps replicate them for our own defenses. Goggins raised an eyebrow. Sure, I can do that. But I need you to make me more special arrows. I'm running low. Elrond smiled. It will be done. Under your direction, our craftsmen will work on creating more for you. At that moment, a stout elderly dwarf with a long braided beard took the seat Gandalf had vacated next to Goggins. It was Gloin, a dwarf of great renown. Well met, Mr. Goggins. Gloin greeted with enthusiasm. I've heard tales of your armor, said to be stronger than Mithril. What is it made of? Goggins looked at the dwarf, recognizing the eagerness in his eyes. Class 4 armor plates and Kevlar. The plates can stop any arrows, swords, and even your battle axes. Gloin's eyes widened in excitement. Remarkable. Such protection could be invaluable to my kin. Would you be willing to come to our kingdom of Erebor as a friend and guest of the dwarves and share with us the secrets of this armor? We could forge a new line of defenses for our warriors. Perhaps it will allow us to retake our lost kingdom of Moria. Goggins nodded and fist bumped the old dwarf. For sure, little homie, I got you. Gloin laughed heartily. The dwarves will be forever grateful for your knowledge, friend Goggins. I offer you the service of my son Gimli as small payment. Goggins looked across the table where Gloin was gesturing to a younger, strong-looking dwarf who gave a small nod. As the feast came to a close, Goggins, Gandalf, Strider, and Elrond were summoned outside to attend to a pressing matter. They found themselves facing a captured enemy spy, held down on the ground by elven guards. Despite Gandalf's best efforts to extract information, the spy remained defiant. Strider stepped forward, looking grim as he tried to intimidate the spy into breaking his silence. When that failed to produce fruit, Strider began brutally kicking the spy hard, forcing him to curl into a defense position. "That's it, bro. Harder, right in the fucking balls," shouted Goggins, encouraging Strider. But the spy remained resolute, refusing to divulge any information or make a sound beyond groans of pain. Frustrated at the stubborn spy's silence after Gandalf's intimidation and Strider's rough handling, Elrond ordered the spy be taken to the cells. "Wait, I got this," interrupted Goggins, stepping forward, offering to take a shot at interrogating the spy. His request for a bucket of water and a linen cloth raised eyebrows among the others present, but they obliged nonetheless. "We call this waterboarding," Goggins told the smirking spy. Within minutes of his enhanced interrogation, the spy broke, spilling the secrets of Saruman's treachery. He revealed the Dark Wizard's plan to unleash an enormous army upon Rohan, with the king already under his spell. The revelation left those present in shock and dismay. "Of Saruman's treachery, Elrond and I were already aware," said Gandalf gravely, "but the news of another army is most worrisome." "Indeed," responded Elrond, "this will have to be explored in greater detail at the Great Council tomorrow. In the meantime, I thank you again, Mr. Goggins. You have proven yourself once again most capable, and I would have you present at tomorrow's council. Your help will be crucial in the war to come." As the others left and the spy was led away to a cell, Strider approached. "Good job, brother," he greeted the ranger encouragingly. Strider placed a hand upon Goggins' shoulder and inclined his head in sign of respect. "It is I who is in awe at your skill, brother. It is now clear to me which of us is the greater ranger. If I come into my own, then I would make you Prince of Ithilien, a commander of the armies of Gondor and a lord of men." "Shit, Lord Goggins, that's got a nice ring to it," he thought before recalling his earlier conversation with Gandalf, where the old wizard had mentioned Strider was not his name, and nor was he merely a ranger. "Strider, that your code name?" asked Goggins, appreciating the sentiment. "Some in Bree call me Strider, but my true name is Aragorn." "Well, Aragorn, brother, stay hard when you in power. Your words carry great meaning." Early the following morning, as the sun bathed the valley of Rivendell in its golden warmth, the Council of Elrond gathered, tension heavy in the air. Seated between Frodo and Gandalf, Goggins observed the assembly with suspicion, his gaze flickering from one face to another as the proceedings began. Gandalf rose to address the council and spoke of Isengard's betrayal and its imminent threat. Goggins listened intently, wondering if a covert strike might be a feasible option to neutralize the treacherous wizard. Next, Gloin, representing the dwarves, recounted the hardships faced by his people and their desperate struggle to reclaim their lost kingdom. The cloaked messenger from Mordor and his offer of reward in exchange for information on Bilbo and the recovery of the ring. Legolas, the elf, followed next, his expression grave as he revealed the escape of Gollum, a development that cast a shadow of uncertainty over their plans. Then, it was Elrond's turn to speak. Rising from his seat, the Lord of Rivendell turned his piercing gaze upon Goggins, introducing him to the assembly. "And now," Elrond began, his voice carrying the weight of ages of wisdom, "allow me to introduce a newcomer to our midst, one who has already proven himself a stalwart ally in our struggle against the darkness." All eyes turned to Goggins, who met their scrutiny with a steely gaze. But before Elrond could continue, Boromir rose to his feet, his expression clouded with suspicion as he fixed his gaze upon Goggins. "I must object, my lord," Elrond Boromir declared defiantly. "He is one of the Haradrim. I have seen his dark kind before, striking down the valiant men of Gondor." "Motherfucker!" shot back Goggins, rising from his seat. But Gandalf raised a hand, silencing all in the gathering. "Fool! He has been sent by the Valar to aid us. Without his aid, the ring may already have been lost." "You do not know your peril," Aragorn told Boromir, thinking of the spy Goggins had effortlessly broken last night and fearing similar fate for the ignorant Boromir if he were not careful. Goggins bristled at the accusation. His jaw clenched, but he chose to remain silent. Elrond raised his hand, silencing the murmurs that had erupted from Boromir's accusation. "Listen, all of you, to the deeds of this man," Elrond began firmly. "David Goggins, as you know him, stands among us not as an enemy, but as a savior. He risked his life to save the halflings from the clutches of the enemy. He took the Morgul blade intended for Frodo, shielding him from harm. And he faced the Witch King of Angmar in combat with nothing but a small knife and emerged victorious, striking a blow against the Dark Lord himself. With the death of the Witch King, Sauron has lost one of his greatest commanders, thanks to the bravery and skill of Mr. Goggins. You have yet to rival his feats, Boromir." As Elrond spoke, those within the gathering looked upon Goggins with growing respect and admiration. "And let us not forget," Elrond continued, "the armor and weapons of Goggins, forged in some mighty unknown place. His armor, comprised of Class 4 plates and Kevlar, is sturdier than mithril and capable of withstanding the deadliest of blows. His weapons, the metal bow, are of cunning design, capable of striking down foes from a distance with deadly accuracy. There is much we can gain from our honored guest." The council members listened attentively, some nodding hungrily at the description of Goggins' formidable arsenal. But now, Elrond's tone grew once again grim. "We face a greater peril than ever before. The ring, forged by the Dark Lord in the fires of Mount Doom, has resurfaced, and with it, the shadow of Mordor looms over Middle-earth once more. Sauron seeks to reclaim his lost prize and unleash untold darkness and suffering upon our world." He paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing. "Our only hope lies in destroying the ring. No longer can we keep the thing hidden or sail west, leaving behind the troubles of Middle-earth, for surely the darkness would spread to every corner." "But the ring cannot be destroyed by any means which we have here," said one of the elf lords. "No. It must be taken deep into Mordor and cast back into the fiery chasm from whence it came. One of you must do this." Elrond's words hung heavy in the air as the council exchanged glances. "One does not simply walk into Mordor. Its black gates are guarded by more than just orcs. There is evil there that does not sleep. The Great Eye is ever watchful. It is a barren wasteland, riddled with fire, ash, and dust. The very air you breathe is a poisonous fume. Not with 10,000 men could you do this. It is folly," declared Boromir. At this, the elf Legolas arose emphatically. "Have you heard nothing Lord Elrond has said? The ring must be destroyed," he announced loudly to the gathering. To this Gimli, the dwarf stood in outrage, challenging the elf, "And I suppose you think you're the one to do it." But Goggins raised a hand at the angry dwarf. "Sit your punk ass down, Gimli." "Yes, my lord," said the dwarf, nodding apologetically as he resumed his seat. This intervention was sufficient to quell a full-scale argument from breaking out. Discussion remained fierce between the elves Boromir and Gandalf. Goggins heard a small voice next to him. He turned to see Frodo, bravely accepting the quest. "Speak up, little man. Say that shit with your chest," he encouraged. "I will take it," shouted Frodo, finally being heard over the angry voices. "I will take the ring to Mordor, though I do not know the way." There was a collective intake of breath, followed by a pause, and then one by one Gandalf, Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas pledged to go with Frodo, along with Sam, Merry, and Pippin. Frodo then turned to Goggins. "Please, Mr. Goggins, sir, it would comfort me greatly if you came with us." Goggins nodded, accepting the invitation. "Sure, I'll carry your bitch ass to Mordor." Although none said it aloud, all within the company felt a great relief that Goggins was coming with them. At this, Elrond stood, addressing the company. 10 companions. So be it, you shall be the Fellowship of the Ring. There and back again. A Goggins Tale, Part 4. Rivendell to Lothlorien. And so, with the members of the Fellowship appointed, preparations were underway. True to his word, Goggins assisted both the elves and dwarves with demonstrations and the technical details regarding his weaponry. The elves were captivated by the accuracy, efficiency, and range of his bows, or, as he referred to them, his firearms. And the dwarves, well, as expected, they were positively aroused at the effectiveness of his armor. His body armor was lighter than a mithril shirt, but more effective than mithril chainmail reinforced by a chestplate in protecting the wearer. The elves also took a keen interest in his military uniform, particularly his camouflage clothing. More cunningly woven and more potent in its concealment than the cloaks of Lothlorien, remarked one elf. An army clad in such garb could pass unnoticed even by elven eyes. Thus, they began immediately replicating the camouflage colors across their own armor and clothing. Gandalf had explained that due to Goggins' intervention and his swift aid in expediting the hobbits from the Shire, they had arrived in Rivendell much earlier than anticipated. Indeed, said Gandalf, were it not for your help, David, it may have taken several more months for the ring to arrive here, by which time it may well have already been too late. And because of your defeat of the Witch King, it is likely that the remaining ring wraiths have retreated, gathering back in Mordor. It'll be months before they would dare resume their pursuit, if they even dared at all, now that fear of death has returned to them. The Fellowship's departure was set for the 1st of August, far earlier than Gandalf had originally expected. Of the company, only Goggins seemed upbeat about finally starting the mission. He had spent the last 6 weeks training a unit of elves in covert warfare, accompanying Aragorn on several stealth missions that turned into raiding parties attacking strategic targets and enemy supply trains. Goggins took this opportunity to reveal his last surprise, hidden in his duffel bag, his Barrett 50 caliber rifle. With it, he took out a couple of trolls and an important-looking Uruk from a distance of over a mile away. The elves once again marveled at the capabilities of Goggins' weaponry. Unfortunately, an elf who inadvertently sat too close to the barrel lost his hearing due to the loud gunshot. He wept with great sadness, knowing he would never again hear the singing and soft music of the elven harps. Using his dark complexion, which Gandalf humorously described as overly ripe, Goggins smeared dirt on his face and donned orc clothes taken from a fallen enemy. Disguised as an uncommonly large Uruk, he infiltrated Isengard, assassinating several captains and sabotaging several weapon forges. That night, the victory feast and merrymaking in Rivendell was particularly extravagant. The offer of marriage to an elf maiden was once again proposed to Goggins, but once again declined on the grounds that he preferred the bad bitches. Goggins pondered the advantages he could bring to both sides in the coming wars. Recognizing the time it would take to replicate modern weaponry and the imminent threat of attack, he needed to find some quick wins. He advised Elrond that it was strategically foolish for the elves to remain at Rivendell, considering its distance from Isengard. Goggins urged Elrond, the Elven Lords, and Gandalf to adopt a more strategic approach and temporarily abandon Rivendell. The elves could reinforce the strongholds most vulnerable to attack, providing cover that would distract the enemy from the Fellowship's movements. Anticipating the first strike on Rohan, Goggins proposed sending 1,000 skilled elves to reinforce the region. They might even seize an opportunity to strike Isengard before Saruman's forces reached full strength. Drawing from his study of historical battles and war strategy, Goggins discussed the Roman testudo formation and Greek phalanx as models applicable to their situation. He discussed these at length with Elrond Gloin, Aragorn, Boromir, and the High Elves who were present. "These are bold formations," said Aragorn, observing the rough sketches Goggins had made to illustrate these concepts. "This is gonna be a badass army," encouraged Goggins. Additionally, as this was a united war for Middle-earth against common enemies, Goggins thought it was an inexcusable oversight that men, elves, and dwarves hadn't considered how best to fight effectively together, complementing each other's strengths while covering weaknesses. He then called upon the elves, dwarves, and men present to provide troops so he could assemble a special forces army. This heavy shock unit would consist of 500 men forming 2 central phalanxes, complemented by dwarves in support positions, capable of protective testudo formations, and 500 elven archers for long-range attacks. The units would be attired in armor based of his own design. Light, but incredibly durable. He spent the next weeks before the Fellowship was to depart, drilling his new regiment of 2,000 soldiers into fighting together as an effective unit. Training began at sunrise and continued well beyond sunset. The plan was agreed. This regiment would be sent to Rohan along with the elves of Rivendell, departing a month after the departure of the Fellowship on their quest, once armor and weaponry had been crafted. And finally, he instructed the dwarves on how to create mustard gas, which would be extremely effective in decimating large numbers of closely packed infantry. "Be careful with that shit," he warned. Not even the hobbits were spared from Goggins. To harden the halflings, Goggins demanded they too complete the training alongside his Special Forces regiment and survive the Hell Week. Their training needs to prepare them for the mission ahead. Goggins informed a concerned Gandalf. They need to be prepared for all terrains. We should also expect cold exposure, water immersion, high altitudes, and covering large distances at speed while avoiding detection. "How can Mordor be any worse than this?" complained Sam, his face covered in dirt. To his repeated misfortune, he was once again overheard by Goggins, who took the opportunity to reinstill discipline within his ranks by once again beating down the fat little hobbit, causing even the dwarves nearby to wince. "This ain't the place to be a motherfucking pussy," roared Goggins to the troops assembled. "That little fucker's earned you all another 500 push-ups. Get to it, motherfuckers." The sound of groans exploded around them. "Fucking halflings," Merry and Pippin heard one of the dwarves nearby grunt. "What about the hobbits' gear?" asked Aragorn later that evening. "They can't fight for shit, so they're gonna need to stay out of trouble and engage the enemy from a distance," Goggins replied. "Their body armor should be ready soon, and once it's here, they ain't taking it off. Those little bitches gotta get used to wearing that shit. I also got pistols made for them, 22 caliber. Should be useful in tight spots." Aragorn nodded, then turned to Goggins again. "And what about the elf Legolas? Is there anything you can do for him?" Goggins looked over at Legolas and extended his hand, motioning for Legolas to hand over his bow. He inspected it closely, then shook his head with a sigh. "I'll be honest with you, man. This is a piece of shit," Goggins said frankly. "How far does it shoot? Maybe 200 yards max? Yeah, we're gonna switch this out. Lucky for you, the dwarves just sent over a care package based on the specs I gave them. We call this a semi-automatic rifle, similar to an AR-15, firing 80 grain armor piercing rounds. These babies will reach up to 2,000 yards plus. The magazine can hold up to 40 bullets. It's got a silencer and variable range scope." He handed Legolas the new rifle, then turned his attention to their designated beast of burden, Bill. "I think Bill here's gonna need a refit too," Goggins remarked, looking thoughtfully at the pony. "We're gonna need plenty of ammo and equipment on this mission, so either we get a couple more ponies or we'll have to carry the rest of this shit ourselves." On the morning of departure, the air in Rivendell was heavy with the gloom. The Fellowship gathered at the courtyard, armored and equipped for the journey ahead. Goggins stood at the forefront, his presence commanding attention amidst the elves, dwarves, and men. He surveyed the group with a critical eye, ensuring everyone was prepared for what lay ahead. "All right, listen up, motherfuckers," Goggins began, his voice cutting through the murmurs of the assembled company. "Today, we embark on a serious fucking mission. Now this shit ain't gonna be easy. We're gonna face some fucked up shit out there. Taliban, ISIS, North Koreans." He paused, locking eyes with each member of the Fellowship in turn. "But none of that matters. We got a motherfucking job to do, and we're gonna do it. Ain't no room for bitch-ass niggers. Trust in your training, trust in each other. We got this." Goggins' words filled them with conviction, bolstering the resolve of those gathered. Gandalf nodded approvingly, recognizing the fire in Goggins' speech. With final preparations complete and farewells exchanged with Elrond and the elves of Rivendell, the Fellowship set out, heading south towards the lands of Holland, with Goggins at the head setting a ferocious pace. Days passed in vigilance and weariness as they navigated through forests and the mostly flat lands of Holland. Their new camouflage gear gave them excellent cover against flocks of birds spying out the land. After 5 days, they arrived at the Redhorn Pass, at the foot of Caradhras, its looming peak shrouded in cloud and snow. It is our good fortune that we are still in summer. In the winter, Caradhras would likely have been nigh on impassable. That being said, it will still be a difficult journey, said Aragorn. Gandalf, his brow furrowed with apprehension, surveyed the mountain. Caradhras has always been a perilous crossing, he muttered, his voice barely audible over the rising winds. But we stand absent choice, lest we chance the road under the mountain and endure the long dark of Moria. We do not know what evil sleeps beneath the mountain, cautioned Aragorn. I would not go that way until all other roads are attempted. Gandalf paused in thought before responding. What does the ring-bearer say? But Goggins cut in. Man, fuck the ring-bearer, he roared. Y'all need to stop being such pussies. This shit's less than half the size of Everest. I'd conquer this hill in an afternoon. Then it is settled, said Aragorn swiftly before anyone could object. Boromir held up a hand, speaking openly for the first time since their departure from Rivendell. Each of us should carry a faggot of wood, as large as he can bear. I was born under the shadow of the White Mountains, and know something of journeys in the high places. Ain't no faggots up in this bitch, exploded Goggins. Gimli, get your punk ass here. Yes, my lord, said Gimli, hastening to Goggins' side. You a stout motherfucker. Go cut down those trees. Yes, my lord, responded Gimli, hastening to follow orders and fell the dead trees Goggins pointed to. Who's gonna carry the logs? Said Goggins a short while later, next to the pile Gimli had chopped. With that, the Fellowship began the arduous ascent, feet sinking into the deepening snow, muscles straining against the unforgiving slope. Goggins led the way, his experience in harsh conditions proving invaluable as he guided them through treacherous paths. Hours stretched into eternity as they fought their way upward, battling not just the mountain's fury, but their own exhaustion at trying to keep pace with Goggins. Yet, with each step, they drew closer to the crest, their spirits buoyed by the knowledge that eventually the path would become a descent. Eventually, after hours of grueling climbing, the Fellowship reached a point where the path narrowed and the terrain became increasingly rugged. Large boulders and fallen rocks blocked their path, leaving them at an impasse. We can't go around, Legolas observed, scanning the sheer cliffs that flanked their route. We must find a way through or go back. Gandalf furrowed his brow, deep in thought. There is no way to clear the path, unfortunately, he said grimly, eyeing the heavy rocks obstructing their path. I fear we may have to go back. Man, fuck that, said Goggins, stepping forward. He reached down to his belt and pulled out a grenade, a weapon the likes of which the Fellowship had never seen. What in the name of Durin is that? Gimli exclaimed. With a swift motion, Goggins placed the grenade at the base of the obstruction and pulled the pin. Fire in the hole, he shouted, motioning for all to move back. The explosion reverberated through the mountain pass, sending debris flying and clearing a substantial portion of the blockage. What sorcery is this? Gandalf muttered, his eyes wide with fear and amazement. Never in my long years have I witnessed such power, but it seems we have our path. You ain't never seen Harry Potter? Asked Goggins, confused at how easily Gandalf was impressed. Harry Potter? Repeated Gandalf, brow furrowed in thought. I am not familiar with this sage. Now, that motherfucker got spells. He killed Voldemort with just a disarming spell. Powerful, he sounds. This Harry Potter, said Gandalf. Dudes, got skills, I'll give him that. He came back from death just to kill the Dark Lord. He returned from death to continue the fight? Noble is this great wizard, and superior is your world to our own in many ways, my good David. Nah, this ain't nothing, man. We got nukes and shit where I'm from that could turn Mordor into Hiroshima. And what of your leaders? Asked Gandalf. We got Biden trying to make America gay again, and Trump grabbing bitches by the pussy. Great meaning do I perceive within your words, brother, said Aragorn, who had been listening intently to their conversation as he helped the others kindle a fire. But you are wise beyond our comprehension. I got a Bachelor of Science in Nuclear Engineering from Berkeley in 1989. Then you are over 1,000 years old? Gasped Aragorn in wide-eyed reverence. It was the year 3018 of the Third Age in Middle-earth. He is not of this age, said Gandalf wisely, continuing to mistake Goggins for one of the Valar. That explains why your speech is so foreign to our ears, my Lord Goggins, said Aragorn. Gimli, called Goggins. Yes, my lord. Start a fire with those faggots. Yes, my lord. They all sat and rested by the fire, warming their hands and feet and enjoying the scenic view before them. They would take a short break to rest before beginning the final stage of their journey across the mountain, the descent. We made it, gasped Merry in relief as they touched down on the other side of the mountain, slumping to the ground with weariness. Good work, men, Goggins shouted as they finally reached the foot of the mountain. The Fellowship was exhausted, but in good spirits at finally leaving behind the harsh cold. We have conquered cruel Caradhras in a single day. We are truly flying. Let us now set course for the lands of Lothlorien, said Gandalf. There and back again. A Goggins Tale, Part 5, Lothlorien. The passing of the mountain had been a challenging endeavor, but finally, the Fellowship had arrived at the borders of Lothlorien. Goggins' training of the company, especially the halflings and their new equipment, had enabled them to make the crossing in a single day. Already, the halflings appeared a good deal hardier than they had since they'd left Hobbiton. Gone was their excess body weight and overhanging belly fat. Even the once fat hobbit Sam now boasted a six-pack and newly developed pectoral muscles, complemented by shoulders that appeared carved from living rock. Just wait till Rosie sees the new you, Sam teased Frodo, causing the others sat around them to laugh. They had stopped by the banks of the Silverlode for a short break to recover from their exertions on the mountain. Rosie Cotton, said Sam, smiling to himself as he gazed down at the flowing river beside them. Man, fuck these hoes, bellowed a disapproving Goggins unexpectedly. His fat ass just got into shape. Why you want a bitch like Rosie to fuck things up again? Now wait just a minute there, Mr. Goggins, sir, responded Sam defiantly. Evidently, Goggins had crossed a line by insulting his dear Rosie. Goggins looked down at his calloused hands and sighed at the inevitable action he must take to reinstate discipline within his unit. Evidently, your bitch ass ain't learned its lesson. This time, Sam attempted to fight back against the beating gifted to him by Goggins, twice his size and tenfold his match in strength. Oh, your punk ass is getting strong now, laughed Goggins, almost admiring the fat hobbit's progress as he set about him for a third time since Hobbiton. I'm still gonna slap the shit out of you, he taunted as he continued to deliver blows and gradually break down his defiance. Sam glanced over to the other hobbits for assistance, but they remained seated resolutely upon the ground, pretending not to notice Sam's plight. They ain't want this smoke, roared Goggins. Eventually, Boromir rose to intervene but was stopped by a raised hand from Aragorn. We must help the halfling, he urged. He but hardens the halfling for the road ahead, explained Aragorn. Can you not see? Already he has grown much under Lord Goggins' instruction. Beside him, Gandalf lowered his pipe and gave Boromir a stern look. Do not interfere in the ways of the mire, for your simple mind comprehends them not. Such was the look in Gandalf's eyes. Boromir was compelled back to the rock upon which he had been sitting. "This is for your own good, motherfucker!" shouted Goggins, bringing Sam's beating to a close, leaving the hobbit a twitching mess upon the grass. "You motherfuckers," he said, pointing at Frodo, Merry, and Pippin. "Set up camp. We gonna chill here tonight. Get a fire going. I'ma go take a shit." Hurriedly, the hobbits scrambled up and got to work. "Is it wise to set a fire?" asked Boromir. "We are in the open, within sight of a known orc stronghold. We got enough firepower to take out a small country." "They ain't gonna do shit," replied Goggins, before heading off into the woods to expel the contents of his bowel. As night descended, the fellowship huddled around the small fire, the flickering flames casting long shadows against the surrounding trees. The soothing sounds of the Silverlode and the distant chirping of nocturnal creatures provided a deceptive calm. Suddenly, Goggins' keen ears picked up a sound, a distant but unmistakable growl followed by the guttural murmurs of orc voices. "All right, you little motherfuckers," hissed Goggins to the hobbits. "You're up. It's time for you to get your first taste of blood. The rest of us ain't gonna interfere." Frodo, Sam, and Merry immediately sprang into action, their recent training kicking in. They moved swiftly and silently, taking up strategic vantage positions around the camp, ensuring they could cut off any escape routes when the fighting began. "Pippin, you're on support duty. Lob this stun grenade at the enemy. Then hit him with a flare, so the team can see what they're dealing with." Pippin nodded, eager to prove himself. He clutched the stun grenade tightly, waiting for Goggins' signal. The sounds grew louder, the orcs and wolves closing in, their dark shapes barely visible in the night. "Now, motherfucker!" Pippin lobbed the stun grenade toward the approaching enemy. A loud bang echoed through the valley, followed by disoriented growls and shouts from the orcs. He then quickly lit and tossed the flare, casting a bright, harsh light across the scene, illuminating the startled orcs and wolves. Frodo, Sam, and Merry fired from their positions, their bullets finding their marks with precision. The orcs, blinded and confused by the sudden light, were easy targets. The hobbits' relentless training paid off as they worked in unison, cutting down the enemy with surprising efficiency. Within minutes, the fighting was over. The orcs and wolves lay dead, scattered across the ground. Goggins and the remaining company watched, mightily impressed as the hobbits emerged from their positions, breathless but victorious. "This is why you do not interfere in the affairs of a mire," Gandalf snarled at Boromir, clear disdain upon his face. Boromir, still processing the swift and brutal efficiency of the hobbits, could only nod in agreement. "Would that we had these hobbits and their like for the defense of Gondor," he muttered. Goggins approached the hobbits, a rare smile of approval on his face. "Well done, little bitches. You've proven yourselves tonight. Remember this feeling. It's just the beginning. When this is all over, you four are gonna be some savage motherfuckers." The fellowship resumed their rest around the fire, the hobbits feeling a new sense of pride, while the others felt a newfound respect for their capabilities and fearlessness. Goggins' unorthodox methods had once again shown their worth, hardening the company for the challenges that lay ahead. The fire crackled softly as they exchanged stories. "Mr. Goggins, sir, I have a question," said Frodo. "Say that shit with your chest," Little Man encouraged Goggins. "Where do you come from?" "My people come from Africa. They came to America as slaves a long time ago. My dad was a pimp. He used to beat on me and my mama." "That explains a lot," whispered Sam, but his words unfortunately carried in the night to Goggins, who gave a small smirk. "Evidently, your motherfucking ass ain't learned its lesson, but I'ma let you off this one time cause of you and your boy's show on the battlefield today." "Thank you, Mr. Goggins," Sir responded Sam, bowing his head in respect and humility. Now, I'ma keep watch tonight, so y'all bitches can go to sleep. I ain't finished my training today. The following morning, the company woke, packed up camp and made their way, led by Gandalf, into the woods of Lothlorien. "Shut the fuck up, Gimli. You're breathing too fucking loud, man," snarled Goggins. "Yes, my lord." Just then there was a rustling of leaves behind them. "Contact right," shouted Goggins, readying his weapon. "Defense formation." It may have gone ill for both parties had the elves been unaware of the fellowships and Gandalf been unfamiliar with the folk of Lothlorien. "Peace. We are all elf friends," shouted Gandalf, his voice magically magnified. "We received word of your coming, Gandalf, but do not recognize some of your company, dressed as they are in such outlandish fashion and accompanied by a dwarf. I cannot give leave and allow such to cross the borders into our lands without word from the lady. This is the company that departed from Rivendell on an urgent errand that must not be delayed or hindered. The lady is aware of each of our company, I assure you, Haldir," responded Gandalf, recognizing the elf. Haldir considered for a moment before responding. "I understand. I will let all enter by exception, but the dwarf must go blindfold. No dwarf has passed these borders for hundreds of years, and I would not provide opportunity for one to spy out our lands." Gandalf did not appear pleased by the offer. "I must discuss your terms with my company," he responded before turning back and motioning for Goggins and Aragorn to join him. He relayed to them the elf's words. "What's wrong with Gimli?" asked Goggins, concerned. "He lacked clearance or some shit." "It is clear the elves do not easily let go of a grudge," Aragorn nodded. "They won't budge unless the Lady of the Woods gives her leave. Indeed, we are left with but 3 choices. Persuade Gimli to walk blindfold while we go free." "The dwarf will not take kindly to this treatment," conceded Aragorn. "His short ass will follow orders," assured Goggins. But Aragorn appeared unconvinced. "What are our other options?" "Other options are equally unappealing. We can either leave Gimli behind, undoubtedly he will find his way back to his own people in the mountains, or we can start a battle against the elves for the dignity of our friend." "We should ask Gimli. The choice should ultimately be his," advised Aragorn. And so they called Gimli over and filled him in on the situation. "Gimli, they ain't want your short ass spying out their land. These hillbilly tree-hugging motherfuckers are racist as hell. We're gonna need you to take one for the team, buddy." Unhappy though he was at being singled out in such a dishonorable manner, Gimli followed his master's instructions. He received a rare fist bump from Goggins, a sign of recognition and respect for his sacrifice. Goggins called forth Legolas and unceremoniously ripped from his shoulder a silver brooch, much to the elf's dissatisfaction. He fashioned this into a medal of sorts and presented it to Gimli. "Lieutenant Gimli, step forward," he shouted. The dwarf followed instruction, and the medal was pinned to the front of his armor. Goggins then raised a hand to his brow in military salute. "What is he doing?" asked the badly beaten Sam, peering at the theatrics through heavily bruised and puffy eyes. "He is conducting a warrior ritual in the fashion of his kind, honoring Gimli for his service and valor," responded Aragorn in reverence, taking a knee. "Thank you, master," responded Gimli. "You can get medals?" asked Pippin in an excited whisper. "I'm getting one too." "Haldir," the elf stepped forward. "If all is settled as agreed, then let us proceed." As agreed, Gimli was blindfolded and led ahead by the elves, while the others walked at their leisure, appreciating the beauty of Lothlorien. All were in awe at the beauty around them, except Goggins. "This ain't nothing, man. Y'all ain't never seen Yellowstone in the summer. Now that shit looks spectacular." Haldir paused, taken aback. "You are unimpressed by what your eyes see?" asked Haldir. The elf looked shook. "Man, all I see is some grass and these big-ass trees." I ain't no monkey. If this was America, they'd have chopped these motherfuckers down for furniture. At this, Aragorn turned and whispered to Gandalf, "Only one who has dwelt in the blessed realm and the undying lands of the Valor would stand as such, unimpressed by the pale imitations of Middle-earth." Gandalf grunted in agreement. "Back home, we got 380-foot redwoods," continued Goggins. "What is a redwood?" asked Haldir curiously. "Trees. Your trees stand taller than ours. Indeed, they are almost as tall as Orthanc." "Yeah, they tall as hell. Y'all motherfuckers need to watch Avatar. Tell me more of your land as we walk, friend. What do you want to know? Tell me of your people." "I'm from America. The streets are full of crackheads, hookers, and homeless." "What are these crackheads and hookers of which you speak? Are they similar to my kind?" "There is difference among the elves. There are the elves of Mirkwood, the tree elves of Lothlorien, and the elves of Rivendell. As such, you people are of different kinds and places." "I suppose they are," responded Goggins thoughtfully. "So the crackheads spend their time smoking crack, and the hookers, they be hoeing for cash and Gucci, sort of like a job. Hold on, let me show you." Goggins reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Turning it on, he began showing the elf pictures. "I ain't got signal here, man, but I got some pictures I can show you." The more Goggins scrolled, the wider the elf's eyes became. "This bitch's name is Shaniqua. This fat bitch is Kelsey, and this one's Brittany. She got that hawk too." "You know what I mean," said Goggins with a smirk, fist bumping the bewildered Haldir. "My friend, I would dearly like to visit your lands upon a day," said Haldir with an eager smile. "It appears to me, Lothlorien is beautiful, but there is other beauty to be found out there in other places and people." "I know that fucking look," laughed Goggins loudly. "You need you a nasty bitch. Don't worry, I'ma hook you up, but only if you take the blindfold off my boy Gimli." Haldir gulped nervously, then looked around quickly at the other elves before nodding. "It will be done, Lord." "You have my gratitude, Master," said Gimli, bowing deeply after his blindfold was removed. "It ain't nothing, man." The remaining journey passed by in pleasant conversation between the elves and the company. "We're almost there," said Haldir at around midday. "The Lord and Lady are eager to meet you all." The world turned a radiant golden color as they approached the inner city of Lothlorien. "One of y'all bitches need to mow this motherfucking lawn," commented an unimpressed Goggins. "The grass grows freely here in the golden wood, long and fragrant. It is soft to the touch. Here, your animal will delight in grazing," responded Haldir, nodding towards Bill the pony, who indeed looked happy chewing mouthfuls of the thick grass as they walked. "We are here," announced Haldir, leading them around an enormous thick tree towards a truly impressive sight. "Now that's one big motherfucking tree," said Goggins as they approached. The company was led up a winding set of stairs wrapped around the tree as thick as a house. At the top they found a large pavilion, at the back of which were two ornately carved wooden seats, surrounded by branches of golden leaves and bark. There sat the Lord and Lady of the Wood, tall and slender, although young by appearance. Goggins could tell they were much older than they looked. "Damn, she looks good," thought Goggins, looking the elf lady up and down. But as he locked eyes with her, a voice spoke in his head. "Welcome," it said in an ethereal tone. "What the fuck?" muttered Goggins in surprise. He looked more closely at the lady and realized she was speaking to him telepathically. "This bitch is on some MK Ultra type mind control shit. I gotta fight it. What you want, bitch?" He responded in thought, and the voice responded. "I but seek to offer you an alternative path. Step aside, abandon the quest and receive all that your heart desires," she said. "Tell me, warrior, what is it your heart desires?" Goggins smirked. "Man, I would do things to you your man ain't never done in 1,000 years, he thought. What is it your heart desires to do to me? My heart? Nothing. I got other plans for you. 50 Shades of Lothlorien, he thought before letting his imagination run wild. Such was the vividness of his imagination. The lady faltered upon her seat, breaking eye contact for a moment. He is too powerful, she muttered, clutching her chest. Hearing this, her lord husband turned to her in concern. What is it, Galadriel? Do you once more wrestle in thought with the Dark Lord? It is nothing, she dismissed before resuming her gaze upon Goggins. Never have I heard or seen such flattery. Tell me more, warrior, she said, once again communicating telepathically. I'll scratch that 1,000-year-old itch you got, responded Goggins before resuming his explicit thoughts. We clapping cheeks tonight. At this, a visible shudder ran through the lady, at which her lord husband once again turned to her in concern. My apologies. We must postpone our welcome of you. The Lady Galadriel is greatly troubled and is in need of rest. With that, the company was led away to an enormous tent, made ready for them with beds. It seemed to me she was testing us, pretending to offer that which was not in her power to give, in exchange for setting aside the quest. Needless to say, I declined, said a restless-looking Boromir who had been pacing the tent for the last 20 minutes. Man, what I want is definitely in her power to give, laughed Goggins. At this, Gimli stood up dramatically. Alas, my eyes have gazed upon that which was fairest and pure beyond the imagination of us mortals. That bitch ain't as pure as you think, brother, said Goggins thoughtfully. She's a pure hoe. I'm telling you, Gimli, you gotta shoot your shot. Maybe she prefers them short and thick. I can tell you right now that Lord ain't touching no sides. Would that she had a beard. They heard Gimli trailing off, muttering to himself as one by one the company laid down on the comfy beds and fell asleep. Goggins woke sometime later to find it was still dark outside. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed movement at the mouth of the tent. He turned to look closer and saw Frodo and Sam sneaking out carefully so as not to rouse the others. These little bitches are up to some fuckery again, thought Goggins, slowly getting up to follow. As he followed, he was noticed and stopped by an elven guard who questioned where he was going. Man, I'm just trying to find a toilet. That elven piss you people drink just ran right through me, he replied, brushing the guard off to continue his pursuit. Goggins followed the hobbits' whispers until he turned into a large clearing and found them standing before the Lady of the Wood. Frodo, Sam, he shouted, scaring the hobbits. What the fuck you little bitches doing out of bed? But before they could respond, he cut them off. Get the fuck back to bed. Yes, Mr. Goggins, sir, they both repeated before scurrying back in fear. Once the two hobbits had left, Goggins' attention turned back to the elven lady. Damn, you look fine, girl, he began. You flatter me, my lord Goggins, responded Galadriel, looking eager but somewhat unsure of herself, as though mustering up the courage before a reckless move. I would continue our earlier discussion, if you are of a mind, she went on. This bitch is coming on to me, thought Goggins. We done talking, woman. Let's see what you've got. The following morning, the company were roused by an elf at the mouth of the tent. What was all that screaming last night? Asked Pippin, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. While you slept, the lady wrestled in thought with the Dark Lord. We found her early this morning, collapsed upon the ground, replied the elf. She was wrestling with something all right, muttered Goggins under his breath. She is resting now, while the Lord tends to her. Even in her younger days as an elf maiden, she has not felt such domination. It is a sign of darker times and the rise of Mordor. It will be days before she can once again walk these fair fields. The elf wept as he spoke. Curse the Dark Lord. The fair Lady Galadriel will remain heavy upon thought until she returns to full wellness, spluttered a teary-eyed Gimli. His beard was drenched. Goggins placed a consoling hand upon the dwarf's shoulder. She took a real pounding last night, brother, but I know she can't wait to go again. Such is the lady's spirit, nodded the elf in agreement to Goggins' words. After that, they spent many days in Lothlorien, at ease before their quest continued again. The screams of the lady were heard almost every night until the Fellowship's departure. The Fellowship spent many nights debating which direction the quest should take after Lothlorien. Should they make directly for Mordor or instead go first to Gondor in aid of Boromir's people? "What do you counsel, my Lord Goggins?" asked Strider one night, turning to Goggins after the others had once again failed to come to a consensus. "The motherfucking mission is our motherfucking mission," snapped Goggins. "I say we send those little bitches with Boromir." He nodded towards the hobbits, while the rest of us complete our objective to destroy the ring. "I agree," nodded Aragorn and Gandalf in unison, much to the dismay of the hobbits. "But I would counsel we hold off on deciding until we must. The Lord and Lady have furnished our company with boats, which will carry us far down the river, giving us more time to make a final choice. What is more, the Lady takes favor upon you, David. She has agreed to send a unit of elves to strengthen the battalion you trained in Rivendell. They will be leaving shortly for Rohan." "I did what I had to do," said Goggins, giving Gimli a sly wink. "Loosened her up for you, buddy." "Good," responded Gandalf. "If all is in order, we will depart tomorrow down the Great River." The following morning, as the Fellowship prepared for departure on the banks of the river, they were met by the Lord and Lady, who had prepared for each of them a gift. When it came to Goggins' turn, the Lady stepped forward and pulled a small, bright object from her robes. "That a stun grenade?" asked Goggins. "This is the Phial of Galadriel, within which is caught starlight. I gift it to you, in the hope that it is a light for you when all other lights go out, and as a reminder of the Lady of the Golden Wood." "Would it not be better bestowed upon the ring-bearer?" asked her lord husband doubtfully. "It would not," replied the lady bluntly. Lastly, she turned to Gimli and asked the dwarf what gift he would have of her. The simple dwarf asked for a single golden hair from her head. "Why you gotta be such a fucking simp, man?" Goggins hissed in the dwarf's ear, as Galadriel unbraided a lock of her hair. "Ask to smash, man. Stop being a lil bitch." But before Gimli could alter his request, his window of opportunity closed as he received the hair. The lady turned her attention back to Goggins. "As my final gift to you, I would offer you the chance to look into my mirror, for what you see may be of benefit to you." Goggins accepted and followed the lady alone back to the clearing in which they had met on his first night in Lothlorien. They did not know if it was a trick of the wind, but those waiting for their return by the riverbank thought they could faintly hear the screams of the lady. "You screamed? Is everything okay?" asked the Lord in concern as his lady wife returned with Goggins 20 minutes later. "It was the mirror," responded Goggins quickly. "Things out of control, man, almost sucked out my soul." "I am spent," said the lady, looking dazed. She took a deep breath and steadied herself before seeing off her guests. "Farewell. My thoughts go with thee." There and back again. A Goggins Tale. Part 6. The Breaking of the Fellowship. Who's gonna carry the boats? They had been made to paddle non-stop the entire morning at the insistence of an overly energetic Mr. Goggins, who had maintained a constant stream of encouragement and profanity since departure. Such had been the effect of this bellowing and barking. The company found themselves subconsciously repeating his phrases as their aching arms pulled at the waters with the smooth elven paddles. Uncomfortable with the leisurely flow of the river, Goggins urged the company to paddle with ferocity. "Ah, Bill, you ought to have stayed in Bree," reminisced Sam, who had developed a fondness for the pony. Man, he gonna be eating good with those elven niggas, reassured Goggins, patting Sam on the back. Bill the pony had been left behind to graze the fragrant grass of the elves as their narrow boats were unfit to bear such a creature. Despite missing the serene calm of Lothlorien, the company were, for the most part, in high spirits. All but the dwarf remained upbeat. Galadriel, he whispered mournfully to himself, reminiscing long over the gentle elven lady. I know what you sayin', dude, consoled Goggins, overhearing Gimli's whispers as he shared the same boat as the dwarf and elf. I got fond memories of that bitch myself. As they continued down the river Anduin, the day turned to night. The Fellowship set up camp along the riverbank and slept. Goggins and Aragorn were on watch, their eyes scanning the darkness, when a rustle in the brush caught their attention. What was that? Aragorn asked, his hand instinctively going to his sword. Just keep your head on a swivel, Goggins hissed in reply. Slimy motherfucker could be hiding anywhere. Goggins reached into his pack and pulled out a stun grenade, holding it in his hand like a coiled viper ready to strike. When this goes off, be ready to grab that piece of shit, he whispered to Aragorn, his eyes never leaving the shadows. Gollum's slithering form darted out from the brush, his eyes glinting in the moonlight. Before he could scuttle away, Goggins hurled the grenade. The stun went off with a deafening bang, lighting up the trees in a blinding flash. At that exact moment, Gandalf, who had been quietly resting nearby, clutched his chest, gasping for air. By the Valar, he rasped, his face pale. Goggins was on him in a flash, his hands moving quickly. Shit, the motherfucking wizard's having a heart attack, he barked, immediately administering first aid. Aragorn rushed over, pulling out some leaves of Athalas, the healing herb of kings. These may help, he offered, reaching toward Gandalf. Goggins shot him a scathing look and barked, Man, put that shit away. You think your damn oregano can fix everything? This ain't no cold remedy. I'm trying to save this motherfucker's life. Aragorn sheepishly tucked the Athalas back into his pouch. Goggins tore open his backpack, pulling out a bottle of aspirin, which he swiftly crushed between Gandalf's lips. Not content with just the aspirin, Goggins smirked and whipped out a small adrenaline shot and injected it into the old wizard's arm. In seconds, Gandalf's eyes shot open, pupils dilated and wide, as he sprang to his feet with a surprising burst of energy. What power is this? The wizard exclaimed, practically vibrating with vitality. Without missing a beat, Gandalf spun around and, in a frenzy of unexpected vigor, began to deliver a flurry of strikes at the now recovering Gollum, whose disoriented state left him an easy target. The Fellowship gathered around, shaken by the explosive moment but relieved at their successful capture. Gollum, now thoroughly battered, lay groaning at their feet. Goggins glanced down at the pitiful creature, disgust on his face. Slimy ass bitch, he muttered, kicking a small amount of dirt towards Gollum's trembling form. Gollum was bound in ropes, mumbling incoherently about his precious, while Gandalf, still pulsing with renewed energy, paced back and forth, muttering about the strange power of Goggins' methods. Frodo, wide-eyed, finally broke the silence. Is Gollum dangerous? He asked, eyeing the creature warily. Dangerous? Nah, he's been sucking off those Mordor orcs, replied Goggins, leaning in toward Frodo. I say we cut his nuts off, man. He ain't gonna need them anyway. I don't think we should, answered Frodo. Why? You want to suck him? I knew you were a faggot. No, I just pity the poor creature. Fuck that. Gimli, bring your axe. Goggins shouted across to the dwarf. We gonna see what this little bitch is packing under that cloth. Frodo looked around for support as Goggins pinned down a terrified Gollum, but Gandalf had run off into the bushes and Aragorn raised no objection. Clearly, he did not like the creature. We cannot, he began an objection, but he was immediately shut down by Goggins. Man, shut your ass up. A gasp filled the clearing as Gollum's loincloth was removed. Damn, Looks like someone got there first, said Goggins awkwardly. He glanced around for a moment before covering Gollum again. I see why you all fucked up now, he said to the pitiful creature. Them LGBTs in Mordor made you trans. Gollum did not respond. He curled into a ball on the ground and began whimpering. That's fucked up, said Goggins to the group around him. They took that lil nigger's precious, all right. He stooped down and addressed Gollum in a softer voice this time. Man, that ain't right. I promise you, if you help us, we'll get you your revenge, and Gimli here, and his people will make you a new one. They're good with that type of shit. A new one, whispered Gollum hesitantly, uncurling himself to look at Goggins. We wants it. Damn right, man, a big prosthetic one. You can smash as much as you want then. Get you some of that orc pussy. The fear slowly left Gollum's face, to be replaced with a more hopeful expression. We swears to help you, master. Good. Where the enemy at? They are coming, master. A large group of Uruks. We saw them with the white hand. They're a day's march from us. Good. Gimli, untie his ass. Gollum, you're part of this company now. If you fuck up, I'ma have Gimli take your leg with that axe. Then we see how your ass climbs trees. Aragorn again looked in awe at his fellow ranger. Truly, he is more worthy of the kingship than I, he whispered to himself. Goggins then stood to address the company. Right, we got enemy inbound. I say we find higher ground and fortify. Then we must go to Amon Hen. It's half a day from here. We can make our defense there, said Aragorn. But there, we must also decide our direction. Do we head directly to Mordor or make our path via Rohan and Gondor? Any other suggestions? Asked Goggins. We could make directly for Gondor and attempt to outrun the enemy, suggested Boromir. Negative. These lil bitches would get outrun by little kids, responded Goggins, gesturing towards the hobbits. Looks like we're hitting the hilltop then. Get some rest. We head out at 0600 hours. The night's tension slowly dissipated as the Fellowship returned to their resting spots, though none would sleep quite as easily with Gollum now in their midst, resting for the moment by a tree. As dawn broke over the river Anduin, the Fellowship rose early, weary but resolute. Goggins, always the first to rise, stood by the tree where Gollum lay curled up, his watchful eyes scanning the horizon. He clapped his hands loudly, jolting the group awake. All right, rise and grind, bitches. We've got enemy coming in hot, and we ain't waiting around for those slimy fuckers to catch up, Goggins barked. We head for the hills. Move, bitches. Aragorn and Boromir began organizing the company while Goggins stood over Gollum, who uncurled himself and stretched, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and newfound devotion. You ready to get some payback, lil homie? Goggins asked, looking down at Gollum. Yes, we help. We helps the master, Gollum replied eagerly. Suddenly, a loud crashing noise erupted from behind them. They all whipped around, weapons at the ready, only to see Gandalf stumble out of the trees, branches, and twigs tangled in his hair and beard. His robes were torn, and he looked thoroughly disheveled. He staggered a few more steps, his eyes wide before collapsing face first into the dirt with a heavy thud. Goggins rolled his eyes, though there was a smirk tugging at his lips. Damn wizard must be coming down off that shot of adrenaline. The others rushed to Gandalf's side, while Goggins stood back, hands on his hips, shaking his head. Told you not to go running off like a crackhead. Aragorn knelt beside the wizard, checking his breathing. He's alive, but he's completely exhausted. Gandalf groaned, barely able to lift his head. By the Vala, I feel like I've been trampled by a Mumakil, he rasped, struggling to sit up, but he had no strength left. His limbs were limp, his usual dignified aura replaced by utter weariness. Get him into one of the boats, Aragorn instructed. He can't walk any further, and we still have to reach Amon Hen before the Uruks regroup. Sam and Boromir carefully helped lift Gandalf into one of the narrow elven boats, his body slumping against the side. His usually sharp eyes were now half closed, his energy drained from the unnatural surge of strength that had pushed him beyond his limits. As they prepared to leave, Frodo approached Goggins. "Is he going to be okay?" Frodo asked, concern etched on his face as he glanced at the weary wizard. Goggins waved a dismissive hand. "He'll be fine. He just needs to sleep it off, like a hangover from the hardest damn workout of his life." With Gandalf securely placed in one of the boats, the Fellowship resumed their journey. They paddled upriver toward the hills, the tension in the air still thick as they knew the enemy was close. Gollum, now swimming alongside one of the boats, muttered to himself, casting furtive glances at Frodo's pack, where the ring was hidden. Gandalf lay motionless in the boat, his breathing steady but deep, a few twigs still stuck in his hair. Occasionally, his hand would twitch, and he'd mutter something unintelligible, but otherwise, he was completely out of commission. "I've never seen Gandalf like this," Merry whispered to Pippin as they paddled. "He's usually the one saving us." "Well, after Mr. Goggins saved him with that special medicine, he ran as fast as a horse," Pippin replied. "He'll need to sleep for a week to recover from that." The boats continued to glide silently along the river, the forest on either side growing denser as they neared the hill of Amon Hen. Goggins kept his eyes on the surroundings, ever alert for any sign of the enemy. As they approached the foot of the hill, Goggins called out, "All right, time to stash the boats. We'll fortify the ruins at the top." The company dragged their boats onto the shore and prepared for the steep climb. Gandalf was still out cold, so Goggins lifted him in army fashion and carried the unconscious wizard up the hill. Despite the situation, the sight of Gandalf, the once mighty wizard, now limp and draped over Goggins' back, drew some chuckles from the group. Goggins, ever the motivator, took one last glance at Gandalf before turning to the rest of the Fellowship. Aragorn stooped to the ground, putting his ear to a rock and listened. He rose after a couple minutes. "The earth is disturbed by their accursed feet. There are very many of them, within a league of us. They will be upon us within the hour." "Right, let's fortify this bitch," Goggins announced, taking charge. He pointed to the dwarf and elf. "You two, scout the perimeter. Make sure nothing sneaks up on us. Frodo, Sam, you guys stay close to Gandalf." "They're close," said Legolas, returning from his scouting mission. Goggins cracked his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with the anticipation of battle. "Good, let's fucking wake Dumbledore." He leaned over Gandalf and administered another shot of adrenaline. Immediately, and to the surprise of all, the wizard once again shot up just as Uruks appeared and charged without warning, their guttural roars filling the air. The Fellowship braced for impact, ready to defend their position. Forward leapt the wizard, staff forgotten. He drew his sword and with an enormous bellow fell upon the enemy with a ferocity that put Aragorn and Boromir to shame. They watched with amazement as he clove through the foremost Uruks. "Stay hard, motherfuckers. Harder than you've ever been," barked Goggins as the Fellowship rushed to meet the oncoming horde. The moment was chaotic, yet exhilarating. Boromir and Aragorn, momentarily stunned, swiftly joined the fray, their swords flashing as they fought back the tide of enemies pouring in. Legolas, from a vantage point higher up the ruins of Amon Hen, eagerly loosed bullet after bullet, finally having opportunity to test out the new weaponry Goggins had designed for him, each round finding its mark with deadly precision. Goggins, eyes wild with focus, stayed at the rear of the fight, barking orders like a general, motivating the Fellowship with his usual blend of profanity and intensity. "Ain't nobody dying on my fucking watch. You think these ugly-ass motherfuckers gonna take pity on your sorry asses? Hell no. Keep swinging, keep moving." Gandalf, now in the thick of the fight, moved like a whirlwind. The enemy had never seen anything like it. The wizard had become a force of nature, as if his adrenaline-powered fury gave him the strength of 10 men. He fought like a man possessed. Boromir, panting as he fought beside Aragorn, glanced over at Gandalf and muttered, What in Middle-earth did the Lord Goggins give him? Suddenly, an Uruk broke through the line and rushed toward Frodo, but the hobbits were ready. Their brutal training with Goggins had changed them. Sam, loyal as always, intercepted the Uruk's wide swing, allowing Frodo an opening to dart in and stab with sting, straight into its black heart. "The hobbit's bite is deep," cheered Aragorn, who had seen from the corner of his eye. With the tide turning against the enemy, their morale began to crumble. The fierce resistance of the Fellowship, bolstered by Goggins' leadership, and Gandalf's ferocity, was proving too much for the enemy to handle. One by one they began to retreat, their fierce roars turning to panicked cries as they fled toward the woods. Amidst the chaos, Goggins caught sight of an Uruk stumbling over the rocky terrain, desperately trying to escape, and sprinted after him, leaping over fallen bodies and rubble. In seconds, he closed the distance, tackling the filthy creature to the ground. The Uruk let out a snarling growl, thrashing in an attempt to free himself, but Goggins quickly subdued him with a swift punch to the face, knocking him out cold. The company gathered around as Goggins dragged the unconscious Uruk into their midst. "Wake this motherfucker up," he growled. Gimli pulled out a water flask and splashed it over the creature's face. The Uruk jerked awake, his yellow eyes glaring with fury, but the sight of Goggins and the Fellowship standing over him quickly drained the defiance from him. "You got one chance, otherwise my man Gimli here's gonna start by taking a foot," said Goggins, gesturing menacingly to Gimli, who was busy wiping the blood from his axe. "Where you from, motherfucker? Who sent your ass?" The Uruk's gaze flicked nervously from Goggins to Gimli's blood-stained axe, then back to Goggins. His heavy breathing slowed, as if calculating whether to cooperate or face the dwarf's blade. "We march from Isengard. The White Hand, Saruman sends us," the Uruk hissed, trying to sit up. "We were ordered to capture the halflings and bring them to him." Goggins nodded slowly, crouching down to meet the Uruk's eye level, a smirk forming on his lips. "Where's the rest of your fighters?" The Uruk hesitated before growling, "More come. More follow. The land swarms with us. You won't escape." Goggins glanced over at Aragorn and Legolas, who exchanged worried glances. Then he looked back at the Uruk and let out a low whistle. "Man, I'll fuck your people up. You ain't no Taliban, and we bomb the shit out of them." He stood up. "All right, Gimli. Do your thing." The dwarf grinned wickedly, raising his axe, and with one swift motion, he brought it down, as promised, upon the Uruk's foot. The crunch of bone echoed through the clearing, and the Uruk let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Gimli grunted with satisfaction, raising his axe again, preparing to put the Uruk out of his misery. As the Uruk writhed on the ground, Gollum, who had been lurking in the shadows, scuttled forward with surprising speed. His eyes gleamed with something darker than his usual. "We hates them, precious. We hates the nasty Orcsies." Before anyone could react, Gollum lunged at the creature with terrifying force, sinking his sharp teeth directly into the creature's groin. The watching company collectively winced, clenching as they turned from the scene, their faces twisting in disgust and pain as the Uruk howled in agony. Boromir winced, muttering under his breath, "What is this madness?" After Gollum had had his fill, the Uruk was left groaning and almost unconscious upon the ground. With a swift and brutal efficiency, Goggins finished the creature off, delivering a fatal blow to its skull with his boot. The lifeless body slumped to the ground. "Mission accomplished. Let's move out," said Goggins. The rest of the Fellowship exchanged uneasy glances. Even after all they had seen, this level of brutality still gave them pause. Frodo looked down at the scene, a shadow of doubt crossing his face. He caught Aragorn's eye, and for a brief moment, the ranger understood the hobbit's concern. "We must decide our course first," said Aragorn. "It is for the ring-bearer to decide," announced Gandalf. Now joining the company, he looked to have returned to his usual calm. "What happened to you, Gandalf?" asked Frodo, full of concern. "A madness took me, but it has passed. he replied, giving Goggins a small nod of gratitude before continuing his address of the group. There are but two choices, taking the ring directly to Mordor or going south through Rohan and Gondor. This decision rests with Frodo. Frodo did not provide an immediate response. He looked deeply troubled. Well, prompted an impatient Goggins. Give me 1 hour to decide. I need space to think. Gandalf nodded, and the little hobbit walked off alone towards the top of the hill. As Frodo walked away toward the peak of Amon Hen, with the weight of the decision bearing down on him, the Fellowship remained behind, watching him go in silence. Man, this ain't no time for motherfuckers to be second-guessing. We ain't fighting fucking ISIS here, shouted Goggins in frustration as he paced back and forth. Aragorn stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the distant horizon. We must respect Frodo's decision. The weight of the ring is his alone to bear. Boromir, still nursing the lingering temptation of the ring's power, kept a close eye on Frodo as he disappeared from view. His thoughts swirled with desire and doubt. He had been so close to seizing the ring before, and even now, the allure tugged at him. But the silence was short-lived. Boromir, unable to contain himself, quietly slipped away from the rest of the group and began following Frodo up the hill. His footsteps were careful, his breath steady, as he closed in on the ring-bearer. Frodo, lost in his own thoughts, didn't notice Boromir approaching until it was too late. He turned just in time to see the man standing behind him, his expression a mix of desperation and longing. Frodo, Boromir said softly, I didn't mean to frighten you. I just wanted to talk. The ring, it is a gift, Frodo. Why not use it? Frodo backed away, his hand instinctively clutching the ring beneath his shirt. No, Boromir. You don't understand. The ring is evil. It cannot be used. Boromir's eyes darkened, his voice rising. It is power. Power that we can wield for good. Give it to me, Frodo. I can protect us. I can protect Gondor. Frodo, now frightened, turned to run, but Boromir caught his arm. Frodo, don't you see? I only want to protect my people. We can end this war. Let me go. Frodo cried, struggling and managing to break free. The ring cannot be used. Boromir lunged forward, his voice rising in anger. You're a fool if you believe that. It is a gift, and you would let it go to waste. A sudden rustle from behind provided enough distraction for Frodo to put on the ring and vanish. Goggins had been watching, ever the vigilant soldier, and now he appeared from the shadows, moving with silent precision. His eyes locked on Boromir, who had taken a threatening step toward Frodo. Oh, hell no, Goggins growled under his breath, recognizing Boromir's intentions. Without hesitation, Goggins leapt forward and tackled Boromir to the ground, using his Brazilian jiu-jitsu skills to subdue the much larger man. Boromir struggled, but Goggins was too fast, too strong. He quickly wrapped Boromir up in a rear naked choke and squeezed. I got some jiu-jitsu ready for your ass, snarled Goggins as Boromir thrashed beneath him. Tap out, motherfucker. But Boromir, unfamiliar with the concept of tapping out, continued to fight, his face turning red as he gasped for air. Goggins, sensing Boromir's confusion, tightened his grip, determined to put him out before he could do any more damage. Boromir's struggles grew weaker until, at last, his body went limp in Goggins' arms. Man, you gotta know when to quit. A few moments later, the rest of the Fellowship arrived, alerted by the commotion. Aragorn and Legolas rushed to Boromir's side, checking to make sure he was still breathing. Gandalf, who had now fully recovered from his earlier surge of energy, stood over the scene with a grim fury. Boromir began to stir, groaning as he came to. His eyes blinked open, and he found himself surrounded by the Fellowship. Fool, you let the ring take hold of you. Gandalf's gaze was stern as he addressed Boromir. He tried to steal the precious, hissed Gollum. Boromir, shame flooding his face, struggled to sit up. I'm sorry. I could not resist it. Its power, it was too much. Goggins crossed his arms, shaking his head in disgust. You a treacherous motherfucker. Mr. Frodo, shouted Sam in panic. Where's Mr. Frodo? He ran off like a little bitch, Sam. Let's go find him. The rest of you, rehabilitate this sneaky fucker. Rendezvous back at the boats in 20 minutes. And with that, he, Sam and Gollum took off. Meanwhile, Frodo now stood at the edge of the great river, his heart pounding as he thought of his companions. His mind raced. The burden of the ring was too much for anyone else to bear. It had already started to twist the others. Boromir had almost taken it by force. No, he couldn't risk them falling to its power. This was his burden alone. His decision made, Frodo's hands trembled as he began stepping into the small boat, ready to push off and continue on the quest to Mordor, alone. But before he could set off, he heard heavy footsteps behind him. Goggins was there, his eyes blazing with rage. Frodo, where the fuck you going, man? Frodo froze, turning to face Goggins. The intensity in his friend's expression frightened him. I'm going to Mordor. Alone. The ring. It's too dangerous. It's affecting everyone. I can't let it destroy them. Destroy us. Goggins shook his head in frustration. You think that's an acceptable answer, soldier? Just fucking off into Mordor by yourself. You lost your motherfucking mind, son. You ain't hard enough for that. I have to. Frodo shouted, his voice strained, almost pleading. It's my burden. My responsibility. I cannot ask anyone to bear it for me. What burden? It's a fucking ring, man. You ain't carrying a 100-pound backpack across Afghanistan, motherfucker. Goggins stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. Don't give me that noble shit, you faggot. You think going off alone is going to protect us? You walking straight to the enemy ain't no grand sacrifice. You got shit for brains, son. You a selfish motherfucker. Frodo recoiled at the words, his eyes wide. Selfish. How? I'm trying to save you. Save all of you. But Goggins wasn't backing down. His fists clenched at his sides as he leaned in, voice low and dangerous. You think you're gonna walk your pansy ass into Mordor through an army of orcs, ring wraiths, and drop that evil cock ring in the fire like it's a fucking day trip? I can't ask you all to come with me, friend Goggins, Frodo stammered, his resolve cracking. Fuck you, man. Goggins spat. You think you're protecting us by going alone? You're setting us all up, you little piece of shit. You gonna get captured, and then we all fucked. All so you could play the fucking martyr? Frodo's hands were shaking now, his eyes welling with tears. Mr. Goggins, please, understand. Nah, motherfucker, Goggins snapped. You ain't going anywhere. Get your motherfucking ass back on land now. Frodo tried to speak, but no words came out. Goggins stepped even closer. You ain't dragging the rest of us down with you by pulling this solo bullshit. Not when I got me some elf bitches to smash when I get back. For a long moment, there was silence between them. Slowly, Frodo lowered his head, tears slipping down his cheeks. I didn't mean... Man, you ain't right for this ring-bearer shit, said Goggins, looking down upon the little hobbit in disgust. That fat motherfucker Sam got balls twice the size of yours, man. Frodo nodded weakly. They were joined by the rest of the company as they dragged the boat back onto the shore. All oblivious to what had transpired moments before. What is the ring-bearer's decision? Asked Gandalf. But it was Goggins who answered. We take Boromir's ass back to Gondor first, then approach Mordor from the west. So be it, responded Gandalf, bowing his head. The ring goes south. There and back again, A Goggins Tale. Part 7, Rohan. The Fellowship trudged through the plains, boots dragging through the thick grass as they made their way toward Rohan. Frodo found himself oddly at peace, despite the threat of danger lingering in every shadow. He had much to thank Mr. Goggins for, who in his eyes had saved him twice in a single day. Once from the evil mood that had taken Boromir. Even now, Frodo shuddered thinking what may have transpired had Goggins not been there, and also to save him from a mad Tookish decision to continue alone on the quest to destroy the ring, though he did not know the way. True, he and the other hobbits were now vastly stronger and more capable after the trials and training of Mr. Goggins, yet that would only carry him so far in that horrible land. Sure, he was crude, almost animalistic at times, using words that made the black speech of the orcs seem positively pleasant at times, but he had more than proven himself a dependable ally, a friend, one of them. Frodo stole a glance at Goggins, who was in the middle of another tirade. "All that is gold does not glitter," chuckled Frodo to himself. "No, my friend, you are the darkest gold I've ever seen, but your character does shine all the same. Never in my motherfucking years have I seen such a despicable, treacherous piece of shit like you, Boromir. There's a place full of people like you back in my world. Israel, you'd fit right in with those thieving, lying motherfuckers. Chosen people, my ass." Boromir's cheeks flushed with a mixture of shame and anger, but he kept his head down, not meeting Goggins' fiery gaze. "Trying to snatch the ring from a defenseless fucking child. You got some motherfucking explaining to do. I've got my eye on you now." Frodo, walking a few paces behind, couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. "Frodo, get your ass up here, man," called Goggins. "Yes, friend Goggins. Listen up here, little nigger," he said loudly so that the entire company caught the conversation. "You let me know if P. Diddy here tries to put his finger in your ring again. I'll have Gimli chop all his motherfucking fingers off and his dick too. He ain't gonna have anything to slip that ring onto." Goggins had been right. Frodo had been foolish to think he could handle the journey alone. The ring's influence was too strong, and Goggins' no-nonsense approach was the only thing keeping the Fellowship from falling apart. Frodo's heart warmed a bit, despite the harshness of their surroundings. Goggins, in his own foul-mouthed, relentless way, had protected him. Protected all of them. For that, Frodo was grateful. His body ached, and he was more than ready to rest his weary feet, but he had a renewed sense of purpose with his companions by his side. They were stronger together. It was nearing dusk when they spotted a group of riders approaching in the distance. The horses moved like shadows against the darkening sky, their armor glinting in the fading light. Within minutes, the riders had surrounded them. The tallest amongst them dismounted and stepped forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Who travels in the lands of Rohan without leave of the king?" he demanded. "Who the fuck asks?" replied Goggins, unfazed by the hostility. The rider stiffened, his gaze narrowing. "I am Eomer, 3rd Marshal of the Rittermark, and you, strangers, are on our land." Goggins took a step forward, sizing the Marshal up. "Well, Eomer, you long-haired fuck. The United fucking States, that's who. We go wherever the fuck we please." Frodo felt his stomach twist as the Marshal's hand tightened on his sword, his expression growing stormy. "Do not envy me, bald man. You stand here, your flesh as black as an orc, and dare offer insult in the face of death." He spat as his men pointed their spears ever closer in Goggins' direction. "Motherfucker," began Goggins, raising his pistol, stung by the insult, but Gandalf stepped in between them, holding his hands up in a calming gesture. "Peace, Eomer," said Gandalf, his voice commanding yet gentle. "We are on an urgent errand, and mean no offense to Rohan or its king." The Marshal's glare softened, and he inclined his head to Gandalf. "Your face is known to me, Gandalf the Grey, though the black face is not. You travel in strange company." "The fuck you say?" Goggins began again, but Gandalf placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "I would caution courtesy, young Eomer. "For you know not your peril," said Aragorn, stepping forward. "The one to whom you speak is more deadly than you know." Eomer regarded Goggins with a mix of confusion and caution before continuing. "I fear for my king. He has fallen under the influence of a foul creature known as Grima. He does the bidding of the dark wizard from afar. The man twists his mind, turning him into a shadow of his former self. I fear for my sister also. She is vulnerable to Wormtongue's whispers, now that I and my company have been banished." Goggins raised an eyebrow, a half smirk creeping onto his face. "Shit, does your sister call him that because he's good with his tongue?" he asked. "Sounds like you lost that bitch for good." The marshal's brow furrowed in confusion. "What mean you by this?" "Sure, I know many men like that who have driven women to madness." "You best get back before it's too late," Goggins replied, nodding as if savoring the thought. "I do not fully understand your meaning, soldier, but indeed I must return," confirmed Eomer, unmistakable fear in his eyes. "The king has become old and frail, and Wormtongue drains him of his strength." "Shit, he got the king too," gasped Goggins, eyes wide, turning to the company. "This the shit I was talking about. That gay condition spreads fast." "The abomination," cried Sam, clutching his chest in fear. Such was the terror that ran through the fellowship, even Golem felt a chill running down his spine. "This Wormtongue been sucking the life out of the king too?" asked Goggins. "Indeed, it would appear so. Long hours he has spent alone, closeted away with the king in his quarters. We who serve him faithfully must bear the pain, powerless as the wails of our Lord are heard throughout the Golden Hall." "Fuck, you gotta watch out for those queers," nodded Goggins empathetically. "Queer was the day that Wormtongue began playing with the king," the marshal replied, a drop of misplaced understanding dawning in his eyes. "You ain't got nothing to worry about, dog. We gonna go Taliban as soon as we get to the king's house," Goggins reassured. "So you will come with us to see the king and aid our cause." "I got you, brother," responded Goggins, fist-bumping the horse lord. Smiling, Eomer took a step back, looking around at the rest of the company. He noticed to his surprise and joy another face he recognized with the company. "Lord Boromir, forgive me, I did not recognize you," he greeted, stepping forward and embracing Boromir. The initial hostility melted away in the presence of Boromir, the two men clasping arms in a gesture of respect. The fellowship watched the exchange in silence, noting how the marshal's face softened at seeing a familiar ally. For a moment, it seemed like Boromir's former authority and honor were restored, albeit briefly, among the warriors of Rohan. "All is well if you are with this company," Eomer said, hope returning to his eyes. "And you'll be glad to know your father and brother still keep Gondor's borders strong, though dark times are upon us." Boromir nodded, his expression torn between relief and guilt. "The strength of Gondor endures, though I am far from my people," he replied, casting a brief glance at Frodo, who shifted uneasily under the weight of Boromir's gaze. The tension lifted slightly as Eomer's men relaxed their stances. Yet, Goggins, arms crossed, let out an exaggerated sigh, earning a few wary glances from the riders around him. "Right, we ain't got time for a motherfucking reunion," Goggins interrupted. "Move the fuck on." His voice carried the bluntness the fellowship had come to expect from him, but it also served as a sharp reminder of the urgency of their task. Gandalf, eager to keep the peace, stepped forward again. "Indeed, we journey to Meadowseld to speak with your king. The time is short." Eomer nodded in acknowledgement and ordered horses be brought for the company. "War gathers on our borders. It would comfort us greatly if you and your men fought with us," said Eomer to Boromir. "I am not the leader of this company, but if the Lord Goggins gives leave, we will come to your aid." Eomer looked to Goggins. "Sure, man," replied Goggins casually. "Then all is well," shouted Eomer joyfully. "What great fortune to come across such allies amongst the tall grass." "That is not all," said Gandalf, "as we speak a strong battalion of elves. Men and dwarf approach from Rivendell. They come to aid Rohan and Gondor in the wars to come. A cheer ran through the men of Rohan, and they raised their spears in gladness. You lighten the heaviness weighing upon my heart greatly. Come, let us journey to the king, said Eomer. I will come, but first I have an urgent errand to Fangorn which cannot wait. I will take with me the younger two hobbits, said Gandalf. They heard a loud whinny from afar, and looked around to see a mighty white stallion galloping towards them. Damn, exclaimed Goggins, I've never seen a five-legged horse before. You sure that ain't an elephant? Ah, the king's horse, said Eomer. No longer, it would seem, responded Gimli, as they all watched the horse slow its pace as it approached Gandalf, lowering its head before the old wizard and nuzzling against his shoulder. David, you must take the rest of the company to Meadowseld. Deal with Grima and save the king. Yes, sir, barked Goggins loudly, acknowledging the order with a military salute, causing the men of Rohan to jump in fright. The company, on the other hand, were now familiar with Goggins' abrupt manner. As Eomer opened his mouth to rebuke Goggins for his outburst, Aragorn cut him off, drawing his attention without alerting his men or the rest of the company. I would urge caution in your dealings with Lord Goggins, he said sternly, the fixing proud marshal with a steely look. I have witnessed with my own eyes. The Lord break the spirit of hardier men with naught but a bucket of water and cloth. You look upon the deadliest of men that walks upon Middle-earth, Eomer. If man he is, that is. I wager he be one of the mayor, said Aragorn to Eomer, as the others were led to horses. Dark though his face is, it is warning to those that look upon him of a dreadful fate. Eomer's gaze flickered to Goggins, who was busy adjusting his gear, paying little attention to the quiet exchange between Aragorn and the Marshal of the Rittermark. It was clear he didn't understand what he was dealing with in Goggins, and Aragorn's warning seemed to settle something in Eomer's mind. He nodded once, as if accepting Aragorn's words. As the horses were brought forward for the fellowship, Eomer noticed that Goggins stood off to the side, arms crossed, making no move toward the steeds. Do you not ride with us, Lord Goggins? He asked, looking puzzled. Naw, I ain't no bitch. I don't need no horse, replied Goggins. Eomer frowned, uncertain if Goggins understood what he was asking. You intend to run? He asked, his brow furrowed. It is a long journey, and we ride swiftly. Goggins shrugged, unfazed. Then you best keep up. The fellowship exchanged glances, but by now, they knew better than to question Goggins' capabilities. The Rohirrim, however, were left speechless, exchanging dubious looks as they mounted up and began their journey toward Meadowseld. As the rest of the fellowship mounted up with Gollum riding together with Boromir, Gandalf took his place on the magnificent white horse, Shadowfax, whose arrival had lifted the spirits of all. He turned to the group, his sharp eyes moving from Frodo to Aragorn, and finally resting on Goggins. David, the task that lies ahead will test your mettle. The King of Rohan is ensnared in a dark spell, and his mind and spirit are withering. Do not underestimate Wormtongue's hold over the king. He is but a pawn in a greater game, he said. Trust only your allies and be wary of the words of twisted men. Goggins nodded. I'ma fuck that nigga up good. With that, the company spurred their horses forward, the plains of Rohan stretching out before them like an endless rolling sea of green. The group rode hard, with the men of Rohan leading them at a swift pace toward Meadowseld, but in awe as they watched the lone figure of Goggins keeping pace with their mighty horses. As they drew nearer, the golden hall of Meadowseld came into view, its thatched roof glinting faintly even in the fading light. The majesty of the golden hall was undeniable, but even from a distance, the land surrounding it seemed subdued, as though a shadow had settled over the realm. The sounds of the village were muted, and the people they passed appeared weary and downtrodden, casting wary glances at the riders and their strange company. Goggins' eyes swept the scene with a calculating look, taking in the despair that lingered in every corner. Looks like someone put the fear of God into these little bitches, he muttered to Aragorn, who rode beside him. Their spirits falter under the growing shadow. Aragorn nodded, his gaze steady as they rode through the gates and up the path to the Hall of Meadowseld. The guards at the entrance looked uncertain, but the marshal's presence silenced any questions. They were stopped at the doors of the Golden Hall by Hama the door warden, who demanded all lay down their weapons before entering. There and back again. A Goggins Tale Part 8. The Golden Hall. As the Fellowship approached the grand doors of the Golden Hall, they were met by Hama, the door warden, who held up his hand. No man enters the hall armed, he declared. His eyes moved from Aragorn's sword to Gimli's axe and lingered with open suspicion on Goggins' pistol and blade. The king's law demands all weapons be left at the entrance. Goggins, unfazed, crossed his arms. These, he said, nodding toward his own gear. These ain't weapons, man. They're tools. He flashed a grin, looking directly at Hama. You ever try building a shed without tools? Hama, looking uncertain, glanced at the marshal, who nodded calmly. They are not weapons, Aragorn said diplomatically, and though they may seem strange, they are no threat to Rohan. Let them pass, commanded the marshal. Very well, nodded Hama, moving aside. After a moment's hesitation, Hama relented, allowing Goggins to keep his gear while collecting Aragorn's sword and Gimli's axe. Satisfied, he led them inside. The Fellowship entered the hall, where the mood was heavy with suspicion. Eyes shifted warily toward the company as they crossed the threshold. But when the riders recognized Boromir, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Murmurs of Lord Boromir of Gondor rippled through the room, and several of the men bowed their heads in respect, their wariness giving way to admiration. Boromir stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the old man seated upon the throne at the far end of the hall. Theoden, King of Rohan, appeared more withered than Boromir had imagined, his once powerful frame slumped and hollowed by age and sorrow. Beside him sat a man with sallow skin and a gleam of malice in his eye, Grima Wormtongue. He rose as the company approached, his thin lips curling in a smug smile as he surveyed them. Visitors from Gondor and beyond, Wormtongue said, his voice slick with false courtesy. You have traveled far to disturb the peace of Meadowseld. I hope it was worth the effort. Boromir narrowed his eyes but forced a measured tone. We come in friendship and with urgent matters to discuss with the king. Wormtongue sneered, glancing at the king as if weighing his ability to respond. The old man looked only half awake, his eyes glazed. The king is weary, Wormtongue replied. Surely any news can wait. It is not the time for such talk. Goggins leaned forward, suspicion on his face. You must be that slimy fuck Wormtongue. Wormtongue's eyes flickered to Goggins, his expression briefly faltering. But he regained his composure, his voice dripping with disdain. Our halls are dark enough without your presence. Seldom does one so dark bring aught but evil tidings. Why come you here, servant of darkness? Hissed Wormtongue in a voice so venomous the hobbits took a step back. A collective shudder ran through the Fellowship in anticipation of their companion's reaction. They all knew by now how swift and brutal Goggins could be when dealing with insults to his complexion and with no Gandalf to temper his response. Grima was in for the shock of his life. Who you think you talking to? Severus Snape-looking motherfucker, bellowed Goggins with such fury even the wary king looked up in fright. I will gut you like a motherfucking fish. You think I'm playing? Who are you to speak so boldly in the house of the king? Responded a shaken Grima, attempting to regain his composure and command of the situation. Someone who doesn't take kindly to fucking rats. I hear you've been sucking the king off. I merely provide comfort to my lord, who is worn after long years protecting his people. Can you not see how the king is burdened? The Fellowship gasped. So it is true. The abomination has spread, said Aragorn in a whisper that carried through the echoing hall. And why not? Spat Grima. My lord has given his all. Why should we, who serve him loyally, not see to his needs, provide service and relief where we can? Do you not see? Even at this age, through my tending the Lord may still rise and stand tall when called upon. No man should be so dishonored, said Aragorn, looking away in disgust. Though he be bent over, I, Grima, at least will stand behind my lord and ensure he receives all that I, his faithful servant, can give him. Damn, you bending him over now too? This nasty shit is worse than I could have imagined, man. Wormtongue's face twisted with anger. Seize them, he cried. At this, a dozen armed men stepped forward out of the shadows. Hold, commanded Eomer, stepping forward. You hold no power here, spat Grima, you who are banished from this land. He gestured for the men to continue, but they now hesitated, reluctant to harm the Lord Boromir and disobeying a command from the former marshal. Eomer stepped forward, his face hard with anger as he confronted Grima. You twist the king's will to your own ends, Wormtongue, he accused, voice carrying through the hall. Rohan suffers because of your poison, and its people would see you cast out. Grima sneered, though he shrank slightly under the marshal's intensity. And you, Eomer, are a traitor to this realm, stripped of your titles, a vagrant with no authority in this hall. Do you dare challenge the king's most trusted counselor? Eomer bristled, his hand inching toward his sword hilt as he stepped closer. The only thing you counsel is corruption. If it were not for the king's current state, you would have faced judgment long ago. Enough, Goggins' voice cut through. Eomer and Grima paused, their harsh glares fixed on each other. But before Grima could respond, Goggins took advantage of the silence, his patience visibly gone. In a flash, Goggins lunged forward, fists flying into Grima's thin, sallow face with a brutality that left the onlookers frozen in shock. Each strike landed with a sickening impact, and Grima crumpled, unable to muster even a weak defense. Those watching turned their eyes away, wincing as Goggins continued the merciless beatdown, his face set in fury. Sam, standing back, actually managed a relieved sigh, thinking, glad it's not me this time. When Goggins paused, his fists bloodied, Aragorn stepped in, grasping Grima by the collar. He exchanged a quick nod with Goggins, and together they dragged the cowering Wormtongue from the hall into a small chamber just off to the side. They threw him against the stone wall where he collapsed, trembling and clearly broken. Aragorn leaned close, his voice deadly quiet. You know what we seek, Grima. Tell us your master's plan. But Goggins cut in. Now, normally I'd take the easy option and just waterboard your ass, but I feel your ass deserves the full experience. Grima, bloodied and shaking, cast desperate glances between them, but Goggins loomed close, his cold stare unyielding. I fucking hate traitors, Goggins growled. Tell us about your boyfriend Saruman, or you ain't gonna see tomorrow. I don't know what you're talking about, stammered Grima, coughing up blood. Gimli, get in here, man, shouted Goggins, loud enough for the dwarf to hear through the wall. A moment later, he appeared. Go get your axe from that little bitch at the door. Yes, my lord, replied Gimli, giving his master a nod of admiration before swiftly following the order. They heard some commotion in the direction of the entrance to the hall, followed by a dull thud, then heavy dwarven footsteps a moment later. The dwarf entered, appearing pleased at being reunited with his prized possession. Goggins turned back to Grima, who lay sprawled on the cold floor. Now you've got a choice. Either you tell me what I want, or my boy Gimli here's gonna take a leg. Grima's eyes shot open in fear. He spoke in a voice barely louder than a whisper, so as not to be overheard. I was only following orders. The wizard put a spell on me. I see it now. He has plans for Rohan to fall to him. I am loyal to the king. After Grima's stammering confession, Goggins shouted for Frodo and Sam, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Well, boys, he said, cracking his knuckles, looks like it's your turn to handle the rat. You want a shot at interrogating a prisoner, right? Grima, still hunched and trembling on the floor, chuckled weakly as he eyed the hobbits. "What is this?" he sneered, struggling to stand. "You send children to handle me? I've endured worse than the pitter-patter of small fists. Go back to your toys." Frodo and Sam exchanged a glance. A sudden, dark intensity gleamed in their eyes, a look Aragorn and Gimli had never seen in the two hobbits before. In silent understanding, they stepped forward and began their work. "That's for the disgusting abomination you did to the king. You should never have touched him," roared Sam as he snapped Grima's pinky finger with merciless force, causing the mock smile on Wormtongue's face to vanish. "You little bastards!" Grima yelped, trying to wrench himself free, but Frodo was quick to grab his hair and pull hard, tearing greasy locks out by the root. When Grima tried to swipe at them, Frodo ducked and drove his fist squarely into Grima's face, breaking his nose with a sickening crunch. Aragorn and Gimli, watching nearby, looked on in astonishment. Aragorn shook his head, unable to believe the sheer intensity that had come over the usually gentle hobbits. Even Grima's hissing threats and pleas were met with cold, unwavering stares from Frodo and Sam, who continued snapping his fingers one by one. Gimli muttered, "I've seen warriors with less stomach for this kind of work." Aragorn nodded, his eyes narrowing with quiet respect. They have changed. Perhaps Goggins has given them more than just courage. The hobbits finished, leaving Grima a broken, blubbering mess on the floor. Frodo and Sam stood, chests heaving, with an intensity that slowly melted as they looked to Goggins for approval. Goggins nodded, smirking with pride at the two. "Good work, boys. Looks like you've grown more than a few inches since I met you." Grima whimpered, clutching his battered hands. He had underestimated them and paid dearly for it. Aragorn's eyes darkened. "Your treachery ends now." He turned to Goggins, satisfied with the confession and punishment. Grima whimpered as they pulled him back toward the main hall, exposed now to all as the true source of Rohan's ruin. With Grima finally subdued, Aragorn and Goggins handed him over to the marshal, who ordered his men to bind the traitor. Aragorn and Goggins turned their attention to the king, who still sat slumped, his gaze empty and clouded. Goggins leaned close, studying the old king's gaunt face and dull eyes. "He looks like a fucking meth head," he muttered, frowning as he took in the king's appearance. Aragorn sighed, pulling Goggins aside to a quiet corner of the hall. "The king is under Sauron's spell, no doubt. But without Gandalf, how do we expel this shadow from him?" Goggins thought for a moment. "I once saw this movie where this little hoe was possessed by a demon. They had to perform an exorcism to get that motherfucker out." He raised an eyebrow, a plan forming. "We're gonna need a cross and some holy water, man. And you're gonna need to address me as father for this to work." Aragorn gave a resolute nod, his expression serious. "Yes, Father Goggins." "And I'm gonna need some new robes," Goggins added, glancing around the hall before heading toward the village. A short while later, Goggins returned, attired in makeshift robes he'd fashioned to closely resemble a priest's garb. The sight was unexpected, and the men stared in curiosity, some muttering suspiciously and others in confusion as Goggins strode in with newfound piety. "Clear the area, bitches," he commanded, motioning the fellowship and king's men to step back and give him room. Standing before the king, Goggins raised an improvised cross fashioned from two wooden staves. He held a water skin, ready to sprinkle its contents. From the back of the room, a fair-haired woman ran forward towards the king. "Owen, no," shouted Eomer. "Stop that little hoe," Goggins gestured to Aragorn, who promptly grabbed the woman, preventing any interference. "Now, that rat may have sucked out your soul, but we here to pull it back in," said Goggins, turning his attention back to the king. "Let's get this demon out of you." He squared his shoulders, taking a deep breath before calling out in his loudest voice, "By the power of God, I compel the spirit of Sauron to get the fuck out of here." The fellowship watched with bated breath. "Aragorn, who stood restraining the struggling woman, whispered, "Father Goggins, is it working?" Goggins did not respond. Focusing on the king, he continued the exorcism. "In the name of God, release this motherfucker immediately." He splashed water across the king's face and crossed himself dramatically. But there was no effect. Disappointed, but still undeterred, Goggins thought for a moment, glancing around shiftily. If this approach was proving less effective than hoped, perhaps he should try an alternative. Reaching into his pocket, he withdrew his contingency plan. A small, sleek device with 2 sharp prongs at the tip. A taser. Goggins grinned, unfazed. Sometimes you gotta shock a motherfucker back to his senses. A crackling arc of electricity leapt between the prongs. With a nod to Aragorn, Goggins jabbed the taser into the king's forehead. The old king's body jolted violently, and for a brief moment, the glazed look in his eyes seemed to fade. But Goggins wasn't done yet. He continued his tasering of the king until a dark shadow arose and left his body. A murmur rippled through the hall, the tension thick as everyone held their breath. Suddenly, the king's gaze snapped back into focus, and he blinked as if seeing the room for the first time. His eyes, clear and sharp, fixed on Goggins with wonder. "Where am I?" King Theoden asked, his voice rasping but regaining strength with each word. He lifted his hands and stared at them as if they were foreign objects. "What has happened to me?" Aragorn stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Your mind was poisoned by Saruman's influence, my lord. But thanks to Lord Goggins, you are now free of his hold." The lady, who Aragorn had been restraining, broke free of his hold and rushed forward, tears of relief in her eyes. She knelt beside her uncle, grasping his hands. "Uncle, you are restored." The king looked down at her, his face softening. He then raised his head to the hall, his expression now sharp and regal. "It is time for Rohan to awaken as well." As he stood, his strength returned, and he gazed at his people, the light of a true king once again in his eyes. He turned to Grima, who was still restrained, pale and trembling in horror at seeing his spell broken. "Grima," Theoden said, his voice like thunder, "you betrayed me, poisoned my mind, and cast a shadow over my people. For your crimes against Rohan, you will pay dearly." With a nod to the men, the king signaled the guards to drag Grima from the hall. As Grima wailed in protest, the people of Rohan erupted in cheers, finally freed from the darkness that had lingered far too long. Aragorn clapped Goggins on the shoulder with a wide smile. "You continue to amaze us with your skills, father." Goggins smiled back but did not immediately respond. He appeared deep in thought, eventually breaking his silence. "We should crucify that motherfucker." "What is that?" asked Aragorn. "A punishment for his sins." "I understand. I will raise this matter with the king." Aragorn gave Goggins a respectful nod and left to join the rest of the fellowship. As the fellowship moved outside, Eowyn approached, bowing slightly toward Goggins. "Thank you for restoring my uncle, Lord Goggins," she said, her voice steady, though her eyes still held a trace of hunger. "Ain't nothing. You look like you got a lot on your mind. Perhaps you want to do some confession later this evening," he replied, giving her a smirk which caused the lady to blush. "I am in need of unburdening myself," she smiled, nodding shyly. There and back again. A Goggins Tale. Part 9. The Golden Hall. The king sat back in his throne, his gaze steady and clear once again. For a long moment, he took in the fellowship standing before him, his eyes lingering on Goggins, who stood confidently with his arms crossed. "I owe you a debt, Lord Goggins," he said, bowing his head slightly. "You have freed me from a darkness that bound me. I am free again to serve my people. I thank you for your courage. Rohan will not forget this." Goggins nodded. "Ain't nothing, sir." Just doing my job. You had some hangover over man. Aragorn stepped forward, his face etched with concern as he addressed the king. My lord, I wish our relief could last longer, but we face an urgent threat from the west. Sauron is not content with simply weakening you. He is sending an army, tens of thousands strong, to destroy Rohan and its people. It's an assault we cannot withstand here in Edoras. We must seek the defenses of Helm's Deep. Theoden's expression shifted, the weight of his renewed kingship returning heavily on his shoulders. So, it has come to this. He nodded grimly, his gaze drifting to the open doors of Meadowseld, where the sun was beginning to set over the plains of Rohan. Then, we shall ride to Helm's Deep at dawn. My people, my men, they will be ready. Not just your people, my lord, interjected Boromir, stepping forward and placing a hand over his heart. The men of Gondor stand with Rohan, and I will ride with you when the time comes. Theoden's eyes brightened with hope as he looked upon Boromir. Gondor's strength is most welcome. You honor us, son of Gondor. King Theoden, Aragorn continued, Gandalf too has sent word that he will meet us at Helm's Deep. I bring news also of a battalion of elves, dwarves, and men riding to aid us from Rivendell. Together, we will hold Helm's Deep against Sauron's forces. At the mention of Gandalf's name, Theoden's face grew hopeful, yet wary. Gandalf, he muttered. The wizard is ever a beacon in the dark. If he brings more warriors to our side, then perhaps we stand a chance. He turned to Goggins, nodding thoughtfully. And what of you, Lord Goggins? Will you lend your strength to Rohan once more? Goggins glanced around at the fellowship and shrugged, feigning a casual indifference. Fuck, yeah, I got some special toys ready for this one. Plus, I got some unfinished business with Isengard. He gave a grin that made more than one guard take a nervous step back. The king smiled. Very well, Lord Goggins. Negros Moors, I name you, the Black Death to your enemies, and forever a friend to the Mark. Aragorn clapped Goggins on the shoulder. It is well deserved, my lord. We are all together in this. Rohan shall not stand alone. The king rose from his throne, his eyes alive with the desire for battle. Then it is settled. We leave for Helm's Deep before the dawn. Tonight, we rest, for tomorrow we ride against the storm. The king's voice rang through the hall and was met with a loud cheer by all present. As the hall gradually emptied, leaving only the low murmur of guards stationed at the doors, Aragorn stepped closer to the throne and lowered his voice. My lord, there are matters that must be discussed in private. Very well, replied the king, his expression darkening. Follow me. With a slight motion to a nearby guard, Theoden led Aragorn and Goggins through a narrow passageway into a small, dimly lit chamber that served as a private council room. The air here was still and heavy, untouched by the vigor of the day. Theoden gestured for them to sit, but Goggins and Aragorn remained standing. My lord, Aragorn began gently. Grima's influence went far beyond mere words of deception. He defiled the sanctity of your mind, your body, and your throne. Theoden's brow furrowed, and he braced himself against the table as Aragorn continued. We have discovered the enemy's new weapon, the abomination. And in Rohan, our worst fears are now realized. Aragorn took a deep breath, steadying himself. Think you that your frail state was due only to old age? Nay, Theoden King, it is not so. Wormtongue has treated you as man would his woman, in your private chamber, beyond the protection of those who serve you faithfully, and would have lain down life to protect their king from defilement. Aragorn paused, gauging the reaction to his news. The king's hand shook as he placed it upon his brow. Go on. As men who claim the booty of war, continued Aragorn. Yeah, he got that booty all right, exploded Goggins, unable to restrain himself. That motherfucker bent you over, like Diddy. Aragorn cut him off. Clearly, his approach would be more suitable to delivering such sensitive news. No man, Never mind. If he be king, should have to endure that which you have endured, Theoden king. It is a wonder you are able again to stand. The king's face paled. He sank heavily into a chair, his hands clutching his head as Aragorn described how Grima had desecrated his body. I trusted him, Theoden murmured, his voice hollow. Trusted him as a servant and friend. How could he do this to his king, to the kingdom he swore to serve? There must be justice, my lord, continued Aragorn, his eyes cold. For crimes so vile, for such betrayal, there can be no leniency. Crucifixion would restore the scales of honor to Rohan and show all who look upon him that treachery will not be tolerated. At this, the Odin's sorrow turned to rage. He stood abruptly, his face reddening with a fury long suppressed. His voice rose with an authority that echoed through the chamber. Bring Grima to me, he bellowed. Let him answer for his crimes. The guards outside the chamber hurried, their footsteps fading into the silence as the king's fists clenched, shaking with grief and anger. His voice grew softer, his words tinged with heartbreak. Did I not serve you as one of my people, Grima? Did I not grant you trust and kindness? How did it come to this, that a servant would betray his master so utterly? Moments later, Grima was dragged into the room, his eyes darting nervously, attempting to avoid his king's gaze. Theoden's voice was as steady as it was cold. Grima, son of Galmod, for your crimes against your king and the people of Rohan, you are hereby sentenced to death by crucifixion. May it be known to all what befalls those who betray their kin. Grima's face drained of color as Theoden's words struck. He stammered, My lord, it was not me. It was Saruman. Enough! Theoden's voice cut through Grima's pleas, final and unyielding. How do I now go to the halls of my fathers, and in their mighty company not be ashamed, as man who was defiled by another man? As Grima was dragged away to face his sentence, Theoden lowered his head, weeping as the weight of betrayal settled heavily on him. The deed was done, and justice would be served, but a scar remained, one that could never be mended. Speak of this to no one, he muttered to Goggins and Aragorn, who both nodded. In the hushed darkness following Grima's sentencing, the people of Ed Auras were gathered before the Golden Hall. By the king's command, the sentence was carried out swiftly, and by the dawn, word had spread through Rohan of Grima's fate. His broken form, displayed as a warning, marked the close of a dark chapter for the kingdom, but justice, harsh as it was, brought a fragile sense of peace to the king and his people. As the day wore on, preparations were made to accommodate the fellowship. Warriors gathered their arms, children helped stack supplies, and the townsfolk worked tirelessly to make ready for the journey to Helms Deep. The fellowship was shown to guest quarters, simple but comfortable rooms within the high walls of Meadowsell. Late into the night, after the bustle had died down and the quiet settled over the town, Goggins, alone in his quarters, heard a soft knock at the door. Opening it, he found the Lady Eowyn, wrapped in a dark cloak, her expression intent yet hesitant. "What's up, ma'am?" he greeted, unsure of her purpose at such a late hour. "Lord Goggins," she began, her voice barely above a whisper, "please forgive me. I seek a private word, if you would grant it." "Get that fine ass inside," he said, and stepped back, allowing her inside. She stood in the center of the room, her hands clasped tightly before her. Goggins noticed a faint blush on her cheeks as she began to speak, her voice wavering. "I wish to make a confession." She paused, taking a steadying breath. "I am no longer the innocent maiden I once was. My heart, like Rohan, has long ached with a quiet loneliness." Her eyes held a mixture of shame and defiance. "I have lain with men here and there, seeking solace in secret places and stables, but none has yet satisfied the longing within me." Goggins raised an eyebrow and suppressed a smirk. "Forgive me," she continued. "I had thought perhaps the Lord Aragorn might satisfy this desire within me, but my heart, like my eyes, turns in another direction." She looked directly at him, her gaze fierce. "The men speak of you, saying you are as swift as any horse, that you have strength unlike any they've seen. And in you, I see a fire that none in Rohan can match." Her voice lowered, a soft challenge. "I would put such rumors to the test if you would allow me, Lord. Ride with me, if only for tonight, and prove to me if their tales are true or false. I don't think you can handle what I got. This one bitch couldn't walk for a week after. I am a shield maiden of Rohan. I do not fear death," she shot back defiantly. "Then what do you fear? Being trapped in a cage, forced to endure old age till I am no longer able to ride again." For a long moment, silence stretched between them. "After this ride, you ain't gonna be riding again for a while," said Goggins with a smirk. "The folk of Rohan would forever say the spirit removed that day from their king, returned that night to fill the town with its wails, keeping even the animals awake and foreboding of a great battle to come. How the wind howls." There and back again. A Goggins Tale, Part 10, To Helms Deep. As dawn broke over the ridges of Edoras, a horn sounded, low and mournful, echoing across the plains. Goggins rose with a weary sigh, his muscles aching, but his spirit as undiminished as ever. "This bitch hard as nails," he thought, recalling the night with the Lady of Rohan. She'd met him with a fierceness he hadn't expected. Nonetheless, she still winced as she walked, having overestimated her prowess. "My lord," she bowed slightly, smiling as she hobbled from his quarters. Outside, the gathering for departure to Helm's Deep had begun. Theoden's people, the women, children, and elderly, were all ushered into the caravan, their faces full of fear and uncertainty. The ride was slow. The caravan wound through the hills, moving cautiously toward the ancient stronghold. By midday, the caravan halted for a short break. Goggins sat heavily on a patch of grass, pulling out a small flask to sip from. He looked up to see the lady approaching, holding a bowl of stew she'd made. "Lord Goggins," she said softly, offering it to him with a shy, hopeful smile. He took the bowl with a raised eyebrow, sniffing at it cautiously. One taste, and he grimaced. "The fuck did you do to this fish? This shit's nasty as fuck," he barked. The bitterness of the stew was like nothing he'd had before. "The orc food I tried tasted better than this shit." Eowyn's face fell, her cheeks flushing. "I am sorry, my lord," she murmured, looking away. Across the camp, Eomar overheard and frowned, casting a reproachful look at Goggins. Before he could say anything, Aragorn stepped in, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. "The words of Lord Goggins may appear harsh, but there is wisdom in them," Aragorn said, in a calming voice. "Would you congratulate a child for walking upon the wrong path, Lord? Nay, for how else will the child learn?" Omer clenched his jaw but nodded reluctantly. Aragorn turned in Goggins' direction and gave a small smile. "He merely gives much-needed instruction. Much I have learned from the Lord Goggins since our chance meeting at the inn at Bree. Already he has saved the members of my company from calamity many times. Though we may not understand his methods, be assured, the shadow may already have overcome us if it were not for him. You are fortunate, Lord, that you did not anger him, for then, surely, the doom would be upon you." As the caravan resumed its journey toward Helm's Deep, Aragorn rode beside Goggins, casting a glance at Eomer, who trailed close behind, listening curiously. Aragorn spoke gravely. "Our enemies are vast and merciless, my Lord Goggins. There are two towers casting their shadows upon Middle-earth. One in Isengard, the other in Mordor. Each is commanded by a dark force whose power grows beyond reckoning. Together, they—" "Hold up," interrupted Goggins, his eyes narrowing. "We talking about the two towers here?" "Ain't no fucking way. I remember when they came down." "You have foreseen the fall of the two towers?" gasped Aragorn, bringing his horse to a stop. "Yeah, man, was fucked up what happened. I was there. When the towers fell, The world changed. Al-Qaeda weren't fucking around. Then we had the War on Terror. Shit got real nasty. Then there is a way? Asked Aragorn eagerly. We must join these valiant soldiers of Al-Qaeda. What the fuck? Replied Goggins, thoroughly taken aback. You want to join the jihadis now? If it means destroying the towers and freeing Middle-earth, then I would join with this Al-Qaeda, responded Aragorn solemnly, bowing his head. You got some issues, brother, responded Goggins. I remember it like it was yesterday. September the 11th. The world changed that day. But it is only March, and the enemy's strength yet grows, said Aragorn anxiously. Goggins did not respond immediately. He scrutinized the ranger closely for a minute and opted to take the conversation in another direction. Back home, we had our own motherfucking worm tongues, pissing in our faces and calling it rain. Evil motherfuckers like Sheeny Bush Obama and that bitch Hillary who destroyed the Middle East. The Middle East? Asked Aragorn. It's like your Middle-earth, I suppose, man. It's hot as a motherfucker out there, and they got oil. Aragorn tilted his head, attempting to follow. And how do you defeat them? We didn't. They're still going with their bullshit. Chilling on Epstein's island with the kids. Lord Goggins, interrupted the king, who'd been following the conversation for a while now. What is this island of which you speak? Fuck, thought Goggins, wondering if it was a good idea to enlighten those around him to the nefarious activities of the leaders back at home. He took a long pull from his flask, buying time to think of an appropriate response. Well, we got this bitch called Hillary back in my world, and she's married to a guy who likes them young. He paused and reconsidered his approach. The island is like Mordor, but worse, much worse. Everyone who goes there ends up like that faggot Wormtongue. An island of dread, nodded the king grimly. Actually, they called it Pleasure Island, corrected Goggins quietly before he could stop himself. The king's face contorted in confusion for a moment as he attempted to make sense of the name. A name worthy of the malice and jest of Mordor, smiling their wicked smiles in the face of our suffering, he said. Aragorn frowned. These worm-tongues yet hold power in your lands? How do your people endure such treachery? Goggins scoffed. They trying to make America gay. Who's gonna fight when all the men are pussies? The king shook his head solemnly. Strange are the troubles of your world, Lord Goggins, but they are not so different from ours. I would that your people find peace upon a day. The caravan had been moving steadily toward Helms Deep when a horn blast rang out from behind them, cutting through the chatter and sending a ripple of fear through the ranks. The king's face grew grim as he lifted his hand, signaling a halt. Goggins instantly snapped to attention, scanning the distant ridges. Let's go, motherfuckers, he bellowed, his voice rolling across the startled caravan. He shot a look at the fellowship, who fell into place like a well-oiled machine. The king rallied his own soldiers. To arms. Warriors with me, all others, follow Eowyn to Helms Deep with haste. The caravan split, warriors forming up under his command as he readied them to defend their kin. As the king's men scrambled into formation, they couldn't help but notice how swiftly the fellowship moved into position, weapons in hand. Goggins, Gimli, Legolas, Aragorn, Boromir, and the hobbits took the lead, dropping low at the crest of the hill. Goggins signaled his fellows, his voice a low command. We take them out here, men. Don't let them near the caravan. The wargs thundered closer, nearly 200 orc-ridden beasts with axes raised and eyes wild. Goggins held his rifle steady. Fire! He Legolas, and the hobbits opened fire, the sharp cracks of rifles and pistols cutting through the air. Orc after orc fell, and their riders were thrown from their mounts as the bullets struck with deadly precision. Theoden and his soldiers watched, spellbound, as the fellowship laid waste to the vanguard with an efficiency they had never seen before. Legolas, with deadly grace, fired shot after shot, each one finding its mark. Even the hobbits, usually gentle-natured, fired their pistols with gritted teeth, taking down their share of orcs. The wargs buckled under the relentless assault, their charge faltering as the front lines dropped to the earth, lifeless. The king stood in awe, his soldiers murmuring in amazement. No one had seen anything like this. Goggins turned back to Theoden and the men of Rohan. "All right, bitches. Time to finish the job," he called, giving a gesture in the direction of the remaining enemies. "Charge these motherfuckers." The king's face broke into a fierce smile as he raised his sword. "Riders of Rohan, to victory!" With a mighty roar, Theoden and his men charged down the hill, followed closely by Goggins, Aragorn, and Boromir. Together, they thundered toward the remnants of the enemy. As the roar of the charge filled the air, Goggins surged forward alongside Theoden's men, combat knife in hand, his boots pounding against the rocky terrain as they stormed down the hill. Steel clashed and war cries echoed as the riders of Rohan collided with the scattered orcs, the power of their attack breaking the diminished enemy ranks. But in the frenzy of battle, one of the wargs, lying still on the ground and assumed dead, lifted its head. It lunged, its powerful jaws snapping as it collided into Goggins. He stumbled, and in a sudden twisting motion, the creature rammed him with all its weight. Before Goggins could steady himself, he was pushed back, tumbling over the edge of the cliff into the misty chasm below. As he vanished, a faint motherfucker echoed up from the chasm. The Fellowship, locked in the heat of combat, could only watch in horror as their leader disappeared into the abyss. Aragorn shouted, his voice strained with shock, but there was no time to react. The oncoming orcs pressed closer, forcing them back into the fray. One by one, the Fellowship fought their way to the top of the hill, standing breathless and bloodied, the realization settling heavy over them. After the last orc had fallen, Aragorn, Gimli, Legolas, Boromir, and the hobbits exchanged grim glances, each of them weighed down by the same terrible thought. Goggins, the man who had led them through fire and fury, was gone. With heavy hearts, they made their way back to Theoden, who awaited them with anxious eyes. When he saw the sorrow etched into their faces, he knew something had gone terribly wrong. "Where is Lord Goggins?" Theoden asked quietly. Aragorn bowed his head. He fell, my lord, driven over the cliff in battle." Theoden's shoulders sank as the news settled over him. He lowered his gaze, and the men around him whispered to one another, expressions of shock and grief spreading through the ranks. Though Goggins' ways were strange to them, his strength and unwavering courage had left a deep impression. And for a moment, the hope he had brought them felt fragile, slipping away. "I perceive the weight of your loss," he said, placing a hand upon Aragorn's shoulder. "But now is not the time to mourn, though he was a great man. I must look to the defense of my people." Theoden's gaze drifted down to a small shining object on the ground, and he bent over to pick it up. "I marvel at your weapons, my lord Aragorn," he said, examining the brass bullet casing he had picked up. "These are not of mortal design, King Theoden," responded Aragorn, still weeping at the loss of Lord Goggins. "Hope once again returns with this victory. Would that we had an army of you. As I said in the Golden Hall, a heavily armed battalion of elves, dwarves, and men ride to your aid in Helm's Deep. With their reinforcement, Helm's Deep will be sufficiently manned for a strong defense," reissued Aragorn. "We must go, my lord. There will be more of them if we tarry here long," said one of the king's men at his side. The king nodded, mounting his horse and gesturing to Aragorn with a kind smile to follow. Aragorn looked around at the members of the Fellowship who remained distraught. Gimli and the hobbits wept openly, overwhelmed by grief. "I will miss you, friend Goggins," whispered Frodo. Sam looked down at his ripped arms and bulging biceps in sorrow. "No one's ever cared for us like him." And he wept as Boromir carried him and placed him and Frodo atop a horse. As the weary caravan crested the final hill, Helm's Deep rose before them, nestled in the shadow of the towering cliffs. The men of Rohan rode ahead, their voices lifting in shouts of triumph. Despite the haunting loss of Lord Goggins, there was relief among the people. They had survived without losing a single warrior, a feat beyond their wildest hopes. At the fortress gate, the lady awaited them, her eyes scanning the approaching line of horses and warriors. She searched each face, her gaze slipping past Theoden, Aragorn, Legolas, and even the hobbits, looking for the tall, dark figure of Lord Goggins. As the last of the men rode in, her heart clenched. She turned desperately to Gimli, who dismounted heavily, clutching his axe and wiping away stray tears. "Where is the Lord Goggins?" she asked, her voice trembling. Gimli's shoulders sagged as he looked at her, eyes red-rimmed. "He fell, my lady." For a moment, the lady stood frozen, her face draining of color. Then she let out a sharp wail, a sound of pure anguish that echoed off the walls of Helms Deep. Her grief was raw, unrestrained, as she sank to her knees, overcome. Around her, the people of Rohan turned their heads. Aragorn placed a steady hand on her shoulder, his own face lined with sorrow. "My lady, his sacrifice was not in vain. He has shown us the way. If we can but hold out till September 11th. I will never ride again," she whispered, her voice choked. "He gave his all so that we might stand here today," said Aragorn softly. "We must honor him by standing strong, as he would have wanted." The men of Rohan, too, bowed their heads, murmuring in respect. Theoden raised his hand, gathering their attention. "Lord Goggins was a stranger to our lands, but he defended us with his very life. He has earned a place in the songs of Rohan to be sung for generations. May his name be remembered as a legend of our people, Negroes Moors, the Black Death." "The Black Death," the men chanted. The king then held up his hand, commanding silence. "But now is not the time to mourn. The enemy bears down upon us. We must prepare the defense of Helms Deep." At that moment, a horn sounded from outside the walls. "That is no orc horn," said Legolas. As the horn echoed off the stone walls of Helms Deep, a hush fell over the fortress. The Fellowship, the king, and his people rushed to the battlements, their eyes straining into the dim light. Slowly, over the crest of the ridge, a formidable sight emerged, and a ripple of awe passed through those assembled. Before them, in gleaming rows, marched a battalion of 2,000 elves, dwarves, and men, all clad in armor that sparkled with an otherworldly sheen. The armor was unlike any they had seen in Middle-earth. Each plate and helm, each sword and shield bore the mark of meticulous craftsmanship, molded to a design conceived by Lord Goggins himself. The dwarves had forged each piece in fires stoked hotter and longer than tradition allowed, creating armor that looked like something out of legend, layered and impenetrable, reflecting sunlight like polished stone. Helmets bore angular edges, glistening even in the dim light, and with symbols etched in gold, powerful dwarven runes mixed with elven sigils of protection and strength. The soldiers moved as one, a living tide, an unbreakable army. The elves held long, slender rifles in place of bows. Dwarves wielded axes that glinted with newly sharpened edges, hefting them as if they were weightless. And men, now bolstered with superior arms, carried swords and spears. Theoden's face broke into a grin of relief, a hope rekindled that had seemed extinguished mere moments before. He turned to Aragorn, awe etched across his face. "These are the forces you promised?" he asked, his voice filled with wonder. "And they come so well armed, like the heroes of old." Aragorn nodded, pride and grief mingling in his gaze as he looked out over the battalion. "Lord Goggins foresaw our need, my lord. He spared no effort, no wisdom, to equip us for what lies ahead. Each soldier was trained by the Lord and is mightier than any elf, dwarf, or man." A quiet murmur spread along the walls of Helm's Deep. Soldiers who had been ready to face the end only moments before now straightened, their weariness momentarily forgotten. Gimli looked on with pride, running a hand over the grip of his axe. Legolas watched the elven contingent, his heart swelling at the sight of his kin. "Would that Lord Goggins were here to see this," Aragorn murmured, his gaze fixed on the battalion, their weapons raised in salute to the defenders on the walls. There and back again. A Goggins Tale. Part 11. Helms Deep. The king rejoiced at the arrival of Goggins' specially trained battalion. Though the man himself had perished after his fall from the cliff earlier that day, his soldiers brought new hope to the fearful people of Rohan. "Hope returns to us," he roared, and his people cheered. "Open the gate." "My lord," came a cry from behind them. A rider approached and dismounted before the king. He bowed before speaking. "My lord, I bring word of the enemy. I was sent to scout their movements across the lands." "Speak. What news do you bring?" "All Isengard is emptied. There are many tens of thousands, larger and more fell-looking than any orc. At their pace, they will arrive this night." The king's eyes widened in fear, losing the light of hope that had shone in them only moments before. "Tens of thousands, you say?" he asked, his voice faltering. He rubbed his brow with a trembling hand. Aragorn stepped forward. "Do not despair, my lord. For, had the Lord Eomer and his men not returned to serve their king and people, following the prompting of Lord Goggins, then Rohan would now surely be doomed." He gave the king an encouraging smile. "Know also, king, that the warriors of Lord Goggins' battalion are like no other. Even in the most grueling of battles, they neither tire nor falter." "You speak truly, Lord Aragorn," replied Theoden, recomposing himself. He turned back to give instructions. "The warriors of Lord Goggins will be held in reserve behind the wall. Though they have lost their commander, I trust they will deliver a mighty blow to the enemy if the wall is breached." Just then, there came another cry from the wall. "A rider approaches." The king and his men hurried to the battlements, peering into the distance, but they could make out no more than a tiny speck against the horizon. "Legolas, what do your elf eyes see?" asked Aragorn. Legolas squinted, his keen sight straining in the gathering darkness. "I cannot make out anything more in this darkness," he replied, his tone troubled. "Come, my lord," Theoden interrupted. "There is much to set in order before night descends. My men will see to this newcomer." With a final glance beyond the wall, they turned and followed the king back to the hall, where preparations were well underway. Inside the hall, two long tables stretched down the center, their surfaces cluttered with maps, weapons, and half-eaten plates of food. Captains and officers clustered around a large map of the fortress and the Hornburg, their faces grave as they discussed strategy. The air was thick with the smells of leather and sweat, the sound of murmured voices blending with the occasional clink of steel. The officers parted, making space for the king as he approached. He leaned over the map, tracing the fortress's defenses with his finger. In one corner of the hall sat Gollum, wearing a helmet that had been given to him along with chainmail and a short sword by Gimli, who had searched the armories. He fiddled with the helmet, muttering to himself. His pale eyes darted around the bustling hall, and then, as if addressing the shadows, he began to whisper. "The master is gone. Smeagol is free again to take back his precious," he hissed softly. But then, as though another voice emerged from within, he responded in a timid, fearful tone. But master took care of Smeagol," he stammered, curling into himself as if trying to shrink from the weight of his own words. His fingers tightened around the helmet as the darker voice returned, louder and more insistent. "We must take back the precious. We are free now. No more waiting. We will be the master now." Gollum's face twisted in anguish as he answered himself, almost pleading. "But the master is gone. He's gone. He was kind to Smeagol. He trusted us. Master said Smeagol could be brave and good." For a moment, the small, frail figure rocked in silence. The voices in his mind stilled, and his gaze lifted. Around him, Warriors moved unaware of the conflict waging within the little creature. For the first time, Gollum felt something foreign stir within his chest. Something deeper than fear or hunger. He had felt it before, briefly, in the company of the Fellowship, and again under Goggins' stern but steady guidance. For the first time in his wretched life, he had felt like he was part of something larger than himself. He had been included, appreciated. "They gave Smeagol armor," he muttered, his voice trembling with a mix of wonder and doubt. "A sword and a place in their hall. They said Smeagol could fight, could help." The darker voice, always lurking, hissed back, quieter now, but still venomous. "Fools, all of them. They'll leave you, hurt you. Always they hurt poor Smeagol." "No," Gollum snapped, his voice rising unexpectedly. A few heads turned briefly in his direction, but most quickly dismissed the strange little creature. He huddled lower, whispering fiercely to himself. "No, not this time. Smeagol won't run away. Smeagol won't hide." He tightened his grip on the sword by his side. It was heavy, almost too much for his thin frame. Master said Smeagol could be good. Master trusted Smeagol. And Smeagol won't betray the Master. For a moment, there was silence in his mind. No voices, no whispers. Gollum stood, his small frame dwarfed by the chaos of the hall. He adjusted his helmet, even as it slipped down to cover his eyes, and straightened his back as much as his stooped figure allowed. "Smeagol fights now," he murmured, clutching the hilt of the sword with both hands. "For the Master. For the precious." A subtle shift had taken root within the creature. It was small, but it was there, a flicker of courage, a sliver of loyalty to something beyond himself. Gollum approached the rest of the Fellowship huddled together at one of the tables. "Come sit here, Smeagol," invited Frodo kindly, scooting over to make space at the table. He placed a gentle hand on the empty bench, his kind eyes meeting Gollum's hesitant gaze. For a moment, Gollum wavered, his thin frame trembling with uncertainty. His fingers twitched against the table's edge before he climbed up onto the bench, his helmet slipping forward and obscuring his face. Frodo reached out instinctively, righting the oversized piece of armor with a smile. "You've traveled far, Smeagol. Rest a while," Frodo said softly. Gollum nodded, his wiry hands clinging tightly to the hilt of his sword. Sam, seated across from Frodo, eyed Gollum warily but held his tongue. Frodo leaned forward. "Tell me, Smeagol, before all of this, before the ring, what was your life like?" Gollum froze, his pale eyes wide and unblinking. For a moment, the table fell silent, save for the distant sounds of hurried footsteps and clinking armor in the hall. Finally, Gollum lowered his gaze. Smeagol was. He hesitated, his voice low and unsteady. Smeagol was happy. Yes, happy Smeagol. We lived by the river with our people. Fishing, we did, catching the slimy, wriggling fish in our nets. Oh, how they sparkled in the water, precious little fishies. His tone softened, almost wistful. Smeagol had a friend too, Deagol. We fished together until... The wistful light in his eyes dimmed, replaced by a shadow of guilt. Until the precious came to us. Took everything away. Made Smeagol forget the sun, forget the river. He shook his head violently, his hands clawing at his temple. No, don't speak of it. Don't make us remember. Frodo placed a reassuring hand on Gollum's shoulder. You don't have to, Smeagol. Not if it hurts too much. Gollum stilled at the touch, his breathing ragged. Then, almost in a whisper, he said, "They hurt us too. The filthy orcs." His voice cracked, his body curling inward as though shielding himself from an unseen blow. Frodo's brow furrowed. What happened, Smeagol? They took us, Gollum hissed, his fingers digging into the wooden table. Chained us up in the dark and did things to us. His voice wavered, growing softer. But they didn't stop. No, never stopped. They hurt us, stretched us, made us bleed with their big black orc. That's enough, Mr. Frodo. Can't you see? Sam's face turned ashen. Let him speak, Frodo said, his voice firm but gentle. Gollum's eyes darted to Sam, then back to Frodo. They broke us, he whispered, his voice trembling. Made Smeagol scream. Made Smeagol bleed. We couldn't walk anymore. Couldn't stand. So we crawled, and they'd come from behind Smeagol, and then... He clutched at his throat, his voice barely audible. They took the precious from us, cut it from us, and threw it into the fire. Frodo's face was pale, his lips parted as if searching for words. I'm so sorry, Smeagol, he said finally. Smeagol doesn't want sorry, Gollum snapped, though his voice lacked its usual venom. Smeagol wants... He hesitated, his gaze lowering to the table. Master Goggins said, he promised, the dwarves would make us a new one. A new precious. Yes, that's why Smeagol fights now. For Master Goggins. For the one who didn't hurt us. Frodo exchanged a glance with Sam, whose eyes were narrowed with distrust but still tinged with reluctant pity. Beside them, the lady sat silently, her hands folded tightly in her lap. Her face was pale, her eyes red and swollen from tears. She turned her gaze away when Frodo looked at her, her composure slipping as she rose abruptly from the table. My lady, Aragorn called, stepping toward her. Please, I would break words. But she shook her head, her voice breaking as she said, Forgive me. I cannot bear it. Her skirt brushed the stone floor as she hurried from the hall, her sobs faintly audible as they echoed down the corridor. Aragorn stood still for a moment, his shoulders heavy with the weight of loss. I understand, he murmured softly, more to himself than anyone else. The loss of a mighty man like Goggins is not easily borne. Frodo watched her go, his heart heavy. Turning back to Gollum, he placed a hand on the small creature's arm. You're not alone anymore, Smeagol, he said quietly. We'll stand together in this fight. For the Lord Goggins, and for the hope he gave us all. Gollum blinked at him, his pale eyes glimmering faintly in the firelight. For the first time, a shadow of something akin to gratitude crossed his face. For the Master, he whispered, yes. For the Master. Suddenly, the great wooden doors of the hall swung open with a thunderous creak. The gathered warriors and captains turned as one, weapons half drawn in reflex. But their tension dissolved in an instant when Goggins strode in, flanked by Gandalf. What's good, motherfuckers? The hall erupted in joy. Gimli and the hobbits rushed forward along with Gollum, colliding with Goggins in an unrestrained embrace. All right. Cut that gay shit out, said Goggins, but a rare smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He fist-bumped Frodo before pushing them off. Aragorn approached, his relief evident as he clasped Goggins in a firm embrace. We thought you had perished, brother. Tell us, what happened after you fell? Goggins shrugged as if brushing off death itself. Fell from that motherfucking cliff, straight into the river. Shit was cold, but I swam to the bank. And then, he paused, his expression turning incredulous. I saw some crazy shit, man. The fucking trees were moving. They must have put LSD in that water. So the tales of the Ents are true, Aragorn murmured, smiling to himself. What the fuck's an Ent? There is no time to explain, Aragorn replied, placing a hand on his shoulder. Battle approaches. We must ready ourselves. Nodding, Goggins turned to Gimli, towering over the stout dwarf. What's up, little man? What's going on here? Gimli adjusted his helm and puffed out his chest. Master, we've been explaining to the king that it's not mere orcs we're fighting. He turned to Theoden. These are fighting Uruk-hai, my lord. Their armor is thick and their shields broad. They are bred for war, stronger and fiercer than any common orc. Nonetheless, we will beat them back, Theoden declared loudly before turning back to his captains. Gandalf stepped forward, smiling at the members of the Fellowship gathered around him. Glad I am to see you all well, he said. How come you were both here, together? Aragorn asked, his gaze shifting between Gandalf and Goggins. After my business in Fangorn, our paths crossed as we turned toward Helms Deep, Gandalf replied. The Lord Goggins has already informed me of what transpired in the Golden Hall. A blow was indeed struck to Isengard. I would guess it is the reason Saruman now attacks with such reckless haste. But where are Merry and Pippin? Interjected a concerned Frodo. They are with Treebeard and Fangorn, Gandalf assured him. They are quite all right. You need not worry. What is Treebeard? Asked Frodo, but he was cut off by Goggins, who had spotted a troubling sight. What the fuck? The hall fell silent as they turned to see Goggins glaring at the king. We got child soldiers now, he raged. Alas, we have no choice, my Lord Goggins. Either we all fight or we will all die, responded the weary-looking king. You sound like a fucking pussy, spat Goggins. Look, man, this why we got international law. Your ass gonna end up at The Hague. Cut that shit out. Aragorn held up his hand in a calming gesture and muttered something in a softer speech, which Goggins recognized to be that of the elves, but it did not have the desired effect upon the enraged Goggins. Speak English, motherfucker. It is not our place to question the laws of another land. This ain't Africa, motherfucker. We invaded Vietnam for less. The murmurs of the soldiers and captains died down, all eyes on the exchange. Both Aragorn and Goggins looked to the king for a response. The king bowed his head and after a while gave a deep sigh. The Lord Goggins is right, he said, his voice heavy with reluctance. Loath am I to place our young upon the field of battle. If we perish, then they, at least, will have a chance to escape through the caves. The gathered soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. Some of the younger recruits, their faces pale with relief, shifted their eyes to the floor. An older captain stepped forward, his brow furrowed. My lord, with respect, if we do not hold, who will shield their escape? The enemy will show no mercy, not even to the children. Goggins turned on the man like a thunderstorm, pointing a finger that might as well have been a blade. Hold up, you stupid motherfucker. You think putting a sword in a kid's hand makes him a warrior? Shit. He roughly grabbed one of the children clad in overly large armor by the neck and swung him around for all to see. You think this lil bitch is gonna do anything other than die out there? He asked, jabbing a finger towards the king. You see the orcs bringing their kids to die here? Nah, you got grown-ass men here. Let them die with honor. The kids can live to rebuild this shithole when it's all over. The king straightened. You speak harsh truths, Lord Goggins, but truths they remain. You are right, their place is not here. I will see to it that the young are taken to the caves immediately. Before anyone could protest further, Goggins clapped his hands sharply, commanding the room's attention. All right, bitches, listen up, he barked, pacing the length of the hall like a drill sergeant. Goggins stood at the center of the hall, his imposing figure commanding immediate attention. His sharp eyes scanned the room, locking on each leader in turn as he barked out his orders. All right, listen up. I've seen some shit, but this ain't gonna be like any other war. You think these motherfuckers care about honor? Hell nah. They're coming to fuck you up, so we're not gonna play their game. He pointed to Boromir, Aragorn, Gimli, and Eomer. You four, you're holding the gate. That's our weakest point. You're the last line of defense, so you better dig in and be ready to bleed. Boromir puffed his chest, nodding proudly. Gimli slammed his axe into the ground with a grunt of approval. Turning to Gandalf, Legolas, Frodo, and Sam, Goggins continued. You're with me. We're holding the wall. That's where the real fight's gonna be. They're gonna come in waves, and we're gonna send those ugly bastards back in pieces. Then his eyes landed on Gollum, who flinched under the weight of the attention. And you, little dude, Goggins said, crouching down to Gollum's level. "You're on wall duty too. See something climbing up? You cut it down. No sneaky shit. You stick to the plan, you hear me?" Gollum nodded vigorously, muttering, "Yes, yes, the Master trusts Smeagol. Smeagol will fight for the Master." Goggins straightened up, clapping his hands to get the room's focus again. "All right, now my battalion," he growled, motioning for their captain to step forward. The soldiers, clad in armor of his design, stood like statues, their discipline a stark contrast to the disorganized militia of Rohan. "You guys are my ace in the hole. You don't move, you don't shoot, you don't do shit without my say-so. Got it?" "Yes, sir," the captain barked, his voice echoing through the hall. "You stay behind the wall, out of sight. If that gate falls or the wall's breached, you hit them hard. But not before. You're my hammer, and I'm not wasting you on the first swing." Eomer turned to Aragorn, Boromir, and Gimli. "My lords, I long for the chance to draw swords together. Boromir of Gondor and Aragorn, son of Arathorn, it is an honor." "Woe to our enemies," responded Aragorn, clapping a hand on his shoulder. With his orders given, Goggins strode out of the hall, the leaders following behind. The air was sharp and cold, the sun dipping low on the horizon. The field before Helm's Deep stretched out like a stage awaiting blood. "All right," said Goggins, cracking his knuckles as he surveyed the terrain. "We got some time before the main event, so let's make it count." From the supplies brought by his battalion, Goggins ordered crates of explosives and mustard gas canisters to be unloaded. "First off, I want C4 planted in the field in a staggered pattern. We're gonna funnel those bastards into kill zones. When they charge, we blow the front lines to hell and make the ones behind them trip over their dead buddies." The men of Rohan, unused to such devices, hesitated. "What you waiting for?" Goggins snapped. "A motherfucking invitation? Move, niggers!" Next, he pointed to the barricades. His men were unloading crude but sturdy wooden constructs reinforced with spikes. "We're setting these up at intervals along the field. If they think they can swarm us, these will slow them down. Thin the herd." Turning to Gandalf, Goggins gestured toward the ramparts. "Old man, you got any more Harry Potter shit? Anything that'll help with crowd control?" Gandalf smiled, his eyes twinkling. "I see your fireworks are superior to mine. No matter. I have some more surprises in store, David." "Good. Keep 'em guessing." "If you could but give me more of what you did on the banks of the Great River," Gandalf asked, his expression a mix of hunger and shame as he scratched at his forearm. "Fucking junkie," muttered Goggins in disgust before turning away. Finally, he addressed the mustard gas canisters. "These are our last resort. If it looks like we're gonna get overrun, we set these off and fall back. It ain't pretty, but watching those fucks suffer is gonna be beautiful." Aragorn frowned, stepping forward. "You'd unleash poison upon the battlefield? What of the land? What of the innocents caught in its wake?" Goggins met his gaze, unflinching. "You think the Uruk-hai give a fuck about the land? Or your innocence? This is war, brother. This shit ugly as hell. You want to die with honor? Fine. But I'm here to make sure we win. And that means we gotta do whatever it takes." Aragorn held his stare for a long moment before nodding reluctantly. "Very well. But let it be a last resort." "It will be," Goggins said, his tone final. "Now get to work." The hours passed quickly as the defenders of Helm's Deep worked tirelessly under Goggins' watchful eye. The explosives were rigged, the barricades set, and the archers positioned along the walls. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, the first faint sounds of the enemy army reached their ears, a low, guttural rumble like distant thunder. Goggins stood atop the wall, his arms crossed as he looked out into the growing darkness. "Stay hard," he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible over the rising wind. Below him, The defenders of Helm's Deep braced themselves, their faces a mix of fear and hope. And behind the wall, Goggins' battalion waited, silent and ready, like a coiled spring. The Battle of Helm's Deep was about to begin, and under Goggins' command, it would be fought like no battle Middle-earth had ever seen. There and back again. A Goggins Tale. Part 12, The Battle of Helm's Deep. "So it begins," whispered King Theoden, his voice heavy with dread. His eyes swept over the gathered defenders of Helm's Deep as he stood atop the parapet, flanked by the knights of his house. The rain began to fall, first in fat droplets, then in a torrential downpour that soaked the stone walls and turned the ground below into slick mud. Thunder cracked across the sky, illuminating the fortress and the endless sea of the enemy in flashes of light. On the wall, Goggins stood, a dark silhouette against the storm. His rifle gleamed in the dim light as he gave it a final check. A grin of defiance broke across his face as he glanced back at the reserve troops stationed behind the wall. "This shit's gonna be wild," he muttered, feeling anticipation building. He turned to face his soldiers, the rain streaming down his face, and raised his rifle high. "Stay hard, motherfuckers," he roared, his voice cutting through the storm like a battle horn. Behind him, the troops erupted in a collective bellow, their weapons raised as their commander's words ignited a hunger for battle. The sound echoed off the walls, drowning out the storm for a brief moment. Atop the gate, Aragorn stood with Gimli, Boromir, and Eomer, their eyes fixed on the approaching horde. Above them, Theoden watched from his perch, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Gollum had scrambled onto a battlement for a better view, his wiry frame silhouetted against the rain-soaked sky. His enormous eyes darted frantically as he took in the scene below. The full might of the enemy stretched across the dike, tens of thousands of Uruk-hai clad in black armor and carrying cruel black iron weapons. Interspersed among them were wild hillmen, their faces painted and their voices raised in guttural war cries. "Fucking traitors," Goggins growled, spitting onto the stone wall as his keen eyes picked out the human figures among the Uruks. "I'ma kill that motherfucker down there first," he said, pointing to a wild man with red face paint on the front line. The enemy halted, forming an endless line at the edge of the dike. The Uruks raised their shields and began hammering on them in unison, their boots stomping into the ground with rhythmic ferocity. The sound grew louder, a thunderous cacophony that shook the very walls of the fortress. Boom, boom, boom. The noise rolled like an avalanche, a display of intimidation designed to unnerve the defenders. Gollum clung tightly to the stone battlement, his claws digging into the wet surface. "So loud," he stammered, his voice almost lost amidst the deafening sound. His wide eyes searched for Goggins in the chaos, as if seeking reassurance. Aragorn stepped forward, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. "Hold your ground," he shouted to the defenders below, holding the gate, his voice steady and commanding. "Do not fear the clamor. They seek to break your spirit before the fight begins." Beside him, Gimli hefted his axe with a grunt. "Let them come," he growled. Eomer shifted his grip on his sword, his jaw clenched as his gaze remained fixed on the enemy. "They think their numbers alone will overwhelm us," he said. "They have forgotten the strength of men." Boromir nodded, the grim lines of his face illuminated briefly by a flash of lightning. "And they've never faced the likes of Lord Goggins before." From above, Theoden called down to his men, his voice ringing clear over the storm and din. "Stand fast. The strength of Rohan will not falter this night." On the wall, Goggins raised a hand, signaling his troops to ready themselves. "They think they're hard?" he muttered under his breath, the grin returning to his face. He turned to one of his lieutenants and nodded. "Light it up." Moments later, a line of fire sprang to life along the wall as torches and lanterns ignited, casting a flickering orange glow over the defenders. A simple act of defiance in the face of the overwhelming darkness that loomed before them. The Uruk-hai roared in response, their shields pounding louder, their stomps shaking the earth. The storm raged on, and the battle for Helm's Deep was about to begin. The largest Uruk, standing atop a jagged rock at the center of the enemy forces, raised his sword high and gave a guttural roar, rallying his troops. Goggins, standing beside Legolas, laughed darkly, shaking his head. "That big motherfucker's putting on a show up there." Legolas, his sharp elven eyes already trained on the Uruk through the rifle scope, smiled faintly. "He is bold, but careless." Goggins placed a hand on the elf's shoulder and leaned in. "You got a shot?" Legolas adjusted the rifle slightly, the crosshairs hovering perfectly over the commander's head. "I can hit him." "Rookie mistake, motherfucker," muttered Goggins, a menacing grin upon his face. "It'd be a damn shame to let this opportunity slide. Take the shot, man." The rifle went off with a thunderous crack, the sound startling the Rohirrim nearby. Many of them flinched, their eyes darting to the source of the unfamiliar noise. Across the dike, the Uruk commander's head exploded in a visceral spray of blood and brain matter, the force of the shot sending his helmet spinning into the air. His massive body toppled backward with a heavy thud, collapsing into the mud. A stunned silence fell over the battlefield. Venomii, who moments before had been a tide of rage and noise, faltered, their shield pounding ceasing as they stared at the lifeless form of their leader. Confusion rippled through their ranks. On the wall, Goggins burst into laughter, clapping Legolas on the back with enthusiasm. "Damn fine shot, man. Those motherfuckers weren't ready for that. They think we're still fucking about with bows and arrows." Legolas gave a small, satisfied nod, lowering the rifle. "Nasty Orcses loses his head," cackled Gollum from his perch on the battlements. Behind the wall, Frodo and Sam struggled to see over the edge of the wall, their short frames leaving them with only a view of the backs of taller defenders. Sam tugged on Goggins' sleeve impatiently. "What's going on up there?" Goggins glanced down at the hobbit with a grin. "We took out their big dog. He's all fucked up now. Don't worry, you'll get your turn to see." "But we can't see anything," Frodo added, craning his neck futilely. "Sit tight, little nigger. You'll see soon enough. Trust me, it's gonna get real interesting up here." Standing nearby, Gandalf had removed his cloak, his gleaming white robe stark against the gloom of the storm. He placed a reassuring hand on Frodo's shoulder. "Soon they will fall upon us. Hold to your courage, my brave hobbits. The battle ahead will test us all." He turned to Goggins, his expression grave. "The task before us is dire. We may not see out the night. If we fall here, all hope is lost. The enemy will find the ring, and Saruman will have his prize." Goggins met the wizard's gaze with steely confidence, reaching into his vest to pull out a small incendiary grenade. "We good, man. If shit hits the fan, I'll destroy that ring myself. This baby'll melt that shit in an instant. So chill out, I ain't need your negativity now, old man." The pounding of the Uruk shields resumed, growing louder and faster, their roars rising in intensity. The enemy, now enraged, began to advance again, their fury even greater after the death of their leader. "Mr. Goggins, sir, don't you want to use your bigger weapons for this fight?" asked Sam, clearly trying to appear braver than he felt. "Nah, man, we good. I don't think we're gonna need the machine gun or rockets. I don't want a set of the explosives we set down there too early." Goggins raised a hand, signaling the defenders to quiet down. The rhythmic pounding of enemy shields continued to echo in the distance, but the men of Rohan around him on the wall turned their attention to him. He set his rifle down against the wall. "Look at those motherfuckers down there," he said, pointing his finger at the enemy forces. "A sea of little bitches. Thousands of them. Big, bad, ugly motherfuckers, screaming like they already won. But those motherfuckers don't know who they're dealing with." He paced slowly along the wall, the rain dripping from his bald head. "I know what you're thinking. How the hell do we hold out against that? I'll tell you how. You remember the towers. The world changed in a single day. 2 towers fell, and it shook the whole fucking world. You know who knocked them down? He let the words hang in the air for a moment, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. Bush knocked down those motherfucking towers. The defenders exchanged confused looks, but Gandalf appeared startled, his brow furrowed as he studied Goggins. Goggins continued, undeterred. The world went to hell after that, but guess what? We're still here. We adapt, we fight, we survive. That's what makes us dangerous. And these fuckers out there, they ain't nothing but terrorists, and we ain't gonna let them win. He stopped, his voice rising. You see, I got a feeling about how all this is gonna play out. Some of y'all bitches might not make it through the night. But those who live, they're gonna remember this as the day we showed the enemy what happens when you mess with the hardest motherfuckers this world's ever seen. Stay hard. The defenders erupted in cheers, their morale bolstered. Though Gandalf did not react, his eyes lingered on Goggins with a mix of suspicion and wonder. How does he know of such things? The towers, my plans, is it foresight? Some gift of the Valar, he thought. Gandalf stroked his beard, his mind racing. Could he know of the Ents? Of Treebeard's march? Indeed, he must be gifted with foresight. How else could he know of the plan to place Merry and Pippin in Fangorn with Treebeard, in hope they would move the Ents to attack Isengard while it's empty? I must ask him. But before he could, a deafening roar erupted from the enemy ranks. The pounding of shields ceased, replaced by the deafening war cries of the enemy. The ground seemed to tremble beneath their charge as the black tide surged forward, their swords and spears glinting in the flickering light of the torches. Goggins spun toward the wall, grabbing his rifle. All right, here they come. Get to your positions. The enemy surged forward, a tidal wave of black armor, their guttural war cries growing louder as they closed the distance to the walls. But Goggins stood firm, calm amidst the chaos. He grinned as his finger hovered over the detonator in his hand. Let's light these bitches up, he muttered, pressing the button. A thunderous explosion ripped through the night. The ground shook violently as the C4 planted along the dike detonated. For an instant, the battlefield was illuminated as if the sun had returned, casting the defenders' faces in stark relief. The blinding light was followed by a deafening roar, drowning out all other sound. The explosion tore through the front ranks of the enemy, sending Uruk-hai, hillmen, and debris flying in every direction. Bodies were flung into the air like ragdolls, limbs separated from their owners. The acrid scent of smoke and burning flesh filled the air as flames licked at the wreckage. The defenders on the wall cheered wildly, their spirits surging at the sight of the destruction. That's what happens when you fuck with the United States, bellowed Goggins, his voice carrying over the din. But even as the defenders roared in triumph, a sudden thud echoed behind Goggins, followed by a groan. He turned just in time to see Gandalf crumple to the ground, unconscious. What the fuck? Goggins muttered, stepping closer to inspect. Lying beside the fallen wizard was a massive Uruk leg, still clad in blackened armor, the flesh charred and bloody from the explosion. Frodo and Sam rushed to Gandalf's side. Gandalf, wake up, Frodo pleaded, shaking the wizard's shoulder. Sam grimaced, his face pale as he knelt to examine Gandalf. He's breathing, but that leg must have hit him hard like a troll's club. Goggins spared the unconscious wizard only a brief glance before shaking his head. He should have worn some fucking protection, he said dismissively, already turning his focus back to the battlefield. The explosion had done its work. The enemy's front lines were in shambles, bodies strewn across the battlefield. Those who survived were dazed, stumbling through the smoke and rubble as their comrades further back scrambled to regroup. Their ferocity faltered, replaced by hesitation. The enemy halted their advance, falling back to regroup and plan their next move. Even from the wall, the defenders could see the confusion rippling through the enemy ranks. "Mr. Goggins, sir," Sam called nervously, still holding the grotesque leg, unsure of what to do with it. Goggins turned and frowned. "Stop fucking around and throw that leg back over," he barked, pointing to the battlefield. Sam hesitated, his face green as he tried to maneuver the heavy, blood-soaked limb. "Yes, Mr. Goggins, sir," he stammered, clutching the leg awkwardly. With a grunt of effort, Sam managed to heave the leg over the wall. It landed in the mud with a wet squelch. Goggins rolled his eyes. "Now, get your ass back in line." "Yes, sir," Sam muttered, wiping his hands on his trousers and hurrying back to Frodo, who was still tending to Gandalf. The defenders' cheers subsided as the enemy began to reorganize, moving with a more cautious pace. They advanced slowly now, shields raised, eyes scanning the walls for more traps. Goggins smirked. "They're learning. Good." "Archers!" shouted Goggins, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Aim!" The defenders drew their bows. The mass of Uruk-hai and hillmen surged forward like an unstoppable tide. Goggins waited, his eyes fixed on the advancing horde, waiting for the right moment. The enemy closed the distance. "Shoot!" he barked. The sound of arrows tearing through the rain was lost in the thunderous crack of another shot from Legolas' rifle. Arrows arced through the stormy night, finding their marks in armor, flesh, and bone. Uruk-hai dropped by the dozen, their monstrous cries silenced as they fell into the mud. The volley had done its job, again slowing the enemy's advance. Yet it wasn't enough. The horde rushed forward in chaotic desperation, the break in their charge only fueling their fury and desperation. A sea of black and red surged to the base of the wall, ladders rising against the stone. "Shit's getting real," muttered Goggins as he turned back toward the parapet, his eyes catching on the motionless form of Gandalf on the cold stone. "Fuck, man," he growled, sprinting to the wizard. The defenders around him barely noticed as they prepared to repel the assault. Dropping to one knee beside Gandalf, Goggins fished another syringe of adrenaline from his vest. "For the third time, old man," he muttered, slamming the needle into Gandalf's arm and pressing the plunger. The effect was immediate. Gandalf's eyes flew open, blazing with unnatural energy. With a low, guttural roar, the old wizard leapt to his feet, ripping Glamdring from its sheath in one fluid motion. His wild eyes scanned the battlefield, searching for something to strike. "Chill, man," Goggins started, but the wizard was already in motion. With a mad cry, Gandalf sprinted toward the edge of the wall, his white robes flaring behind him as he prepared to leap down into the horde below. "Mithrandir!" "No!" shouted Legolas. The elf's cry caught Goggins' attention, and he spun, just in time to see Gandalf about to hurl himself from the parapet. "Get down, motherfucker!" Goggins roared, lunging forward and grabbing the wizard's robes. With a Herculean effort, he yanked Gandalf back from the edge, both of them tumbling onto the wet stone. Pinned beneath Goggins, Gandalf thrashed like a man possessed, still desperate to fight. "Stupid motherfucker!" Goggins screamed, grabbing Gandalf by the beard and shaking him. "You wanna die? You gonna get stomped down there. Look." He released the wizard and pointed down the length of the wall, where dozens of Uruk and hillmen had begun to climb over the battlements, their weapons raised. "Go deal with those motherfuckers first." Goggins barked, shoving Gandalf toward the advancing enemy. The wizard scrambled to his feet, eyes blazing. Without a word, he turned and rocketed toward the attackers with an uncharacteristic cry of fury. Glamdring flashed in the stormlight as he threw himself into the fray, striking down foes with wild abandon. Goggins shook his head and spat. "Time to put his old ass in a home," he muttered, before turning to the hobbits. "Frodo, Sam, go after him," he ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Make sure he don't do nothing stupid. I gotta check the gate, see what's going on down there." "Yes, Mr. Goggins, sir," stammered Sam, grabbing Frodo's hand as they hurried after the berserk Gandalf. Goggins turned to Gollum, who was perched on the parapet, watching the chaos with wide eyes. "You're with me," little man Goggins said. "Yes, master," Gollum hissed, leaping down to scuttle after him. Smeagol follows the master, yes. As the hobbits and Gollum split off in different directions, Goggins grabbed his rifle and headed toward the gate. Below, the enemy continued their relentless assault. And with that, Goggins and Gollum took off, running up the wall towards the gate. The distant boom of the battering ram echoed through the rain, growing louder with every passing second. As they crested the wall, Goggins caught sight of the immense ram slamming against the gate, the heavy thuds reverberating through the fortress. Turning quickly, Goggins scanned the horizon, seeking the quickest way to intervene. His gaze caught Legolas on the far side of the wall. Without a second thought, he shouted for the elf's attention. "Shoot those motherfuckers." Seeing, the elf understood. He swung the rifle around, his sharp eyes locking onto the exposed flank of the soldiers who were hoisting the enormous battering ram into position. Without hesitation, he began firing, each shot ringing out in quick succession. The precision of the elven marksman was unmatched, and one by one, the Uruk-hai holding the ram fell, their bodies crumpling to the ground lifeless. The ram faltered as the soldiers who had been pushing it crumpled, but the damage was already done. The heavy wooden trunk dropped to the ground with a resounding crash, but the gate's already weakened frame had splintered under the immense force of the battering. The defenders could hear the crack of wood as the barricade groaned. It would not last much longer. Goggins and Gollum arrived at the gate just in time to see the damage. He quickly assessed the situation, scanning the men struggling to hold the gate together. The king and his warriors were doing their best to push the gate back into place, their hands slipping on the wet wood as the enemy relentlessly pushed against it. "What do you need?" called Aragorn, who had also arrived just behind Goggins. "Time!" shouted back Theoden. Aragorn's eyes locked with the king's, and he understood immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, he beckoned Boromir, Gimli, and Eomer to follow him. "Let's go. We must buy them time." The group moved swiftly through a small door beside the gate. As they passed, Theoden glanced back at Goggins. "Bring timber," he shouted, spotting Goggins still in the thick of it. "Who's gonna carry the logs?" he shouted back. A moment later, Goggins had made his way to a pile of thick, gnarled logs waiting to be carried, grabbing one of the largest. He hefted the massive log over his shoulder. The wood was slick with rain, but not heavy enough to slow him down. He returned to the gate with others bearing wood. Outside, through the gate being boarded up, he spotted the ferocious defense. Aragorn and the others were putting up. The enemy faltered, daring not to approach the four mighty warriors. "Gollum, tell them to get their asses back inside before the enemy starts shooting at them." "Yes, master." Gollum scurried off through a gap in the gates, returning a minute later with Aragorn and the others. The enemy hot on their tail. "An honor it is to fight beside such valiant warriors," said the breathless but exhilarated Marshal of the Mark. "What the fuck you stopping for?" "The fight ain't over yet. Get back to fucking work," barked an irate Goggins. "You are right, my lord." "Come, the gate must not be breached," replied Aragorn, and he turned immediately, leading the others back. "Good work, little man," said Goggins to Gollum, "but we gotta get back to the wall." "Yes, master," responded Gollum, looking thoroughly pleased with himself at being recognized for his contribution. He followed Goggins back up the stone stair towards the chaos of the wall. The din of clashing steel and war cries grew louder with every step. The wall appeared to still be under control, at least for the moment. The men of Rohan yet held their ground. Enemies that had managed to scramble up the few ladders which remained standing were failing to make a true dent in the defenders. Goggins scanned the length of the wall, and in the distance, he spotted a white figure cutting through the chaos like a force of nature. It was Gandalf, moving in a thunderous blur, his staff glowing with an unearthly light and his sword flashing like lightning. The enemies fell before him as though they were but shadows. "Look at that motherfucker go!" Goggins exclaimed, laughing. He turned to Gollum, who was trailing behind him, eyes darting nervously. "You want some of that shit?" he asked, nodding towards the rampaging wizard. Your saggy ass looks like it could do with a hit. Gollum's eyes lit up. Master would give Smeagol the special powers? He cried, rubbing his bony hands together. Goggins grinned and pulled out a small vial filled with adrenaline. It's time you felt alive again, man. This right here, my friend, will make you faster, stronger, harder. You'll be bouncing off the fucking walls. But before Goggins could administer the dose, the battlefield was rocked by an enormous explosion. The deafening roar was followed by a plume of smoke and debris as a section of the wall was obliterated. The air filled with the acrid stench of sulfur and burning stone. Where'd they get a motherfucking bomb? Goggins shouted in utter disbelief. Like a dam had been burst, a sea of enemies flooded in, a thundering wave of Uruks and men. Goggins stood on the wall, his gaze fixed on the chaos below. For a moment, he simply observed, his face an unreadable mask as he watched the tide of darkness move toward the breach. Then, he turned his attention to the battalion he had personally trained, the elite fighting force that now moved into position with precision that bordered on mechanical. "Stay hard," Goggins roared, his voice cutting through the din like a bullhorn. The battalion advanced swiftly, their movements synchronized. Clad in armor forged by dwarven blacksmiths and emblazoned with a combat knife sigil, they bore weapons unlike anything Middle-earth had seen before. Semi-automatic rifles, sleek and deadly, gleamed in the dim light. Designed by Goggins himself and meticulously crafted in the forges of Erebor, these weapons were a marvel of ingenuity, a fusion of ancient craftsmanship and modern engineering. As the enemy surged through the breach, the elven warriors stationed at the rear unleashed a torrent of fire. Their rifles spat death with pinpoint accuracy, each shot a deadly blow that dropped an enemy in its tracks. The Uruk's momentum faltered as their front lines were reduced to a chaotic mess of fallen bodies. Those behind them hesitated, their bloodlust tempered by the sudden, unrelenting hail of bullets. When hundreds of enemies lay dead, their bodies forming a grotesque barricade, the second phase of Goggins' plan unfolded. The infantry surged forward. Hundreds of dwarves and men with grim expressions marched forward to engage. The clash of steel rang out as the infantry met the enemy head-on. The dwarves wielded massive hammers and axes, their strikes pulverizing the Uruks. The enemy's numbers counted for little against the cohesion and training of Goggins' army. Such was the effectiveness, those atop the wall turned to look in awe. It was as if they were being fed into a threshing machine, ruthlessly efficient at shredding all placed within it. "Now that's what you call a motherfucking army," bellowed Goggins, looking on in admiration. "This is goddamn poetry in motion." Then, remembering the adrenaline syringe in his hand, Goggins grabbed Gollum and administered a dose. "Master!" screamed Gollum, his eyes bulging under the helm as his blood felt like it had turned to fire. "Get down there and fight," ordered Goggins, pointing to the breach below. Gollum took off, brandishing his now unsheathed short sword. Despite his small stature, Gollum was a force to be reckoned with, his agility and speed unmatched. He darted from Uruk to Uruk, biting, stabbing, and slashing with a savagery that left a trail of carnage in his wake. "Little nigga's got some fight in him," laughed Goggins before dashing down towards Gandalf and the others. Around Frodo, Sam, and Gandalf lay piles of bodies. All ladders had been destroyed, and they now stood watching the battle behind the wall. "They ain't getting up here anytime soon. We gotta get down there and stop them getting in any further," shouted Goggins. "But, Mr. Goggins, sir, begging your pardon, there are rats down there," stammered Sam. "Little bitch," Goggins scolded, glaring at the hobbit. "I ain't afraid of no rats." He turned toward Gandalf, who had removed his robe and tunic. His body was drenched in sweat and billowing steam. "You too, old man," Goggins barked. Gandalf grunted, adjusting his grip on his staff and sword. The group descended the stone steps built into the back of the wall. The battle below was fierce, but the Goggins battalion was holding firm. It was a sight to behold, an army designed with ruthless efficiency. The elven sharpshooters rained down semi-automatic fire from the rear, their custom-forged rifles thinning out the enemy with surgical precision. The heavy infantry, a blend of dwarves and men, stood like an unyielding wall of steel, while lighter, more agile units darted along the flanks, slicing through enemy ranks. The enemy's dead piled high, but they kept coming, driven by some dark will. So far, the enemy had not figured out a way to penetrate through and make a dent. A horn sounded from above, loud and clear, cutting through the clamor. Goggins whipped his head around and bolted up the stone steps. He reached the parapet and peered out beyond the wall. Through the dust and smoke of the battlefield, the gates of the keep, battered and splintered, were flung wide with a shattering crash. Out rode the charge. At the head of the force, the king led the way, his sword held high. Beside him rode Aragorn, Boromir, and the marshal. Their mounts thundered across the blood-soaked ground, and the sight of the charging cavalry sent a ripple of fear through the remaining enemy ranks. The charge was like an unstoppable wave, crashing through the remnants of the Uruk horde. Swords rose and fell, shields smashed against flesh. The enemy line broke, scattering like leaves in a storm. The surviving Uruks, seeing their doom, abandoned their weapons and ran, tripping over the corpses of their comrades, only to meet their end beneath the trampling hooves of the cavalry. The wild men, who had fought, now threw down their arms and fell to their knees, begging for mercy. "Took their fucking souls," muttered Goggins, surveying the scene with satisfaction. The field fell silent, save for the cries of the wounded and the groans of the dying. The enemy had been routed. The battle was won. There and back again. A Goggins Tale. Part 13. Victory. The battle was over. The field of Helm's Deep was now a mess of blood and mud, littered with shattered weapons and the lifeless bodies of the enemy. Victory had been hard won, but it was absolute. The remaining Uruks, who had not fled, were hunted down and slain without mercy. No quarter was given, and none would leave to report back their failure. As the sun dipped, casting its first rays over the deeping wall, the surviving wild hillmen who had surrendered stood trembling. Stripped of their weapons, they were rounded up and herded toward the fields. "Get to work, bitches," barked Goggins, Spartan kicking the one closest to him. "Clear those fucking bodies." The wild men nodded in fear. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, they began their grim work, dragging the corpses of their fallen allies into heaps to be burned. The fires would burn high, sending a smoke that perhaps would be seen from as far off as Isengard. Inside the great hall of Helm's Deep, the mood was markedly different. The heavy doors had been thrown open, and fires roared in the hearths. Food and drink were brought forth in abundance, and the survivors gathered to celebrate their hard-fought victory. Elves, dwarves, men, and hobbits celebrated their great victory together. Tankards of ale clinked together, and hearty laughter echoed against the stone walls. The music of flutes rose above the noise as the fear of battle gave way to revelry and joy. Nearby, Gandalf sat slumped against a pillar, his staff leaning precariously beside him. The great wizard's robes were tattered and streaked with grime, and for once, he looked every bit his age. The adrenaline Goggins had administered again had now worn off. He had crashed out behind the wall and been carried back to the hall to recover. He now slept deeply, undisturbed by the noise around him. Beside him lay Gollum, also worn out by the furious effects of the adrenaline, now lay sprawled on the cold stone floor at the edge of the hall. His helm lay discarded beside him, and his gaunt face was twisted into an exhausted scowl. His efforts on the field of battle had earned him much respect in the eyes of the men of the Mark who had witnessed that, despite his small stature, he had defeated dozens of armored Uruk-hai with naught but his hands. Those of the wild hillmen who seen Gollum at work and survived would forever swear they saw a demon of death fighting with the men of Rohan. Across the hall, the king sat at the head of a long table, his sword resting before him. His face was lined with weariness, but but his eyes glimmered with pride as he watched his people celebrate. "They fought well," he said, smiling. Beside him, Aragorn nodded. "They did. Against all odds, your people are valiant. And it was no small thing," added Eomer, raising his tankard. "Without the Lord Goggins and his men, we would have been overwhelmed. There is no army like it in all of Middle-earth. What I would give to see it face the hordes of Mordor." Theoden's gaze swept the hall, settling briefly on Goggins, who stood near the hearth, discussing the battle. "That man is a force of nature," Theoden said with a faint smile. "Though I wonder if his methods would suit every king's court." "Perhaps not," Aragorn replied with a chuckle. "But in times such as these, we need those who can rise above formality. Already, I have witnessed him accomplish much that is beyond mortal man. Upon Weathertop, with Morgul blade in arm, he destroyed a Nazgul with naught but a dagger. Had he not acted, I fear the doom would already be upon us. Then it is good fortune I did not press Goggins for battle when first we met," Eomer grinned. "Likely, it is the reason you yet draw breath," smiled Aragorn, clapping the marshal on the back and raising his cup. "To the Lord Goggins," they all toasted. The hall of Helms Deep grew quieter as the night wore on, the revelry giving way to reflection. Around the long table, a small group remained: Theoden, Aragorn, Gimli, Boromir, Eomer, and Goggins. The air was warm with the glow of the hearth, and the tension of the battle had finally begun to melt away. Boromir leaned back in his chair, a tankard of ale in his hand, his voice heavy with both pride and weariness. "I must speak of the gate," Boromir began. "I have fought in many battles, but few compared to the trial we faced there. Side by side with the lords Aragorn, Eomer, and Gimli, we held fast as the enemy advanced, their numbers overwhelming. For a time, the four of us stood impenetrable, beating back and punishing them. Never before have I drawn my sword alongside mightier warriors. It is an honor I shall carry with me always." Gimli nodded in agreement, puffing on his pipe. "Aye, Boromir speaks true. Those lads of yours, master, they fight like demons. They give even the hardiest dwarves a good fight." The table fell silent for a moment as all eyes turned to Goggins, who sat back in his chair, arms crossed, his face betraying little of his thoughts. Theoden rose from his seat, lifting his goblet in hand. "This day will not be forgotten in the annals of our history," the king said, his voice steady and filled with gratitude. "But let it be known it was not Theoden who won this battle. It was Lord Goggins and his men. In honor of his service to Rohan, I name him Marshal of the Mark, and I hereby dub thee the Moor's Anvil Beater, or Black Hammer in the common tongue." "It is a big hammer," said Goggins with a smirk. A cheer erupted from those gathered, but Theoden raised his hand to quiet them. His gaze settled firmly on Goggins. "You have done more for Rohan than I could ever repay. I would grant you any gift you would have of this land. Speak, and it shall be yours." Goggins leaned forward, his gaze unflinching. "I'm good, man," he said simply, his voice full of indifference. At that moment, the heavy doors to the hall creaked open. The lady entered the hall, her face a mix of disbelief and joy as her eyes locked onto Goggins. Her voice trembled with emotion. "You live!" she exclaimed, her voice carrying over the crackle of the fire. "I thought you lost. I heard you had fallen, and my heart..." She stopped short, overcome by the sight of him. Goggins shifted uncomfortably, rubbing the back of his neck as he glanced sideways. "Bitch, I told you I stay hard," he muttered back. "After the cliff, I thought I would never see you again." Goggins leaned slightly closer to Gimli beside him and whispered out of the corner of his mouth, "This bitch is clingy as hell." "What would you have me do, master?" Gimli whispered back, unnoticed by the others, and slightly amused. "Wait, sit tight, little man," he whispered back before turning his attention back to her, trying to navigate the moment without further awkwardness. The lady stepped closer, her eyes brimming with tears. "I prayed you would return." I thought, she hesitated, her voice faltering. I thought I would never see you again, but beyond hope you have returned. Perhaps, interrupted Theoden, a knowing smile on his lips, I may offer you the hand of my sister-daughter, Eowyn, who has taken to you. She is as brave as she is fair, and would make a fine companion for a lord such as yourself. All eyes turned to Goggins. Eowyn stood still, her expression a mixture of hope and nervous anticipation. But for the first time, Goggins was lost for words. May I suggest, my lord, cut in Gimli, coming to his master's rescue, that discussion of union and betrothal be postponed until this war is over and the enemy in Mordor is defeated. Gimli is right. For all our sakes, the Lord Goggins must not be distracted before the enemy is defeated, lest we all fall, added Aragorn. The king nodded. Perhaps when these matters are concluded, the Lord Goggins will return and join in this union. But I would not now be parted from you, cried the lady. Listen, bitch, you hard as fuck, but I got shit to do. When it's over, then we'll talk. The words hung in the air, and Eowyn's face fell, her composure cracking. Without a word, she turned and fled the hall, her footsteps echoing in the stone corridor. Hard it is to see barrier placed between willing hearts, but you are right, my lords. There are many matters to which we must first attend before this bond may see proper union, consoled the king. I go now to rest. Tomorrow labors must wait. Raising his goblet one last time, Theoden cast a grateful glance around the table. To those who stand by Rohan in its darkest hour, I thank you. Eomer stood as well. We have earned this night some respite, he said with a faint smile, his voice carrying a note of relief. He clinked his cup gently against those of his companions before bowing his head to Goggins and the others. To brothers upon field of battle, he declared. With that, he departed alongside Theoden. Aragorn leaned toward Goggins, his voice a low whisper. Few understand the burdens we bear, yet the lady is valiant and a fair maiden, a fine match for any lord. Would you not reconsider the shield maiden of Rohan? Goggins smirked, leaning back in his chair. Listen, man, I'm not trying to disappoint you, but that bitch ain't no maiden. Aragorn choked on his ale. As the sun began its descent, weariness overcame the company. Goggins rose from his seat at the long table. He looked around at them, their exhaustion evident on their faces despite the lingering smiles of victory. All right, listen up, Goggins said, his voice cutting through the murmurs. We've did good, but a soldier's gotta rest. So get to bed. With a collective sigh of relief, the company rose and began filing out of the hall. Goggins led them through the deeping wall, where the makeshift camp his warriors had erected sprawled in orderly rows. A sea of neatly pitched tents gleamed faintly under the light of the moon. At the center of the encampment stood a grand tent reserved for Goggins himself, surrounded by smaller but equally well-prepared tents for his warriors and the company. As they entered the camp, they found beds already laid out, along with food, armor, and weapons carefully arranged for the days ahead. The company retired to their assigned tents, the weariness of battle finally overcoming them. Even Gandalf, who had been woken from the cold stone floor upon which he lay, found himself sinking gratefully onto a bed in one of the tents. The following morning dawned crisp and clear, sunlight streaming through the canvas and stirring the camp to life. Gandalf emerged, looking revitalized, his eyes sharp, but hair and beard still a tangled mess of blood and dirt. The company gathered and made their way back inside the fort, where they were met with cheers and applause from the men of Rohan. In the great hall, the king greeted them with a warm smile. You have all earned our deepest gratitude. You now appear as great warriors of legend. Indeed, Theoden continued, turning to Gandalf. Your defense of the wall was nothing short of miraculous. I have not seen death dealt so swiftly in my life. You are a mighty sage indeed. Gandalf inclined his head. It was not my hand alone, my lord, but the courage of your people and the valor of all who stood against the enemy. The light of the morning filled the hall as they gathered around the central table. The remnants of the prior night's celebration lingered in the air, half-drained tankards of ale and the faint aroma of roasted meat and urine. Yet the mood had shifted. The time for merriment had passed, and the grim business of war loomed once more. Gandalf stood beside the king at the head of the table, his staff in hand. The company encircled him, alongside Theoden and his captains. All eyes were fixed on the wizard. "We have won a great victory," Gandalf began, his voice steady and commanding. "The forces of Saruman have been broken, and his armies scattered. Yet, the White Wizard himself remains a threat. He is not a creature to underestimate, even now, and Isengard stands as a fortress of formidable strength." The king considered for a moment before responding, his gaze drifting to the map before him. "We have taken few losses, much to our wonder and against all odds. What move do you counsel next?" "I ride to Isengard, along with the members of my company," replied Gandalf. Theoden nodded. "Together with the men of the Mark and those of Lord Goggins, we have sufficient force to assault the stronghold of Saruman." Gandalf raised a hand. "We go not to a fight, but a parley." At this, murmurs rippled around the table. Gimli stroked his beard thoughtfully, and others looked startled. "A parley," Theoden repeated, his voice heavy with skepticism. "In the midst of chaos, there is also motherfucking opportunity. Sun Tzu, art of war," shouted Goggins. "Son of who?" questioned Eomer in confusion at Goggins' outburst. "The Lord Goggins is right," said Gandalf. "Saruman is a cunning foe, but his defeat here has weakened his position. The might of Rohan and its people are no longer his to trifle with. Yet, we must tread carefully. Saruman is not a cornered beast to lash out blindly. He is a snake that coils and strikes when least expected." Aragorn nodded. "He will not yield easily, but his position grows difficult. A show of force may compel him to see reason or, at the very least, to reveal his next move." "Reason?" Eomer spat in disgust. "With a traitor who unleashed this death upon us? I would sooner see his head on a pike." "And you may yet," Gandalf said, his gaze hardening. "But we must first attempt to turn his mind, if not his heart. Saruman still possesses knowledge and power that could prove invaluable in the days to come. Should we fail to sway him, his ruin will be of his own making." Theoden leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. "And if this parley proves to be a trap?" Goggins leaned forward darkly. "If he plays us, then we got enough explosive to bring that fucking tower down." The room fell silent for a moment. Then, Theoden nodded. "Very well. I will go with you and your companions to Isengard. The men of the Mark and the warriors of Lord Goggins, if he agrees, will return to Ed Horus and await my return." "Sure, man," Goggins nodded. "Very well. It is agreed, my lord. We will ride within the hour," said Gandalf, bringing the council to a close. The company dispersed to prepare for their journey. Horses were saddled, provisions packed, and weapons sharpened. As Gandalf mounted Shadowfax, Goggins approached him. "What's the game plan with this Saruman?" "You really think this motherfucker's gonna listen?" Gandalf's eyes twinkled with faint amusement. "Perhaps not, David. But we must try. His knowledge of the enemy is great, and he may yet be of service." "All right, but it's on you, man," Goggins muttered, giving Shadowfax a pat on the flank. The wizard's expression sobered. "Should the parley fail, you may deal with Saruman as you see fit, but I pray it doesn't come to that." Goggins gave a curt nod. He turned to Gollum, who now stood upright on 2 feet beside him. He was still clad in the armor in which he'd fought, with a gray cloak draped loosely over his shoulders. "Let's go, little man." Without another word, they began their journey to Isengard. Behind them, the men of Rohan and Goggins' warriors broke camp, preparing to march. There and back again. A Goggins Tale, Part 14. The road to Isengard. The journey to Isengard began under a clear sky. The company moved at an easy pace, their spirits buoyed by their victory at Helm's Deep. Mounted on their steeds, they rode in a loose column, with Gandalf leading the way atop Shadowfax. Goggins, however, chose, as was his preference, to travel on foot. The ride was uneventful until they reached the outer dike of Helm's Deep. Beyond it stretched a sight that brought them all to a halt. Where once there had been an open plain, there now stood a vast, dense forest of dark trees. Their trunks were twisted, their branches clawed threateningly at the sky, and an unnatural murmur filled the air like the sound of distant whispers. "Behold the horns," announced Gandalf, "sent by the Ents to aid in this war. It is likely that any enemy who fled the battle found their end among those trees. They will never see the light of day again." The company exchanged uneasy glances. Goggins stepped forward, his eyes scanning the forest as he conducted his own threat assessment. He crouched low, studying the ground, the rustling of the branches, and the faint movements within, his hand resting on the holster at his hip. "They demonic as fuck, man," he declared suspiciously, rising to his full height. "It ain't natural for trees to move like that. Gimli, get your ass up here with that axe. We're gonna need it." Gandalf turned to him with a faint smile. "Perhaps not, David, but they are no enemy to us. Their wrath is reserved for Uruks, and those that would seek to harm trees. We should keep moving." With some hesitation, Goggins nodded, though he kept a wary eye on the trees as they passed. The rustling seemed to grow louder as they moved, as if the forest itself was watching them. The hours passed, and soon they arrived at the gates of Isengard. Or rather, what remained of them. The once imposing gates were destroyed, their iron bars twisted and broken as if by giant hands. The company entered cautiously, their eyes widening at the devastation opening up before them. Isengard was now a ruined basin, filled with filthy water that reeked of refuse and decay. The once impressive stonework was submerged, and the blackened ruins of machinery jutted out like the bones of a long-dead beast. At the center of it all stood Orthanc, the unyielding black tower of Saruman, untouched by the chaos around it. To their left as they passed, they noticed two small figures lying on the ground, curled up and seemingly asleep. Frodo's face lit up with recognition. "Merry, Pippin!" he cried, dismounting quickly and running toward them. The two hobbits stirred at the sound of their names. "Frodo," Merry mumbled, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. Pippin followed suit, a wide grin spreading across his face as he saw the company approaching. Their reunion was joyous, filled with laughter and relief. The king and his men smiled kindly at the strange hobbits as they swiftly recounted their escapades, their stories punctuated by bouts of laughter and excited gestures. But the moment was cut short by a deep rumble behind them. The company turned to see a massive figure emerging from the shadows of the ruined walls. It was a tree, yet more than a tree. It had limbs. Limbs which moved with a creaking noise and a face etched into the ancient bark. The creature towered above them. Its slow and deliberate steps shook the ground. "Get the napalm, Gimli!" bellowed Goggins, instinctively reaching for his weapon. "David, no," Gandalf interjected sharply, raising a hand to calm him. "Stay your hand. This is no foe." The tree-like being stopped and inclined its head. "I am no tree. I am an Ent," it said in a deep, resonant voice, like the groaning of old wood against a strong wind. Goggins took a cautious step back, his hand still on his weapon. "The motherfucking log be talking," he muttered in disbelief. Gandalf smiled. "Yes, David, it does. And it would be wise to listen." Gandalf moved forward, his hand raised to still the startled company. "Be at ease," he said firmly. "This is Treebeard, the eldest of the Ents, a shepherd of the forest. Without him and his kin, Isengard might still stand as it was, and would yet remain a threat. Treebeard inclined his massive head, his bark creaking faintly. His eyes, deep and slow, regarded the company, lingering on Goggins. Whom, he rumbled deeply. A hasty one, and such a curious sight. Long years have I walked this earth, and I have never seen one so dark of skin among the creatures that roam this earth. For a moment, I almost mistook you for an orc. Goggins froze, his eyes narrowing dangerously. The fuck you say? You're a fucking tree man. Who you trying to roast? I used to be a firefighter, saving you motherfuckers in the forest fires. Gandalf sighed in exasperation and amusement. Treebeard, this is Lord Goggins, a man of extraordinary strength and resilience. Though he is unconventional, he is no orc. Treebeard's eyes crinkled, revealing an expression that might have been a smile. My apologies, Lord. I have seen many strange things in my time, but you are unexpected and very hasty. Hasty, Goggins scoffed. Only the hardest survive. Ain't got time to fuck around waving leaves and shit. Treebeard chuckled, the sound deep and earthy. We Ents grow as the forests do, with time and care, not by being hasty. Yet our numbers dwindle, for we have not seen the Entwives in many an age. They were the ones who tended the gardens and planted the seeds. Without them, we wither slowly. Goggins raised an eyebrow and took his hand off his holster. Entwives? You telling me you motherfuckers got bitches too? Tree wives? What happened? They leave ye all for a nigga with more wood? Treebeard's tone turned wistful. The Entwives sought order and beauty in their gardens, while we preferred the wildness of the woods. We parted ways long ago, and they vanished. We search still, but there has been no sign of them. Bitches do be like that, man, consoled Goggins with a sympathetic nod. I suppose you gotta keep that family tree growing. But I got a question, man. Is tree sap what I think it is? Whom? You are hasty, indeed, responded Treebeard awkwardly. Perhaps we should add you to the list. Now we are half hobbits. He inclined his large head towards Merry and Pippin. Elf, eldest of all, the elf children. Dwarf, the Delvers dark are his houses. Ents the earthborn, old as mountains. Man the mortal, master of horses. Hobbits, half-grown, hole dwellers. And yourself, Master Goggins. I'm a nigger, suggested Goggins. Treebeard gave a great whom and finished his list. And Goggins, the nigger, hardest of all. You got that right, barked Goggins approvingly. As the company stood amidst the ruins of Isengard, Gandalf turned to the king and Treebeard. There is much to discuss and little time to lose, he said grimly. My lord Theoden, we must take counsel with Treebeard and the Ents. He looked at the members of the company. The rest of you may rest here and talk of your journeys. The king nodded, and with a final glance at the others, followed Gandalf and Treebeard deeper into the ruins. The sound of their voices soon faded into the distance. The rest of the company was left to their own devices. Frodo and Sam dismounted their ponies, their expression eager as they turned to Merry and Pippin, who were rummaging through a pile of salvaged supplies. Well, don't just stand there gawking, Merry exclaimed, gesturing with a half-eaten apple in one hand and a pipe in the other. Come, there's plenty of food to go around from Saruman's pantry. And pipeweed too, Pippin added, holding up a small, bulging pouch triumphantly. Enough for everyone to take as much as they like. The hobbits greeted everyone warmly, even Gollum, who lingered on the fringes of the group. Smeagol, Merry said cheerfully. Still skulking about, I see. Gollum blinked, his head tilting in surprise at the friendly tone. Yes, skulking, he hissed, his wide eyes darting nervously. Gollum is now a warrior of great renown in the land of Rohan, if you'd believe it, Merry," said Frodo, patting him encouragingly on the back. The words echoed in Gollum's mind. Warrior, renown. These were titles he had never thought to claim, and yet they were now given to him. Yet he remained stood at the fringes of the group, his wide eyes darting nervously around the company. The warm welcome from Merry had caught him off guard, and Frodo's praise of his efforts in the battle stirred something unfamiliar in his chest. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the remnants of shadows within him seemed to waver. He glanced over at the others. Gimli was laughing heartily at one of Boromir's recollections of their stand before the gate, his deep voice rumbling. Legolas stood nearby, his sharp elvish eyes scanning the horizon, though a small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he listened. Even Aragorn, the grim ranger, seemed at ease, his hand resting lightly on his sword hilt as he exchanged quiet words with Sam. And then there was Lord Goggins. Gollum's gaze lingered on the dark-skinned warrior. He was unlike anyone he had ever known, fearless, foul-mouthed, and seemingly unshaken by anything Middle-earth had to offer. He carried himself with an aura of unbreakable will. Goggins noticed Gollum looking at him and approached. "Hey, lil man, you good?" he asked, crouching down to Gollum's level. His tone was uncharacteristically light, carrying none of the usual mockery or suspicion Gollum was used to. "You got PTSD? What you hanging back for? You earned your spot here, just like the rest of these guys." Gollum blinked, confused. "Earned?" he rasped, tilting his head. "We earned? How? How did poor Smeagol earn?" "Well, poor little nigger, you part of this team now, so pull your shit together. You were a fucking beast out there at Helms Deep. When this is over, your ass gonna get a medal for your service. We'll pin it to your little cloth here." Goggins pointed at Gollum's loincloth. "Hell, maybe you'll even get a lordship. Lord Smeagol. How's that sound, man?" Gollum's lip trembled as he looked down at his hands, clawed and scarred, and then back up at Goggins. Lord Smeagol. We wants it." Goggins gave Gollum a firm nod. "That's right, man. Lord motherfucking Smeagol. And don't let nobody tell you different. You earned that shit. We don't just hand out titles around here for nothing." Gollum's wide eyes shimmered with an emotion he hadn't felt in years, pride, even distracting him from his constant longing for the ring. His twisted features, usually a mask of suspicion or fear, softened. For once, he didn't know what to say. "Now listen here, Private," Goggins continued, leaning in close. "From what I hear, you've been through Hell Week after Hell Week, just like me, right? And you made it. Your skinny ass is still here. That ain't luck, you hard man. Hard as fuck. So stop being a little bitch. You're part of this crew now. But we killed Deagle." "Man, fuck Deagle," barked Goggins so loudly the others paused and turned to look at them before returning to their conversations. For a long moment, Gollum stared at Goggins, overwhelmed, his bony frame trembling. Finally, he nodded, a slow, deliberate motion. Yes, Smeagol will go. Smeagol will join them." "Damn right, Private," shouted Goggins. He stood up and pointed toward the group of hobbits gathered around their salvaged supplies. "Get your ass in there." The laughter and warmth emanating from the hobbits felt foreign to him, but with a final look back at Goggins, he shuffled toward the others. As Gollum approached, Merry waved him over with an enthusiastic grin. "Come on, Smeagol. There's plenty to go around." Gollum hesitated, his hunched shoulders stiff, but Frodo's warm smile eased his tension. "Sit and eat Smeagol." Goggins observed from a distance, arms crossed over his chest, feeling a sense of achievement as Gollum tentatively sat down and took food from Pippin. The laughter of the group swelled as Gollum awkwardly joined their conversation, his nervous chuckles growing more easy and genuine with each passing moment. "Damn, ain't that some shit?" Goggins muttered to himself, shaking his head and smiling. "Didn't think I'd live to see the day." Behind him, Aragorn approached. "It is remarkable what you have done," the ranger said. "I didn't think it possible for such a creature to find his place among us. Yet, here he is. It ain't nothing, man. He just needed a shot." "You are right," Aragorn nodded, his respect for the unconventional warrior deepening. "Such is the wisdom of your words. I wonder if the crown would suit your head better than mine." "Yeah, I think so too, man. But I ain't about that life," responded Goggins, shrugging. As the two men turned their attention back to the group, Gollum's laughter rang out, a strange rasping sound, but laughter nonetheless. As they settled in, Merry looked around the group, his face expectant. "So," he said, leaning forward, "what's been happening? We haven't seen you lot since we split from you on the way to Rohan." Sam took it upon himself to fill them in, full of pride as he recounted the events at Helm's Deep. "Well, first we went to save the king, you see," he began, puffing out his chest. "Apparently Saruman was controlling him, but the Lord Goggins here soon put an end to that, and to his foul messenger, I might add, the spy, Grima. Nasty piece of work he was, but he soon changed his tune once. Mr. Frodo and I started breaking some fingers. And then we went to Helm's Deep, where there was a great battle. Tens of thousands of Uruks, all charging in with their great big weapons and evil voices. But we held our ground. We held the wall with Gandalf and Smeagol before it was destroyed. Ah, but the battle at the gate was where the real fighting took place," Gimli interjected proudly, through the cloud of pipe smoke which surrounded him. "Boromir, Aragorn, the Marshal and I held the gate. The four of us put hundreds of Uruks and wild men to shame." "Indeed," added Boromir, raising his cup. "I count this entire journey fair payment for the great honor of the defense made before the gate. None withstood the bite of our steel. I long now to see our swords drawn in the defense of my people." "Sounds like we missed quite the show," Merry said, shaking his head. "And here we thought being carried off by Treebeard was exciting enough." "What about you two then?" Frodo asked, eagerly. "How did you end up here?" Merry and Pippin exchanged a glance and grinned. "Well, it's a long story," Merry said, reaching for another apple. "But let's just say, Saruman's plans didn't go quite how he expected. Treebeard and the Ents saw to that." As the hobbits continued their cheerful chatter, the rest of the company found themselves relaxing under the watchful eye of Orthanc, enjoying the provisions held in Saruman's storerooms. "Mr. Goggins, sir," called out Sam, catching Goggins off guard. "What about you? Can you tell us a bit about your home, if you don't mind?" Goggins leaned back against a fallen pillar and took a deep breath. "Home," he muttered, his voice laced with a bitterness that made the company sit a little straighter. "Ain't much to tell. My old man was a pimp. A real piece of shit. He'd beat on my mama and he'd beat on me." A gasp swept through the group. Even Gimli, usually unfazed, looked shocked. Frodo's hand flew to his mouth as a horrified Sam muttered, "You were beaten by your gaffer?" Goggins nodded grimly. "Sure was. That motherfucker whooped my ass. Beat the piss out of me every chance he got. But I got out. Then I got my first job as an exterminator, believe it or not." "Exterminator?" asked Pippin, tilting his head. "Like orc?" "There ain't no orcs where I'm from, little man." "Indeed," muttered Aragorn, taking a long draw from his pipe before elaborating. "Valinor remains untainted by their kind. I exterminated rats, cockroaches, all kinds of shit," said Goggins. "Not too different from what I'd end up doing later in Iraq and Afghanistan. But I ended up a fat fuck, like Sam here was. So, I joined the army. The company listened in silence, hanging on his words, in hopes of gaining insight into the mysterious warrior who they still knew little about despite having traveled with him for several months. Shit wasn't easy. I did 3 hell weeks trying to become a Navy SEAL. No sleep, cold water, sand on my balls, but I ain't quit. My dear Goggins, I see in your eyes the same fear that would take the heart of me, said Aragorn with deep admiration. But you have mastered yourself. Damn fucking right, replied Goggins energetically. I took those motherfuckers' souls while they watched me carry the boats. And I made it through. I became a SEAL. Thought I'd seen the worst the world had to offer. But then everything changed. The motherfucking towers came down. The towers? You have spoken of them before, interrupted Aragorn, his brow furrowing. Tell us more of them. Goggins sighed. Big fucking buildings where I come from. They make this bitch look like a toothpick. He gestured towards Orthanc. The towers got hit. Thousands died. Changed everything. Next thing I know, I'm fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan against the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Real nasty motherfuckers. Al-Qaeda? What kind of rats were they? Asked a confused Pippin. The type that hide in the sand. In the sand? Repeated Sam. Yeah, but that ain't even the worst part. These motherfuckers were paid by my own government. Boromir frowned. Truly, these are dark tidings. Such corruption in the heart of a realm weakens its fortifications against its true enemy. Goggins shook his head in disgust. We used to have real men, hard motherfuckers, honest and God-fearing. Now, all we got is fucking soy boys and bitches. Gimli, who had been silent thus far, leaned forward with a grunt. Master, these soy boys, of which you speak, you mean they are lesser warriors of greater sires? Nah, Gimli, replied Goggins, his voice thick with revulsion. The only thing they're used to fighting is their motherfucking feelings. That's why we're losing. You show me one jihadi wearing a fucking dress. We let the weak rule, and now the whole damn system's fucked. Legolas furrowed his brow, his sharp elvish features betraying a look of indifference to the small matters of mortal folk. In my home, we hold strength of the heart and mind above brute force. Compassion is no weakness. It binds a people together. Goggins scoffed. Yeah, well, compassion don't mean you gotta play with another man's balls. When the enemy's at your gates, elf, you think Sauron's gonna be out here worrying about your fucking feelings? Aragorn raised a hand to still the growing tension. Yet, there is wisdom in understanding the enemy, as there is folly in dividing one's strength from within. Tell me, brother, why has this change come to pass over the men of your land? Boromir stood, outraged. Such sickness in the heart of your land, I can scarce believe it. Yet, if this is the rot you face, then how do you fight it? Do your warriors not rise against such darkness? Aragorn leaned forward, his eyes glinting in the firelight. And what of your leaders? Do they not rally the people against this disease? The problem is the leaders, said Goggins, contempt heavy in his voice. They out here trying to make everybody gay. And then got we men becoming women, women becoming men. Real nasty shit, continued Goggins, his anger rising. I once seen a man in drag, his balls out, talking to little kids in a school. Aragorn's brow furrowed, his hand tightening instinctively on the hilt of his sword. What evil is this you speak of? He asked, his voice trembling. Goggins met Aragorn's gaze. Bush, he said grimly. But God already dealt with his ass. Gave that motherfucker AIDS, none more deserving. But then we got Obama, a black president. And I swear to God, his wife's a fucking man. Boromir, mid-sip of his drink, choked violently. "Obama the Black hath lain with men?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "Yeah, man," Goggins said, leaning back. "These fuckers in high society, they're up to all kinds of nasty shit." A heavy silence fell over the group. Their small fire crackled louder in the absence of voices. Aragorn broke the stillness, his tone measured but tinged with sadness. "It would seem," he said, "that the shadow already holds dominion over your lands. How is it that you find your enemy not without, but within? A sickness devouring its host from the inside." Goggins sighed, shaking his head. "They've been spreading that gay shit for years now," he said bitterly. "Diddy, Ricky Martin, who's next? I swear, if it's Denzel, I'm a—" He trailed off, muttering angrily to himself. The company exchanged uneasy glances. Even Merry and Pippin, who were rarely without a joke, sat silently. Aragorn leaned forward, his eyes piercing. "Has the shadow touched you, brother?" he asked quietly. Goggins shot to his feet, his voice rising with indignation. "What the fuck? Motherfucker, I am not about that life." Boromir, his expression nervous, added carefully, "I have borne witness in the chaos of war to many a man swallowing sword of another in camp. War changes a man." Aragorn raised a calming hand. "My dear Goggins, you are a man of great honor. Among brothers, you may speak openly." But Goggins' outrage only grew. "Fuck you," he snarled, his voice cutting through the calm like a blade. The gathering became instantly tense. Legolas's keen eyes darted between Goggins and the others in concern. Aragorn finally raised his hand. "We will speak of this no longer," he said firmly. "Our minds are clouded by the shadow of fear and doubt. Look, Gandalf and the king return. Let us turn our thoughts to matters ahead." All eyes shifted toward the horizon, where the figures of Gandalf and Theoden could be seen approaching with Treebeard and the king's knights. When they reached the company, Gandalf spoke first. "Friends, the road ahead grows shorter, but not easier. Much remains to be done." Treebeard rumbled deeply, his voice slow and deliberate. Whom? "There is a wizard to manage. I trust you will see to it, Gandalf." The wizard inclined his head. "Indeed, Saruman must be dealt with. Yet, I would rather reason with him than destroy him outright. There is still hope, faint though it may be, that he can be turned from his path." Aragorn stepped forward. "What would you have us do, Gandalf?" "We must ride to Orthanc," Gandalf replied wearily. "There we shall treat with Saruman as best we can. His cunning is great, and his words are full of deceit, but even he may find his pride shaken when he sees what has come to pass." "Will he not try to put a spell on us?" asked Gimli, gripping the haft of his axe tightly. "It is likely," Gandalf acknowledged gravely. "That is why we must remain vigilant. Do not let his words cloud your mind." He turned his horse toward Orthanc, the folds of his cloak billowing behind him as he gestured for the others to follow. "Come, there is no time to lose." As the company began to move, Goggins pulled Gollum aside, lowering his voice. "I've got a job for you, little man," he said with a sly smile. There and back again. A Goggins Tale. Part 15. The Voice of Saruman. The company approached Isengard slowly, their horses navigating the treacherous waterlogged terrain. The once proud stronghold now lay a vast flooded basin, the waters rippling around them as they passed. The skeletal remains of great machines of war jutted out of the water around them. Boromir steadied his horse as it almost lost footing on a loose slab of stone. "Careful," he called to the others in alarm, his voice carrying over the uneasy silence. "This is no place for horses or dwarves," Gimli grumbled, gripping Legolas tightly as they rode together. "The sooner we're done here, the better." Gandalf gestured for the others to follow. They maneuvered their way carefully across the standing water until they reached the base of Orthanc. The tower's smooth black stone rose sheer and unyielding, a monument to the skill and craft of old. At its base lay a wide staircase leading up to a pair of iron doors. Above the doors, a high balcony jutted out, framed by ornate carvings. The company dismounted, tension hanging thick as they faced the stairs. Gandalf stepped forward, his staff in hand. The wind tugged at his robes as he raised his voice. "Saruman," he called, his voice loud and commanding. "Come forth." The words echoed off the tower's smooth surface, but no reply came. The silence felt oppressive, the stillness of the flooded land broken only by the faint drip of water from the ruins around them. "Saruman," Gandalf called again, his voice ringing louder. "It is I, Gandalf, who you betrayed, and your neighbor to whom you have caused great injury. Come forth." There was a long pause. Just as the company began to shift uneasily in doubt, a soft, melodious voice floated down from the balcony above. "Who calls upon me?" it asked, gentle and smooth, with no trace of malice. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. "Saruman, do not play coy. You know well who I am. I have come to speak with you, though you deserve neither parley nor pardon." The voice laughed lightly, giving a warmth as if it were the gentle chuckle of a dear companion. "Ah, Gandalf, my old friend, how strange it is to hear your voice here, in this place." A figure emerged onto the balcony, his robes catching the dim light. Saruman stood tall, his hands resting on the stone railing, his expression calm and smiling. "Betrayal, you say?" Saruman mused, his tone almost wistful. "But tell me, my old friend, was it not you who turned against me first?" "You twist the truth as ever," Gandalf replied, his voice steady but strained. "You betrayed all that we stood for. Your lust for power has brought ruin upon these lands. Look below you at what remains of your schemes." Saruman spread his arms as if to embrace the scene. "Is it not magnificent? The strength of will and the shaping of the world. These are the marks of true power, Gandalf. Yet I am no tyrant. Come, let us not quarrel. There is still much we might achieve together." The sound of his voice was entrancing, like the gentle rush of a stream. Aragorn felt his hand waver on the hilt of his sword, and Legolas blinked as if in a daze. "Enough of your games, Saruman," Gandalf said, though his voice seemed to falter. His hand trembled slightly as he leaned on his staff. "We have not come to bandy words with you. Your power is broken." "Is it?" Saruman's tone remained light, almost pitying. "Ah, Gandalf, you were always so certain, so righteous. But the world is not so simple. Come, let us reason together. Cast aside your suspicions and hear me out." The company stood frozen, their minds caught in the web of Saruman's words. His voice wove around them, planting seeds of doubt and stirring faint desires. Gandalf's voice faltered briefly, his knuckles whitening as he gripped his staff. Even he, clad in white, felt the subtle pull of his old friend's words. It was Gimli who took a step forward and broke the silence. The words of this wizard stand on their heads. "In the language of Orthanc, help means ruin, and saving means slaying. That is plain, but we did not come here to beg." At Gimli's words, the spell seemed to waver. Aragorn straightened, his gaze sharpening as if the fog had lifted. "Peace," said Saruman, and for a fleeting moment, his voice was less suave, and a light flickered in his eyes and was gone. "I do not speak to you yet, Gimli Glowing's son," he said. "Far away is your home, and small concern of yours are the troubles of this land. But it was not by design of your own that you became embroiled in them, and so I will not blame such part as you have played. A valiant one, I doubt not. But I pray you, Allow me first to speak with the king of Rohan, my neighbor, and once my friend. What have you to say, Theoden King? Will you have peace with me, and all the aid that my knowledge founded in long years can bring? Shall we make our counsels together against evil days, and repair our injuries with such goodwill that our estate shall both come to fairer flower than ever before? Still, Theoden did not answer. Whether he strove with anger or doubt, none could say. The air around the company grew heavy, as Saruman's smooth words echoed from the balcony above. Tension rippled through the group, and just as Gandalf began to reply, Goggins snapped. His voice boomed like a thunderclap, cutting through the wizard's enchantment. "I seen this shit before in the Marines," Goggins roared, jabbing a finger upward. "This motherfucker's manipulating you bitches." Saruman paused mid-sentence, his expression shifting from smooth disdain to amused incredulity. "And who," he asked with exaggerated politeness, "is this shining example of mortal wisdom? A being of such unparalleled insight that he interrupts the counsels of the wise, without hair upon head to shield thoughts as dark as complexion?" Goggins' nostrils flared as he stepped forward. "Name's Goggins, motherfucker, and I ain't fucking around with your bitch-ass games. Keep talking your shit, and I'ma drag your ass off that balcony and drown it in this swamp myself." Saruman's lips curved into a sardonic smile. "Ah, I see. A creature of limited intellect but loud voice. Tell me, what foul mother spat forth such a vile brute?" He gave a mock sigh, shaking his head. "Don't make me come up there, motherfucker." Goggins fumed, taking a step toward the staircase. Now, let's not have a scene," Saruman replied, waving his hand dismissively. "I'd hate for the halflings to see their dark guardian make a fool of himself. Speaking of which," he added, his gaze shifting around, "where is Grima?" "Dead," Gandalf replied bluntly, his tone as sharp as his glare. "Crucified for his treachery." Saruman raised his eyebrows, attempting to mask his surprise. "Ah, a pity. I had expected the nobles amongst you to show poor Grima mercy." His gaze lingered on the king, his disdain evident. "Calm down, Saruman," Gandalf commanded. "Renounce your folly and the path you have chosen. There is yet a chance for you to find redemption. Aid us now, and you may still have a place in the world to come." Saruman laughed, the sound rich and mocking. "Aid you? Aid you?" He leaned over the railing, his robes billowing. "Do you think me a fool, Gandalf? That I would debase myself to crawl at the feet of lesser beings? Look at you. Dwarves, men, halflings, and," his gaze flicked to Goggins. "Whatever that is," Goggins snarled, cracking his knuckles. Saruman's expression hardened, his voice dripping with contempt. "Think you that I cannot see through this, black demon you have brought to my doorstep? Nay, I will not bow to you, Gandalf, nor to your pathetic rabble. Go back to your crumbling kingdoms and leave me to my work." The air grew still, and Gandalf's face darkened. "Then you leave us no choice," he said quietly. Above them, a faint movement drew their attention. High above the balcony, clinging to the sheer walls of Orthanc, was a figure, small, wiry, and moving with unnatural ease. "Is that Gollum?" whispered Aragorn in disbelief. The creature climbed slowly but surely, his bony fingers finding the tiniest crevices in the otherwise smooth surface. Despite the near impossibility of the ascent, Gollum moved with a twisted grace. On the balcony, Saruman continued his tirade, gesturing imperiously to the company below. His voice carried, full of scorn and disdain. Yet a faint scraping noise drew his attention. He paused mid-sentence, his sharp eyes narrowing as his head began to tilt upward. Thunk! A stone struck the balcony railing with a sharp crack. Saruman flinched, his gaze snapping downward. "What trickery is this?" he demanded, his composure briefly faltering. "Fuck you," shouted Goggins, picking up another rock. "You keep talking your shit, motherfucker." Another stone arced through the air, grazing Saruman's beard. "Impudent fool," Saruman thundered, his staff crackling. "You dare mock me?" But had the distraction served its purpose? High above, Gollum had managed to slip through an open window, vanishing into the shadowed interior of the tower. The group below stood tense, their eyes locked on the iron doors. Moments stretched into what felt like hours, and then, with a soft clink, the doors creaked open. Saruman froze, his hand outstretched mid-gesture. His face drained of color, his rage replaced with a look of horror. "How?" he mumbled, his voice trembling in confusion. The group wasted no time. Gandalf raised his staff and led the charge. The company surged forward, their footsteps echoing against the cold stone. Saruman's shock turned to fury. "You dare!" he roared, reaching over to the edge of the balcony. With a flick of his staff, he sent shards of stone and twisted metal hurtling down at the intruders. Goggins ducked a flying shard. His hand went to his belt, pulling his non-lethal option and taking swift aim at the wizard above. "Motherfucker," he muttered, raising the taser. A faint click, and the barbs launched upward, striking Saruman squarely in the chest. The wizard convulsed with a strangled cry, his staff clattering to the ground as he crumpled against the railing. The balcony went still. Inside Orthanc, Gollum stood triumphantly by the open doors. His grin stretched wide as he looked to the company. Smeagol helped the master, yes. Clever Smeagol did it. Gandalf gave a rare smile, inclining his head in approval before rushing up a narrow set of stairs, followed swiftly by Aragorn, who nodded in acknowledgement as he passed. Even Gimli, reluctant as ever, grumbled in appreciation. "It was well done, you little rascal." Last through the door was Goggins, holstering his spent taser. "Excellent work, soldier," he shouted. "Man, if only I had a soldier like you in Iraq climbing up walls and shit." "Smeagol always helps the master," said Gollum excitedly, enjoying the praise and recognition. They followed the others up the winding stairs. They were met with an air of foreboding. The inside of the tower sat in stark contrast to the flooded ruins outside. The walls were formed of the same smooth black stone as the exterior, but within they gleamed fresh, having not been exposed to the elements outside. The air smelled of old parchment and ash. Along the walls, tall shelves brimming with ancient tomes and scrolls reached dizzying heights, ladders standing idly against them. Strange instruments, mechanisms of brass and crystal, their purposes a mystery to the company, were scattered across heavy tables. In the center of the chamber, a large pedestal held an orb that seemed to pulse faintly with a dark reddish glow. The room felt alive with a low hum, as though the very walls vibrated with the remnants of spells long cast. Saruman lay slumped against the cold stone floor, his once pristine robes now soiled and tattered. His staff lay a few feet away. Goggins approached cautiously alongside Gandalf, Aragorn, and the king. He gave him a not-so-gentle nudge with the tip of his boot, causing the old wizard to twitch and then stir, opening his eyes in surprise as his senses returned to him. "What sorcery is this?" his voice rasped. Goggins smirked. "You thought you were hard. Not hard enough to deal with 50,000 volts." Beside him, Gandalf, his expression grim, bent down and retrieved Saruman's staff with an air of finality. "This," Gandalf said, holding the staff aloft, "is no longer yours. You have forfeited your claim to any semblance of power or authority, Saruman." As Gandalf finished berating Saruman for his treachery, the wizard's once proud visage was now a mix of anger and humiliation. Focus now turned to the king who confronted his neighbor for the unjust treatment of his people. "I would have you hang," he spat at Saruman, his face contorted in pain. Unnoticed in the corner of the room, Pippin's eyes were drawn to the faint, pulsing glow of the palantir resting on the pedestal. Its light seemed to beckon him, whispering words he couldn't quite make out. As though in a trance, he stepped closer and reached out, his small hands trembling. The moment his fingers brushed the surface of the orb, it flared to life, its dark glow turning to a blazing fire. Pippin let out a strangled cry of pain, clutching the palantir as though it were fused to his hands. His body writhed, and his cries grew louder, but the others, engrossed in their confrontation with Saruman, failed to notice. Goggins, standing off to the side, caught the flicker of the fiery light in the corner of his eye. He turned sharply, his instincts kicking in. "What the fuck is going on now?" he muttered, striding over to Pippin. The hobbit's face was contorted in agony, his mouth moving wordlessly. Without hesitation, Goggins grabbed the orb from Pippin's hands. The moment he did, he felt an intense pull, like a tidal wave crashing into his mind. Before him, the fiery orb transformed into an oppressive void. In its center, a towering figure cloaked in shadow loomed. A cruel, disembodied voice filled his head. "Tell Saruman," it hissed. "This dainty is not for him." Goggins blinked, momentarily taken aback. "Who the fuck is this?" he asked aloud in confusion and impatience. The voice chuckled, a low, malicious sound. "Foolish mortal. You dare speak to me with such insolence?" The presence pressed down harder, a crushing weight of malevolence attempting to overwhelm him. Pain coursed through Goggins' mind, but he gritted his teeth in defiance. "Fuck you," he growled. Goggins closed his eyes and focused. "This stone's like a phone," he thought. "You send shit my way, but maybe I'll send some back." He thought about the pain, the physical torment he'd endured in his life, running 100 miles on broken legs, pissing blood, shitting himself, and pushing through agony that would break any other man. He focused on those moments and the pain and threw and back at whoever was on the other side. "What are you doing?" the voice shrieked. "I'ma take your fucking soul," Goggins growled menacingly. The shadowy figure convulsed, its cries growing louder and more desperate. "Enough!" Bit bellowed, but Goggins wasn't finished. From the void, a wail of pain and horror erupted, the dark figure recoiling as though burned. The fiery glow of the orb dimmed, and then all was silent. Goggins staggered back, clutching the palantir, his chest heaving, drenched in sweat. The orb was now cold and inert in his hands. Gandalf rushed to his side, his face pale with fear. "David, what happened? What did you see?" the wizard asked, his voice urgent. "Satanic shit," replied Goggins, wiping sweat from his brow. "They were fucking about around a white tree. Some guy tried to touch me, so I fucked him up good, showed him how hard a real man is, and he shit himself." Gandalf's eyes widened as he placed a hand on Goggins' head, his expression one of concentration. Instantly, he withdrew it as though burned. "All of Mordor will be quaking," Gandalf whispered, his voice full of awe. "We must hurry. There is no time to waste." The room fell into tense silence, broken only by Pippin's faint groan as he stirred, but none paid him any attention. Goggins handed the palantir to Gandalf, his hand steady despite the ordeal. Gandalf gathered the company for an urgent council. They had seen a glimpse of the enemy's plans, and now the race was on to stop them. "The enemy marshals his forces to strike at the heart of Gondor," said Gandalf, his voice grave. "His hammer blow will fall hardest upon Minas Tirith, and we must hasten there without delay. I shall take the halfling Pippin and Lord Goggins with me. The rest of you must follow once the full strength of Rohan has been gathered." "We must first deal with the wizard," Aragorn interjected in concern. "He cannot be left to roam free, sowing mischief unchecked." Gandalf turned to Saruman, who yet remained on the cold floor. "I offer you one final chance. Renounce your schemes and lend us your aid, or endure the judgment of Lord Goggins. Should you choose the path of redemption, your staff will be returned, and you shall accompany me to Minas Tirith. Decide swiftly." Saruman hesitated for a long moment, his sharp eyes darting between the company. His once proud expression softened, and he bowed his head in what seemed like genuine contrition. "I have allowed greed and darkness to corrupt my spirit. If given the chance, I would balance the scale and repay my neighbor for the harm I have caused. The company exchanged uneasy glances, their faces a mix of suspicion and disbelief. Gimli shifted his axe slightly, muttering something under his breath. Aragorn's gaze was hard, unyielding as he studied Saruman's face, searching for a sign of deceit. Even Theoden's knuckles tightened around the hilt of his sword. It was Gandalf who finally broke the silence. His piercing eyes seemed to look straight into Saruman's soul. "He is sincere," the wizard declared calmly. Without hesitation, Gandalf reached down and handed Saruman his staff. Taking it, his gaze turned towards Theoden. "King," he began, his voice subdued, "I would beg pardon for my actions which have caused considerable harm to you and your people. If you will allow it, I would renew the bond of friendship between our lands." Theoden stepped forward, his face grim, his posture stiff with righteous anger. "Were it not for the words of Gandalf, I would see you hang for your crimes against my people," he said, his voice like the steel of his blade, sharp and cold. "Yet, if we are to stand against the forces of Mordor, then all powers must be united. I will give you the chance to repair some of the damage you have done. But know this, my forgiveness will be earned, not given freely." Saruman nodded. "You will find no falsehood in my resolve, King of Rohan," he replied quietly. Gandalf extended a hand toward the fallen wizard, helping him to his feet. "Welcome to the Fellowship, Saruman the Grey." There and back again. A Goggins Tale, Part 16. The Palantir. The moon hung low in the sky, casting silver light over the sloping hills of Rohan. Smoke curled from a modest campfire atop one such hill, nestled within a circle of trees. The company had stopped to make camp on their journey back to Edoras, the road trampled by the iron boots of the Uruks and tough roots of the Ents. On the crest of the hill, a ring had formed. King Theoden sat with a fur-lined cloak draped over his shoulders, his weary face drawn in thought, now less heavy after his people's recent victories and the great allies now gathered around him. To his left was Gandalf, staff in hand, flanked by Saruman, once enemy now determined to make right his wrongs and redeem himself. His eyes reflected the firelight with quiet uncertainty. Opposite him stood Lord Goggins, sharpening a blackened combat knife on a whetstone, his shirt off and muscles shining as though freshly oiled. The rest of the Fellowship lingered nearby, silent, watchful. "We must not linger here," said Gandalf, breaking the silence. "Time moves swiftly now. The enemy gathers strength with each passing hour. We must return to Meadowseld and summon the full might of Rohan." Theoden nodded slowly. "Aye, word will be sent to every corner of the mark. Riders will fly by dawn." Gandalf turned toward Goggins. "But it will not be enough." Goggins looked up from his blade, eye cocked. "You saying we got a manpower problem?" "I am saying," Gandalf replied grimly, "we need your men, the impenetrable battalion which fought at Helms Deep." The king furrowed his brow. "I confess, I have never in all my years seen men, dwarves, and elves fighting together, as did the battalion of Lord Goggins, saving our people and striking terror into the enemy." Goggins sheathed his knife and stood, stepping into the firelight. His body cast a long shadow. "They'll be ready, but we ain't waiting for the enemy to knock on our door. I say we ride out and meet those motherfuckers." He slammed his fist into the palm of his other hand. Gandalf cut in. "It is a bold plan, my lord. We can join with the forces of Gondor and together deal a deadly blow to the enemy." Murmurs of approval spread through the gathered men. The king stood slowly, his posture stiff but proud. "So it shall be then. When I give the call, you will have the strength of Rohan at your back. We will ride together with you to Minas Tirith." One by one, the council broke. The Fellowship settled on worn bedrolls. The Rohirrim laid their heads down, weapons within reach. Even Saruman, wary and sullen, found a place beside the embers. Goggins remained standing for a time, staring into the dark horizon. Eventually, he lowered himself beside the fire, folding his arms behind his head and allowing sleep to overcome him. And with that, the hilltop grew still, save for the wind brushing across the grass and the crackle of dying flames under a starlit sky. The stars had long passed their peak in the sky, and the camp lay still under their cold light. Embers from the fire cracked softly, the occasional snort of a horse the only sound in the quiet of their hilltop rest. Then came a shriek. High and sharp, it ripped through the silence. Men bolted upright, hands scrambling for swords, hearts racing with battle-born instinct. Goggins was already on his feet, bare-chested and alert, a pistol drawn before his mind had even caught up. "What the fuck?" he barked. A commotion broke out on the other side of the fire. Pippin knelt trembling, arms locked in place around a ball of fire like a caged sun, fire and smoke spinning violently. "Let go," shouted Aragorn, lunging forward. Pippin's hands refused. His body was stiff, jaw clenched. Aragorn tore the orb from his hands, but no sooner had he grasped it than a cry escaped his lips. His knees buckled. He collapsed to the ground, eyes wide and unseeing, the stone still clutched to his chest, pulsing with dark fire. "Little bitch," shouted Goggins before diving for it. "Give me that shit," he snarled, yanking the orb from Aragorn's hands. The moment it touched his palms, the pain hit. Like fire through bone, like electricity tearing down his spine. He grunted, staggered, and fell to one knee, but he held firm. The stone burned, twisted, pulsed with malice. 1,000 voices screamed in his head. It wanted in. It wanted to take his soul. But it had picked the wrong mind to fuck with. Goggins didn't yield. Sweat streamed from his brow as he gritted his teeth, locked in silent war. The orb pulsed harder, fire turning black, smoke coiling inside the glass like a living thing. But Goggins kept his grip, both hands now clutching the palantir like it owed him money. And then it shifted. The flames recoiled, replaced with a gush of water drenching Goggins' hands before the smoke thinned. The violent pulsing slowed. Then, silence. The orb cleared. Its interior now reflected nothing but the starlight above and the scarred face of the man who had tamed it. Goggins exhaled sharply and tossed the orb on the grass beside Aragorn, whose chest was beginning to rise again, shallow but steady. The camp was frozen. Not a word. Not a breath. Saruman, watching from beside the fire, took a slow step forward. His face was pale, the blood drained from it. "The palantir. I thought it remained locked in Orthanc," he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. "How is it here?" He looked to Goggins, not with scorn this time, not even with disdain, but with something else entirely. Something like awe or fear. "How?" he whispered again. Gandalf stepped forward, his hands still shaking on his staff. His face, too, had gone pale. "David," he said, urgency in his voice. "What did you see?" Goggins didn't answer right away. He stood slowly, flexing his hands as if to shake off the phantom burn. "An ugly motherfucker with a mouth like he'd been giving head to a big-ass cactus," he said finally, his voice gruff and hard. "Told me he was the mouth of Sauron. I told him Sauron best brush his motherfucking teeth. Then he showed me a dead white tree burning. I thought they was having a bonfire or some shit." He looked up at Gandalf. "He tried to break me, tried to fuck with my mind." Gandalf looked stricken. "And you resisted it?" "I didn't just resist," Goggins growled. "I fucked him up." He stepped past Gandalf, staring down at the palantir as though daring it to try again. "I showed his ass real pain," he said. "The real shit. Not some bullshit nightmare. I gave him the 100-miler, the broken legs, the shit, the blood, Death Valley. The nights alone in the freezing dark. You should have heard that fucker scream like a lil bitch. I think he pissed himself. Must have been what all that water was." Silence fell again, broken only by Saruman's whispered words. You wrestled the mouth of Sauron and emerged victorious." Gandalf's expression was anxious, but behind it there was a flicker of something else, hope. "None has ever done what you have this night," he said softly. Goggins cracked his neck. "Yeah, well, I took that motherfucker's soul. He ain't gonna be calling again anytime soon." He turned to Aragorn, now conscious but still pale. "You good, son?" Aragorn nodded weakly, eyes full of something like disbelief. Gandalf bent to scoop up the orb. It was cool now, harmless in appearance, but no one would mistake it for a toy. "I must go to Minas Tirith," he said. "They must be warned. There, the enemy's blow will fall hardest." Goggins then turned to Pippin, his face darkening with rage. The hobbit shrank instinctively under his glare, still pale from his encounter with the Palantir. "You do that shit again," Goggins growled, shaking his head as he pointed his large fists at him. "You gon' catch these motherfucking hands, boy." Pippin blinked, wide-eyed. I didn't mean to. It was like I was under a spell." "Nah," Goggins cut him off. "I know a spell that'll beat your ass black and blue. You touch that demon ball again without clearance, and I swear to God, you're gonna be the first hobbit to earn a black belt in pain." The camp had fallen dead silent again, save for Gimli's muffled grunts. "You gonna learn your lesson," Goggins continued, pacing in front of Pippin like a drill sergeant who'd just caught a recruit sleeping on watch. "This ain't no motherfucking game, boy. You understand me, son? Lives are on the line." Pippin nodded furiously. "Understood, sir." "Good," said Goggins, finally turning his back. "Now go get some damn rest before I decide to run you up and down this hill until your legs don't work no more." Pippin didn't need telling twice. He vanished toward his bedroll before another word was spoken. A hush fell again over the camp. It did not last. The wind shifted. Cold, it rolled over the hilltop like a chilling draft, and every man felt it. Horses stirred nervously, stomping and tossing their heads. The fire guttered low. Gandalf and Saruman's eyes lifted first, sharp with sudden dread. And then they heard it. A screech, high, spine-chilling. The very stars seemed to dim. Men clapped hands to their ears, quaking where they lay. "Get down!" shouted Aragorn, drawing his sword. Above them, something vast swept across the night sky, blocking the light of the moon. A creature of shadow and death, mounted by a black figure robed in tattered darkness. "A Nazgul," Gandalf hissed. "Sent by Sauron. He hunts." He never finished the sentence. "Quick!" Goggins bellowed, eyes locked on the shape above. "Get me my fucking gun." Legolas fumbled with the straps of Goggins' rifle case. "This?" he asked, handing it up. "Hell, yeah," Goggins snapped, yanking out the Barrett 50 cal, its matte black barrel gleaming in the firelight. He dropped to one knee, chambered around, and squinted down the scope. The creature banked in the sky, beginning to circle. Its shriek sliced through the air again, and then came the thunder crack. Boom! The round tore through the sky. The winged beast shrieked, then convulsed mid-flight before falling fast, spiraling. "Let's go kill that motherfucker," Goggins said, rising to his feet, slinging the rifle over his shoulder. The Fellowship was already moving. Aragorn and Legolas at his sides, Gimli charging behind with his axe. Even Frodo and Sam were on their feet, guns drawn, focused. Saruman followed last, reluctant, pale as snow, clutching his staff. They found the beast crumpled in a hollow below the hill. Its wings snapped like torn sails, black blood steaming on the ground. The Nazgul rider dragged itself from the wreckage, screeching, robes flailing. It looked up, and Goggins emptied half a magazine into its face. Rounds tore through shadow and spectral bone alike. Black mist sprayed. The creature howled, stumbling back as each bullet forced it back in pain. Gandalf and Theoden arrived moments later, breathless. They watched in stunned silence as Goggins stepped forward and calmly placed one final round through the thing's skull. The Nazgul collapsed, dead, or as close to dead as could be. "What happened?" whispered Theoden, his voice choked with awe. "He killed it," murmured the marshal at his side. "That thing. He actually killed it." Gandalf stepped beside Saruman, his expression grave. "That beast was not here by chance," he said. "It was sent for you." Saruman, trembling slightly, looked at the smoldering corpse of the ringwraith. His mouth opened, then closed. He said nothing. "This ain't no Crips and Bloods, man. They throwin' shade, provoking your old ass. You gonna let that shit slide?" "He speaks truly," said Gandalf, turning to Saruman. "You were the target, not the halfling, not even the ring. And if not for Lord Goggins, perhaps you would be dead before the dawn." Goggins looked down at the empty, bullet-ridden rags at his feet, filled that fool with lead. The air stank of sulfur and something older, fouler, like the breath of a sealed tomb broken open after centuries. "But how?" asked Saruman in disbelief. "How did he bring down that fell creature and kill the ringwraith? Such a thing should not be possible. In him is a power greater than you understand, Saruman. He is one of the Valar," said Gandalf in reverence, placing a hand on Saruman's shoulder. "As long as we have the Lord Goggins, we stand a chance." Back on the hilltop, the company regathered, bedrolls forgotten, weapons remaining in hand. The fire was stoked higher, and this time, they formed a council. Goggins sat on a rock, rifle across his lap, still bare-chested, eyes locked on the flames. Around him, the Fellowship took their places, now very quiet, even Saruman, who stood slightly apart, his expression still of shock. Gandalf looked around them. "We must speak now of the ring." At that, Saruman stiffened, and Frodo's hand went instinctively to the chain at his chest. "Yes," Gandalf said sternly, eyes flashing across the firelight. "Saruman, the ring is here with us now." Saruman shifted, his expression caught between reverence and unease. His gaze flicked toward Frodo, then dropped to the flames. "A relic of dominion, left to tempt the weak and taunt the strong," he murmured. Goggins leaned forward, his eyes not leaving the fire, but his presence dominated the circle. "We gon' dunk this bitch in a fucking volcano," he said profoundly. There was a moment of silence where those gathered contemplated his wise words. Then Frodo shivered and reached again for the chain around his neck, this time exposing a glint of gold. Saruman's eyes snapped to it. The ring. He hadn't seen it so clearly until now, nor felt its presence. Yet now he felt it pulse as the gold glinted. Saruman tilted his head slightly, his fingers twitching at his side. "So small," he muttered, "and yet so perfect." Gandalf noticed it. So did Aragorn and Goggins. "Do not," came Boromir's low growl before anyone else could speak. Saruman looked at him, startled. "Do not even think of it," warned Boromir. "I've been near it. I know its game. It is not your friend. And if you attempt to take it..." He nodded toward Goggins. "Know the Lord Goggins is severe in punishment." Saruman's lips parted as if to respond, but no words came. He looked again at the ring, and this time, with great struggle, turned away. "Wise," said Gandalf, looking pleased. "Its lure is strong, and it cannot be wielded without spreading corruption." "Then we are agreed," said Aragorn. "We aid Gondor first. Minas Tirith must stand. Then we will go with Frodo and destroy it." Gandalf nodded. "The ring will be destroyed, but not yet. Not until the shadow over Gondor is broken. Only then can we march on Mordor." Saruman spoke next, almost fearfully. "You would delay its destruction?" Gandalf looked at him with steel in his gaze. "We do not have the luxury of choice. Frodo cannot walk into Mordor if Mordor is already watching. We need to eye distracted, and Gondor cannot fall. My boys are ready, Goggins said, rising to his feet. I'll lead my own soldiers. Ain't no motherfucking orc getting past us, unless he's got a death wish and a fucking rocket launcher. His presence, already immense, seemed to swell with the weight of the coming battle. Theoden looked up at him, having just joined them and overheard Goggins. You would march with your own men? I don't lead from the back, Goggins said. We born for that front line, brother. Then you shall have the vanguard, said the king. And all of Rohan will follow your charge. There was a murmur of approval, but Gandalf's eyes turned distant. His hand rested on his staff, his expression heavy with thought. David, he said, drawing him aside. I must speak with you. They walked a few paces from the firelight, just out of earshot. You are needed in Gondor, Gandalf admitted. The city must stand, and the people must have someone who can fill them with hope. Someone mighty. That's you. Goggins folded his arms. So what's the problem? You're also needed with the Rohirrim, Gandalf said. If Theoden falters, if the march breaks before it begins, we will lose. There was a silence. I got you, man, Goggins said. Gandalf gave a small nod. Take Saruman, Goggins said. Gandalf blinked. You and him. Ride out to Gondor and hold tight till I get there. And you? I'll handle things here and lead the men. And when it's time, we'll be there. But Saruman, you and him, I'd love to watch that Harry Potter shit with 2 Dumbledores defending Hogwarts. Gandalf turned back, glancing at the pale-robed figure beside the fire. There was a pause. Then Gandalf nodded. Very well. Saruman stepped forward from the edge of the firelight. His eyes flicked to Gandalf, then to Goggins, then back again, now composed. What is our next move? You will ride with me to Minas Tirith. There was a moment of silence, broken only by the crackle of the fire. Saruman frowned. To counsel with Denethor? Yes, said Gandalf. And to fortify the city's defense. Rohan and the Lord Goggins battalion will follow when the muster is complete. Until then, you and I will hold the White City against what comes. Saruman hesitated. Then he bowed his head. Very well. If this be the path to my redemption, I will walk it. I will stand with you in Minas Tirith, my old friend. Gandalf nodded. Goggins grunted from beside the fire. You try any of that slippery shit, and I'll snap that fucking wand of yours, or set my boy Smeagol here on you. Gollum, now at Goggins' side, growled. Saruman said nothing, giving only a tight smile. Gandalf turned swiftly then. Urgency replaced calmness. We've no time to waste. He looked to Pippin, who was still recovering but alert enough to flinch under the weight of the wizard's gaze. You're coming with me. To Minas Tirith. Pippin blinked. Me. You looked into the Palantir, said Gandalf. The enemy may think you have the ring. I must get you far from here. Pippin glanced helplessly to the others. Do I have a choice? Nah, man, said Goggins flatly. You fucked around. Now, you gonna find out. Before the hobbit could muster a response, Gandalf was already turning toward the silver steed waiting on the edge of camp. Shadowfax, he called. The horse neighed softly in answer. Hold, came a voice from behind them. It was Boromir. I too will go with you to Gondor. It is past time I seen my land, and am needed to command its defense. He looked to the Lord Goggins, as if for leave. I respect that, brother, responded Goggins, fist-bumping the man. At the edge of the camp, Saruman approached the gathered horses as the dawn rose. There also stood the king with a clutch of his men, organizing messengers. A guard hesitated as the pale wizard extended his hand. I will require a mount, Saruman said, his voice persuasive. The lad looked to the king, who gave a slow nod. Saruman inclined his head in gratitude and mounted the horse provided. Nearby, Gandalf swung up onto Shadowfax, the silver stallion steady as Pippin clung awkwardly behind, white-knuckled and still half asleep. Boromir ready on another mount at his side, shield slung across his back. "All you gotta do is hold shit down till I get there, brother," said Goggins, giving him a once-over. "For glory, for Gondor," Boromir replied. "Get going then." Then the wizards turned, and with a thunder of hooves, they were off. Shadowfax led the charge, swift as the wind. Behind him came Saruman and Boromir, cloaks snapping in the wind. Goggins watched them go. Then he turned to the men of Rohan, who were already preparing. "All right, bitches," he said, cracking his neck. "We got work to do." There and back again. A Goggins Tale. Part 17. Ghost Protocol. The golden halls of Meadowseld loomed ahead, sunlight catching on the carved ridges of its roof like fire upon a crown. Outside its gates, rows of tents had already sprung up across the fields, tidy, symmetrical, and Spartan. No banners flew, no music played, except the sound of masculine grunts and testosterone-fueled chants of "Stay Hard." The battalion had arrived. They stood in formation, men, elves, and dwarves of sheer will and focus, trained at the hands of the Lord Goggins. These were not the fresh-faced recruits who had once followed Goggins out of Rivendell. They were now the veterans of Helm's Deep, soldiers who had stared into the abyss and spat in its eye. As the riders approached, a ripple moved through the battalion. Swords did not rattle, armor did not clink, but every man there straightened at the sight of their approaching commander. Lord Goggins was the only traveler without a mount. He arrived drenched in sweat. Shirt off, scarred, eyes intense, almost to the point of bulging. He walked past Aragorn and the others still upon their horses and strode into the center of the formation before stopping. "Attention," he began, pointing to no one and everyone. "Y'all were hard motherfuckers at Helm's Deep. I'm proud of each and every single one of you sons of bitches." A grunt of approval rippled through the gathered soldiers. "But what's coming?" Goggins continued, voice loud as a bullhorn. "That's a whole new level. This ain't some fairy tale ending with hugs and fucking kumbaya. This is Mordor, man. Like the Israel of Middle-earth. It's gonna be hell, and I can't fucking wait." He let the words hang for a moment. "You don't train for this shit," he said, pacing slowly in front of them. "You live it. No cheers, no clapping, just nods, slow, obedient." He stopped again, looking out across the ranks. "Now tell me, who's gonna carry the boats?" The battalion replied in perfect, thunderous unison. "We are." "Damn fucking right you are," Goggins growled, eyes fierce with pride. He turned back to Aragorn, who sat arms crossed, impressed and perhaps a little envious. Gimli muttered to Legolas, "These are hard warriors, every one of them." They entered the city and climbed the steps to the great doors of Meadowseld. The hall glowed with firelight, banners swaying above them. The scent of roasted meats and baked bread rose through the air. King Theoden, who had arrived with them, walked to his throne and took his seat. "We have returned victorious," he declared. "Gondor does not yet know it, but hope now returns." He gestured Goggins and the others to sit beside him on seats, which had been arranged for them. "Lord Goggins, there are no words fit for the deeds done by your hand and by your warriors. Rohan is forever grateful. I name you friend of the Rittermark." Goggins nodded. "I appreciate that, brother. I'm all about exterminating rats." The king smiled. "Then tonight, we feast in your honor." And so they did. Tables were drawn, mead poured, and platters piled high. The men of Rohan mingled with elves, dwarves, and hobbits, somewhat cautiously, as one does when introduced to a new breed of unpredictable farm animal. Even Gollum appeared to be enjoying himself, seated beneath table with a suspicious bowl of fish stew. Goggins sat at the head table beside the king, bare-chested as ever, eating roasted boar with his hands and drinking straight from the mead jug like he was chugging Gatorade. At one point, an amused Aragorn leaned over. "Do the Valar not use cutlery?" Goggins wiped his mouth with his forearm. "I am the fucking cutlery." Aragorn had no comeback to that. The hall was thick with laughter, cheer and tales, until the marshal approached from behind, clearing his throat. "My Lord Goggins," he said, bowing slightly in sign of respect. "I see you are a man of strength and great appetite." Goggins gave a sideways glance. "You got something to say, or you just trying to hit on me, man?" "No, my lord. I bring to you a token of our gratitude." The marshal stepped aside, revealing a woman of such formidable presence the surrounding members of the fellowship winced. She was broad-shouldered, deep-chested, and clearly built for siege warfare rather than courtship. "This," Eomer said proudly, "is Hilda, tavern matron. Few can match her stamina, and fewer still survive her affections." Her grin was wide, her teeth fewer than ideal, her bosom a direct threat to the structural integrity of her dress. Goggins blinked slowly. "This bitch?" said Goggins, looking her up and down, unimpressed. "Come on, that's a fucking dude, man." An awkward silence fell over the table. "I know you fuckers love your horses, but this ride ain't for me." Goggins turned toward Sam. "Sam, you still single, right?" Sam nearly choked on his mead. Muttering something about Rosie, cheeks burning red, he asked to be excused and fled the hall. "What about you, Frodo? Wanna practice destroying a ring tonight? Looks like she'd probably destroy yours first, though." "No thank you, Mr. Goggins." Unfazed, the woman turned her gaze elsewhere. Goggins followed it, and there, crouched beside a meat platter, was Gollum. Goggins snapped his fingers. "Yo, Smeagol." Gollum looked up as he chewed. Goggins gestured toward the tavern wench. "What you think?" "She's got your smile, man." Gollum's eyes went wide, pupils dilating like he'd just remembered it was his birthday. "Yes," he hissed excitedly. "We wants it." "Yes." Goggins' fist bumped him. "My man." Laughter returned to the hall. Gimli leaned in toward Legolas, who hadn't touched his wine since the woman had entered. "She's got the shoulders of a cave troll, that one." Legolas took a delicate sip. "And the voice of one too, I fear." The feast carried on, occasionally interrupted by Hilda's loud laughter, which startled the company more than once. Later that night, as the fires dimmed and the songs turned to whispers, Goggins stood at the hall's entrance, arms crossed. Gollum scurried up beside him, a look of victory and satisfaction plastered across his emaciated face. Goggins gave him a nod. "So, how was it?" Gollum shuddered. "Smelled of fishies and orcsies." "Good enough," Goggins said, slapping him on the back. They watched the stars a moment longer, then returned inside. As the feast drew to a close, the doors of Meadowsild opened once more. This time the Lady Awen entered, dressed in white and gold. Her sharp eyes immediately found Lord Goggins. She approached with the grace of a shield maiden and the look of a woman who had already made up her mind. "My Lord Goggins," she said, offering a polite nod to the king before locking eyes with the sweat-slicked warrior seated beside him. "You return from Isengard victorious. Tell me, how fares our enemy, the wizard Saruman?" Goggins, holding a leg of roast boar between his teeth, looked up. "Turned him from that dark shit. Now he's rolling with us." Aragorn leaned in. He was subdued, then humbled. "He rides now for Gondor with Gandalf." The lady smiled, politely at first, but it lingered. A little too long. Her eyes did not so much wander as park themselves on Goggins' pectorals, now glistening with roast boar drippings. She stepped forward and whispered, so only he could hear. "Then I owe you my thanks, Lord. Perhaps you would allow me to show you my gratitude this night?" "All right, let's do it, bitch. But I'ma finish my boar first." The lady's smile widened. She turned and walked from the hall without another word, not once looking back, knowing full well Goggins would follow. And he did. At first it began with a low thump. Then another. Then the sound of wood groaning under pressure. And then screams from somewhere deep within the home of the lady. The king was called, and he deemed the wraith Goggins had killed may now be possessing the lady, and the Lord Goggins was in there saving her as he had done the king. The screams echoed off the walls as the sun rose. The peasants inside their homes clutched their children. Horses reared. Chickens dropped eggs out of fear. Aragorn grimaced. "Should we intervene?" The king shook his head. "We must not interfere in the Lord Goggins' work." The screams rose to a crescendo, and then silence. A final sigh, drawn out like an evil spirit being evicted. Moments later, Goggins reappeared at the doorway. Shirtless, steam rising from his skin like a war forge. His expression feral. "That bitch gon' need 4 or 5 days, he said, patting the king on the back as he passed. Nobody said a word. The morning light broke over the city, crisp and pale. Inside the Golden Hall, the War Council gathered to debate their next move. "My lords," the king began, "the enemy gathers. Gondor must not stand alone. My riders shall muster. We ride at dawn." "Glad I am to hear this news," said Aragorn. "But we will not be with you." Murmurs rippled through the hall. Goggins stood, stretching like a panther. "My battalion rides with y'all. They'll roll with the Rohirrim to Gondor and take Merry with them. But I want to go with," began Merry, but he was cut off by Goggins angrily. "Shut the fuck up, little man. You got your orders now. Go join the men camped outside." They followed Merry outside where, from atop the steps of the Golden Hall, Goggins could see his soldiers standing in perfect formation. "Who's gonna carry the boats?" he bellowed. "We gonna carry them," came the reply. Goggins nodded once. "Then stay hard, motherfuckers. It is an army bred for one purpose," said Aragorn to the king, but he was heard by Goggins, who turned to him, finishing his sentence. "To do what the fuck they're ordered," he bellowed. The king inclined his head in appreciation. "We ride for Gondor. Expect us in 5 days." As the horn sounded and the Rohirrim began their march, Goggins turned to Aragorn. "Let's go invade that mountain, brother. The paths of the dead." By midday, they reached the edge of the Dimholt. The air was stale and heavy. Before them rose the black mouth of the mountain. Gollum sniffed the air and grinned. "We smells it," he muttered. "Smell what?" Smeagol asked Frodo. "Home," answered Gollum. Aragorn stepped forward. "These are the paths of the dead, haunted by cursed men who broke their oaths. None who enter are promised return." "Then you better get the fuck out the way," Goggins growled, snapping 2 thick branches from a gnarled old tree. He lashed them into a rough cross using a piece of rope torn from his bootlace. Sam, blinking, whispered, "What's he doing?" Aragorn didn't take his eyes off Goggins. "It's a symbol of the Valar capable of warding off evil." Goggins slung it across his back like a shield. "Let's go," he said. Before they entered, the lady appeared, breathless and clad in armor beneath her cloak. "Please," she said, her voice trembling. "Let me ride with you." "Bitch, how you get here so fast?" asked Goggins in surprise. "I would not be parted from you." She grimaced as the horse moved beneath her, her discomfort evident. Aragorn tried a gentler tact. "This is not your path, lady. You are needed elsewhere with your people." Her face fell. Goggins patted her shoulder once and walked past her without another word. And with that, they entered the mountain. leaving behind the lady. Meanwhile, en route to Minas Tirith, the wind howled as they rode through the open plains, the white mountains visible in the distance. Shadowfax galloped swift as the wind, hooves barely touching the ground. Gandalf's cloak billowed behind him, Pippin clinging to his waist like a terrified child. Trailing behind on borrowed steeds, Saruman and Boromir followed in silence until the old wizard finally spoke. "I suppose I owe you an explanation," Saruman said, his voice brittle in the cold air. Gandalf did not look back. "You owe your life and more." Saruman exhaled. "I saw the eye. I saw the fire, the ruin to come, and I believed it unstoppable. So I bent the knee. What was to be gained from resisting certain defeat?" Gandalf said nothing. Saruman continued, "But then, the Lord Goggins." Gandalf finally turned his head, eyes squinting through wind. "That man," Saruman muttered, shaking his head, "is not of this world." Gandalf smiled. "It is he who broke the siege of Helms Deep, ran without rest from Weathertop to Bree, and then on to save the Ringbearer in the Shire. He killed a wraith with naught but a dagger at the ford of Isen and silenced the mouth of Sauron using the Palantir you yourself succumbed to." Saruman blinked. "But how?" "He is not of this world. I believe him to be one of the Valar, cloaked in secrecy." Saruman shivered, unsure whether it was the cold or the creeping dread of inadequacy. "All while I made machines of war, raised armies of orcs," he muttered. "He has brought you out of darkness and back into the light, as he did with Gollum," Gandalf replied. Saruman sighed. "I have lived many ages, Gandalf, and yet I have never before seen one capable, perhaps, of standing alone against the Dark Lord himself. How has he resisted the temptation of the ring?" Gandalf glanced back, eyes fierce under his brow. "His will is perhaps stronger than that of the ring itself. He is not drawn to it like others. Perhaps there is a chance he alone possesses the strength to bend it to his will." The white towers of Gondor rose before them like marble spears from the cliffs of rock. Layer upon layer of tiered walls curled around the mountainside. At the gate, horns sounded. Boromir rode ahead, straight-backed and proud, joy upon his face. The guards at the gate dropped to one knee, their hands on their hearts. "Captain Boromir," one of them called. "The Lord Boromir returns." Inside the city, word spread like wildfire. Bells rang out. Children ran ahead, shouting his name. Women threw petals from balconies. Old men wept, as if the bloodline of kings had risen again. Boromir dismounted at the foot of the citadel steps. He turned to the people, raising his hand. "I return not alone," he said, "but with allies. At a time when war is on our horizon." Behind him, Saruman rode in slow and silent. The people recoiled in fear until Boromir called, "Do not fear. He has come to aid us in our time of need." And though the city remained uneasy, none spoke against him. They climbed the white steps of the citadel beneath the gaze of stone-carved kings. At the summit, past guards in black and silver livery, the great doors opened. In the throne hall of the steward, Denethor sat upon the stone seat beneath the great empty throne of the kings. His shoulders slumped as if in defeat. His eyes, hollow and red-rimmed, were locked upon a cloven horn cradled in his lap. "The horn of Gondor, broken clean in two," he whispered to it. "I sent you north," he murmured, "to Rivendell, to seek counsel, not to die." Boromir entered without herald. Removing his helm, he bowed low. "Father." Denethor did not raise his head at first, but then his fingers froze upon the horn. He looked up slowly, disbelieving. His mouth opened, but no sound came. He blinked once, twice. "Boromir." The steward stood, the horn falling with a clatter to the stone. "My son, you live." Boromir stepped forward. The horn I lost at the falls of Rauros in the battle that followed. I did not know it had made its way here so swiftly. Denethor crossed the room like a storm, and before his court of captains and counselors, he embraced his son. I feared, his voice broke. I feared I had sent my last and dearest to die. Boromir held his father a moment longer before pulling back. I have returned, father, but not alone. He gestured behind him. Pippin entered with an awkward wave. Hello. Silence, Gandalf hissed at him before walking forward, staff in hand. And then came Saruman. The murmurs returned. Hands fell to sword hilts. Denethor's expression turned to stone. You bring with you an enemy. He is with us, said Gandalf, redeemed. I find that unlikely. Boromir stepped between them. He fought beside us, and he brings knowledge we may yet need. Denethor's eyes were sharp, searching Saruman's face for deceit. And if this is another of your manipulations, Mithrandir? Gandalf smiled thinly, then let him answer for it. When the war is done, Denethor relented with a dismissive wave and returned to his seat. You return on the eve of war, he said to Boromir. The enemy stirs. Already we see movements across the Anduin. It will not be long now. Boromir nodded. Then we must prepare. Very well, said Denethor. Let us make counsel. The high chamber was chilled despite the sun streaming in through narrow slits in the white stone. Beneath banners of the kings of old, the men gathered for counsel. At the center sat Denethor, steward of Gondor, draped in black like a crow nesting in a tomb. Saruman stood just behind Gandalf. I will not forget your betrayal, Denethor said coldly, fixing Saruman with his gaze. Your voice may be honeyed once more, but your crimes are not so easily undone. Saruman bowed his head slightly. You mistake foresight for treason and repentance for weakness. Denethor scoffed. Repentance? From the architect of orc furnaces and abominations that have killed our allies, the valiant men of Rohan? Gandalf interjected firmly. He stands with us now. His knowledge and help may well decide this war. Then we are already lost, Denethor spat. The council fell silent. Boromir stepped forward, voice controlled. Father, the walls are not yet breached, but they will be. The enemy masses. We must reinforce the outer defenses and call for Rohan's aid. Denethor waved a dismissive hand. I have sent no riders. Rohan will not come. They have their own troubles. Let the tomb of Gondor be sealed by Gondorian hands, not Rohan's horses. Gandalf's eyes flashed. You doom your people through pride. Denethor stood suddenly, his tone laced with venom. Do not lecture me on doom, Mithrandir. I see more clearly than you. I perceive your designs. Do you think the White Tower is blind? The Dark One who now comes with this ranger from the north. His finger jabbed toward Gandalf and then Saruman. Osgiliath burns while you play politics, Saruman snapped. You waste time accusing us while Sauron tightens the noose. Sauron? Denethor cried, his voice cracking like dry wood. Yes, I see his shadow. I know him. And I see the man who would supplant me. Gandalf stepped forward, thunder in his voice. Enough. We are not your enemies. Denethor's face twisted. You will not replace me with some black savage from foreign lands. Gondor will fall before I kneel to this dark-skinned brute. The room trembled with the force of the words. Even Boromir seemed shaken. Authority is not given you to deny the coming of the Lord Goggins, replied Gandalf, scowling. Then Saruman, calm now, but sharp as ice, tilted his head. You speak with madness, and with knowledge beyond what you should possess. Denethor froze. Saruman stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. You've seen him, haven't you? Not through your spies, through something else. Denethor's mouth worked silently. Gandalf spoke quietly, eyes wide in realization. The Palantir. Denethor turned sharply. It is mine by right. You are being deceived by it, Saruman said loudly. I once thought I too could master it. You are not fit to touch it. Denethor roared, but he stumbled slightly as he stood, revealing a black velvet cloth crumpled behind the throne. A faint light pulsed beneath it. Gandalf moved swiftly. Saruman, he shouted. They seized the cloth together. Denethor drew a dagger, but Boromir stepped between them. Enough, father. Gandalf pulled away the cloth. Beneath it sat the Palantir of Minas Tirith, resting in a black iron cradle. Its surface swirled with flickers of red and black, like the embers of a dying star. Saruman took one step back. You have spoken to him? To Sauron? No, Denethor whispered. I saw only truth. That which will come to pass. You saw what he wanted you to see, fool, said Gandalf coldly. Your despair. Your downfall. That is the gift of the Eye. Denethor slumped back into his chair, drained. The West is broken. Gondor will burn. And so it will, Saruman said grimly. Unless we stop it. Gandalf lifted the Palantir and turned away. You will no longer be trusted with this. You may remain steward, but not if you serve the enemy's plans, even if unwittingly. Denethor said nothing. His eyes were empty. Boromir placed a hand on his father's shoulder, but received no response. As the council broke, Gandalf looked to Saruman and nodded once. You did well. Saruman gave no reply, only staring into the distance, haunted. Outside, dark clouds gathered over the horizon. War was coming.
Thanks for joining us on this adventure. If you enjoyed the journey and are eager for more wild fan fiction, don't forget to hit that like button, share with your fellow fans, and subscribe for more episodes. And if you're as enchanted by the idea of Middle-earth meeting Hogwarts as we are, make sure to check out our series exploring this magical crossover. Your support brings these worlds to life. Until next time, keep the fantasy alive.